Welcome, one and all, to Cadwell for the MSVT Cult Classics. We have got one hell of a show for you. We've got Miatas, we've got championships to be covering, we've got Trackday trophies. It's going to be absolutely epic, I can absolutely assure you. The first race that we've got coming up for you is going to be the Miata Trophy. And as you can see, a couple of the drivers are starting to get ready behind me, but I'm going to try very quickly to have a little chat to Aidan Hills, because Aidan, you've managed to stick it on pole position by quite a clear distance as well. You are championship leader. There's a chance you can wrap this up today. I'm just adding the pressure for you before you go out there. How do you feel?
And let me just get this on.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea, actually. They have been called to get in the car, so I am being a bit cheeky with this.
So, yeah, I was really happy with the, like I said to you up there off camera, it's probably my favourite quali lap I've ever done. No slipstream, a second up the road. Just the car feels unbelievable. So massive thanks to everyone at the team at Hills Motorsport and Dave for getting us to this level and get the car in such a good window. Yeah, you know, quali's important around here because you want to be on the front row, but I always feel like starting on the outside is almost a bit of an advantage to be P2, so you got the inside for turn 2. So if I get a good launch, hopefully I can get into the lead and control the race. But here I've normally been 3rd or 4th coming out of turn 3, so fingers crossed that's not the case and I can get into the lead at the start, but you can't plan a race, can you? So yeah, we'll see how it goes, mate.
And then that reverse grid as well, that's a completely different set of rules basically to it, doesn't it? Because around here you mentioned how hard it is to pass. You're going to be top 10 reverse grid, that means you're starting in 10th. Yeah. Oh my days, that's going to be difficult. Yeah,
that's always going to be tricky, especially around here. But we'll see, we'll get through race 1 and then we'll see what we've got to do for race 2. But yeah, take one race at a time and just hopefully, yeah. I always enjoy the reverse grid races, you know, starting from 10th or in the lower part of the top 10 is a lot of fun, but I think Cadwell might be a bit tricky.
It may well be. I'll let you get in the car because there's probably an opportunity for me to get shouted at. Wouldn't be the first time. There's a few other people I wanted to chat to. There's Will Morris, I know. He's had a broken toe link in qualifying. He only managed to get 1 lap in, and so he did do 3 laps. He's told me to reassure the clerk of the course that he got 3 laps in, but he was limping round for the last one. He did get across the line, apparently. I know that we've also got Declan Lee here, who I'm not going to be able to talk to because he's given us a bit of a wave, but unfortunately I think we're about to get cars getting sent out. Declan Lee is in a car that's very, very similar to Aidan Hills. You might actually notice it says Aidan Hills on his Instagram. That is not Declan Lee's Instagram. That would be a bit of a weird fanboy thing to do. But it is a rental car. His engine at Alton Park, which is a bit of a shame. He's nodding along. Yeah, he doesn't like it. He's not very happy about it, but he is in a very, very fast car. Aidan Hills, actually, it's his team that runs about 7 or 8 of the cars here, the Miata Trophy, and he's assured me that Declan has been put in a very, very quick bit of machinery. One person I did want to mention as well, a little bit further down, John Langridge. He's down in 8th place. I just went and said hello to him off camera, and I said, oh, can we come and have a chat to, you know, reigning champion and all that sort of thing. He said, well, you can, but I'm quite a far way down. He wasn't particularly smiles. He's looking forward to going racing, as anybody would. Doesn't necessarily mean he was happy with qualifying, however. Like Aidan said, Cadwell Park is notoriously hard to overtake around, but I'm sure these matters will give it their best shot. A bit later in the day, we're also going to be covering the MSVT Trackday Trophy. Now, that isn't a championship. That's for cars and for people who really want to just a bit of a taste of what a race weekend feels like in their own bit of kit. Mainly race cars. You might see some MX-5s, you might see some Clio Cups, you might see other cars along those lines in a couple of different categories. And then, one step higher than that, some would argue, is the MSVT Championship. Now, that one, as you can probably guess, is a championship, and that is for cars that maybe have done the trophy before and they want to act a little bit seriously. They want to commit a bit further into the season and they're actually going for a championship. I've chatted to a couple of drivers who actually I've known from my old racing in Ginetta days. They're very much looking forward to Cadwell Park. You can see the Miatas already going out now. It's going to be a really great weekend. I hope you guys are looking forward to it. Please do like and subscribe. Stick comments in the chat so we can reply to you. I'll be keeping an eye on them throughout the course of the day. Support your favourite drivers, and we are very much about to go racing. I'm going to pass you over to our circuit commentary team of Jack Mace and Jack Werrell, because they're going to be taking you through the action of all the cars that are out there on circuit while I watch along and enjoy the view like you lot. Have a good fun day.
live timings and TSL-timing.com. As you'd expect, Aidan Hills is currently leading the way. He could win the championship this weekend. There was an outside chance he could win it in race 1, but that would require a preference to finish 17th or below. Aidan will have to have the win, the fastest lap, and lead a lap. Currently he has all three of what he needs. We're now just waiting on crossings, but both being Hills at Motorsport favourable. What that means is so the way in which the order follows through, Aidan Hills leads the way for Holly Allwood somewhere in second place. Don Langridge is up into third, Declan Lee in fourth, and the car that isn't is one of the custom cars that Declan Lee is in at the moment. Michael Nibbs sat there in fifth place. Jack Brewer Michael Nibbs in fifth place. Jack Brewer has just been shuffled down to seventh place as Will Morris had a bit of a moment on the run through the gooseneck. He had to put over the grass. He retook for the circuit and ended up down in what was eighth place. He's up to sixth. Jack Brewer down into seventh. Drew Fletcher in eighth place. Dan Abbott in ninth. And Alex Miller makes up your top 10. Over the line and back past me goes Aidan Hills. He's currently 3 seconds clear of Holly Allwood, so absolutely flying is Aidan Hills. Will Morris on the recovery drive has just set the fastest lap in the race, so 1 minute 42.149, so really starting to push on. They kick up the dust on the exit of the gooseneck as they now head in towards Aidan Hills continues to lead, running away from what is now James Cossins. He's managed to work his way through and past Holly Allwood. The lead. What is now going to be James Cossins back up with Raymond running wide at Charles. Raymond just started to drop down the order. He's managed to fight his way back up through the past on the order. John Langridge is sat there in fourth place ahead of Will Morris, Michael Nibbs and Jack Brewer. After the rest at the moment is effectively Drew Fletcher. He's sat there in what is 8th place as Declan Lee has really dropped down the order. So a moment for Declan Lee. He now finds himself down in what is 11th place. So Drew Fletcher up into 8. Jack 7 altogether. That was Drew Fletcher, Dan Abbott, Alex Miller, Declan Lee and Nico Scott. Nico, who's running himself at Declan Lee this year. Last season he was part of the Hills Motorsport band. This year has opted to run the car on his own, although with some help from Hills Motorsport as we should expect. The loyalties are still there, but as for Aidan Hills, team manager, 2.6 seconds clear of James Cossins. Absolutely flying. Cars locking up as they stand on the brakes in towards Mansfield. Declan Lee is on a major comeback drive now.
Working. Okay, hi, sorry. So I am not able to hear you at all. The headset that I've got wasn't working, but the microphone that was left behind is working. One thing that I did want to report real quick, I did just see Declan Lee pop in and out of the pit lane. So he is now down into 11th if the timing screen is up to date. We'll get the technical issues fixed on my end and then I'll come back in.
So, remember for the update, Jack, I understand that you can't really hear us. I know there is a speaker on the window thing on your left. Hopefully, you can hear me through there, at least to provide some sort of comfort.
I've got it turned up all the way and I can barely hear you at all.
I'm saying I'm struggling to hear on my end purely because of how loud the cars are as they fly now. Simon Fleet's down there and circulating as well. He's started to fall off the tail end of yours, of the Common Fleet. You've got a lot of work to do in the number 55 machine. As for David Mills, he continues to lead the way now with a 3.3 second lead. He's disappointing towards Mansfield. James Coughlin sat there in second place, has got Ollie Allwood and John Langridge all over him. Jack Brewer managed to get through and past Michael Wilson. Those two are still scrapping away as they hit the brakes and head in towards Mansfield, with Fletcher still back to the rest in Rocky Day's pace. Cars continue to lock up. Nico Stock with a big lock up in towards Mansfield, so they disappear out of my sight in towards the England section of the circuit. So I find so to at least give us some visibility over that side of the circuit. Issues continue bouncing all over the grass is the 77 machine, David Newig, so he's 59 toward. That was on the exit of Charlie's. But David Newig from his way. It's Alex Miller. James Costin still fending off the attentions of Ollie Allwood. However, on the run towards Park Corner, contact between Will Morris and John Langridge. so both of them bounce off each other. Will Morris has to fall in back behind John Langwood once more. Drew Fletcher has managed to fend off at least for now. Ben Abbott, but now he's got Hills Motorsport stablemate Declan Lee trapped up behind him. Taking a look to the inside of Drew Fletcher. Drew, would imagine, won't really defend Nick Moore. But as for Aidan Hills at the front, he's just starting to work away with it. James Cotton's still soaking up all the pressure being applied. John Langridge going slightly defensive from the car behind. Will Morris still desperate to try and block that line. But of course we've got to remember Will Morris in qualifying had something of a suspension failure when the car came crabbing in towards the pit lane. And clearly that's all it was well with Hills Motorsport doing a brilliant job of getting that car back together and back so we double check once more just to ensure we are getting close to see that checkered flag. Yes, we are. There's a minute remaining now. Bring that car home. One further lap of Cadwell Park remains for Aidan Hills. It's who's going to finish in second place. Last time they crossed the line, it was all over this time James Cotton hold on to second place. However, the battle in the background between Jack Brewer and Michael Nibbs continues to heat up. Forward past me goes Aidan Hills with a commanding lead, and that will set him up to win the championship in race 2. James Cossins still holding on to second place ahead of Ollie Allwood. John Langridge sat there in 4th place and is now looking to the outside of Ollie Allwood. Will Morris still following suit. Jack Brewer has fended off the attentions of Michael Nibbs. Bouncing over the boards is Declan Lee. He's got to be careful. Exceeding track limits, and if that wasn't familiar to him, then he'd actually a certain length of way. He was indeed earlier on. Nico Stock, we saw, went very, very wide indeed on the exit of Mansfield and potentially into a spin as well. John Langridge now looks for a very optimistic lead with the inside of Ollie Allwood. Ollie Allwood turns in to take the corner. Will disappear out the right side for a brief moment. When they reappear, the yellow button waving around the corner between the ball and them. Ollie Allwood has spun and has dropped out of 3rd place. So it's Aidan Hills from James Cossins, then Will Morris, John Langridge, Jack Brewer just a bound from Michael Nibbs, and Ollie Allwood will not be in some party in that one. Finally, that's his car back going once more. Race of the day, the 4th race again for the Miata Trophy in 2025. We'll be going around Aidan Hills, and he's now on the race win away from taking the championship, weaving over the start-finish line. Aidan Hills takes the lead in the 1st race of the day for the Miata Trophy. It's on James Cotton's over the lines finish in 2nd place. Will Morris will cross the lines finish in 3rd. John Langridge will pick up what is 4th place, followed by Jack Brewer and very closely Michael Nibbs. And Will the Old was looking good for 4th place and will have settled for what is 7th. Declan Lee next car over the line. He will come through and finish in what is 8th place. Drew Fletcher over the line in 9th. Dan Abbott across the line to finish in 10th. It's then number 25 out of Will Powell across the line in 11th place. Nico Stott recovered to 12th. Simon Fleet finished in 13th place. Car number 66 out of Jack Hargreaves finished in 14th place. Alex Miller with the issues he had just coming through to cross the start finish line now and recover to one sort of Langridge down in what is 15th place. Car number 84 out of Ben Taylor finished in 16th place. Eric Bolson crossed the line to finish in 17th place. 18th place, car number 28, that of Jack Hodges. David Newick managed to finish in what was 19th place. So all cars that started finished, but I feel like Aidan Hills, what can he do in race 2 to better those chances? James Cossins will really have to push on, but Aidan Hills, the championship is well within his grasp. He's got one hand on the trophy, and as for James Cossins, I think it's just a little too late for him. Aidan Hills continues that fabulous run of form, winning every single race this season apart from that race at Donington Park, which he so sorely missed out on the top step of the podium. So first race of the day complete for the Miata Trophy. We're going to continue to work through a number of the tech issues that we're experiencing, and then we'll be back with you for the next race, all being well. That is for the MSVT Trackday Championship.
What a race from the Miata Trophy. You can see the podium sitters coming and parking behind me now, actually. Aidan Hills extends his championship lead. He knows he can win it this weekend. We saw, obviously, a little bit of coming together with a few of the other drivers that shook up the top 5 somewhat, but a great race by James Cossins and Will Morris. I had a chat to all 3 of these drivers, actually, earlier on today. It's amazing how the 3 you chat to earlier on end up being the 3 that end up on the podium, isn't it? Very nicely done. They're all teammates as well, ran by Aidan Hill's team, and a couple of chats, a couple of here, there's and everywhere. And I'm waiting for them to potentially take off their helmets so we can have a quick word with them. I do have eyes on the Trackday Championship down there, so do not worry, you will not miss any of the action. In fact, let's go over to James Cossins. James, you told me a bit earlier on that you had an opportunity to get a little bit quicker in that race, and quicker, did you?
No.
Well, you went up the order.
I was certainly the cork in the bottle there. Great start, felt all right for the first few laps, and then after that I just had absolutely no rear whatsoever. So
You need that here as well.
yeah, funny that. So yeah, I'm sure Ollie would have had a good view of the side of the doors and nothing of the back because it was just sideways everywhere. Couldn't even hit the brakes in a normal place. But I'm obviously happy going up the grid. But yeah, I think we got to head back in and do some more tweaking, and I'll chat to the Hills boys and see what we can do.
Yeah, well, fantastic. Thank you very much for coming and having a chat to us. Now, I want to have a chat with our race winner, Aidan Hills. We already had a chat once, Aidan. An extension of the championship lead, a massive extension of your lead from the start as well. You came away from that about nearly 5 seconds in the lead. How did you feel? Were you bored at any point?
I don't think you can ever be bored
Around
driving at
Cadwell,
Cadwell, you know. Like I said to you before the race, I knew I wasn't going to be leading the first lap. And Will was driving really well. I knew I was going to overtake him like after lap 1. I just managed to get up the inside into turn 3, and then yeah, once I got into the lead, just hit your marks for a few laps, pull the gap, break the toe, and then once those boys are battling, I won't say cruising, because again, it's never cruising at Cadwell, you know, you're struggling, but yeah, was just driving within myself, trying to look after the car, look after the tyres. We got another race to do later, obviously, so
Yep.
massive shout out to Hills Motorsport, 1, 2, 3, brilliant. Yeah, well done to Will for coming back through. Obviously, he was really good at the start when he was leading.
Yeah.
I felt like if he got in behind me, we probably would have gone together. But he just got unlucky. I think he got shuffled back in the pack, and then yeah, once James and those boys were scrapping, it was never easy, but you know, it was nice and a smooth drive for the win.
I was going to say it's always scary around here, like you've mentioned, and it's impressive to race these cars so close, isn't it, around Cadwell?
It is, you know. It's
Yeah, credit to the rest of the field is my point.
Exactly, yeah. Such a narrow track. You only can just get 2 cars side by side, maybe with a little bit of spare room. So to be able to overtake's hard, and I saw some boys coming up further through. So well done to those.
Yeah, fair play.
Yeah, but it was really hard. Just want to say hello to my girlfriend Annie at home. She's not very well today, so say hello to her. Hello to my family, and yeah, we go again, race 2, and see if we can clinch this title.
I was going to say, that is on the cards, isn't it, now? There's a potential. It's a bit of a long stretch, but there is potential today.
Yeah, I'm going to have to speak to Stuart and see what I've got to do. I'm not very good at adding stuff up. So
Neither am I.
I'd rather someone just say, right, you've got to finish in this position, and then I'll try and, you know, just if I'm in that position, I might be a bit safer than going for the win, but if it's on, it's on, right? So
I was going to say, I love the idea. Big congratulations. We're going to have to shoot to the next race, but well done to yourself and, of course, all the Miata Trophy drivers. Hopefully, we'll have a little bit of a chat to Will Morris a little later on, maybe during the lunch break. But there is more track action out there. Trackday Championship. Pass over to the Collins, where hopefully they'll actually be able to hear you this time.
Test.
I've got you now. Right. MSVT Trackday Championship now heading out on circuit. They are going out for their pace lap. Just have a quick run through the grid very quickly. Apologies once again for the technical difficulties that we've been having. Hopefully these are going to be mostly resolved fairly shortly. On the inside of row 1, pole position is the team of George and Jack Wright in car number 46 in their Volkswagen Golf GTI. On the outside is the number 45 of Matt Swaffer, the outside of row 1. Inside of row 2 is car number 1, the Honda Civic of Nicole Drought, and on the outside is the car number 38, the team of Wright and Glover. The inside of row 3, car number 92, the championship leader in his Honda Integra is Stan Abbott. On the outside, car number 90 is Nathan McPhail. Then in car number 777 in P7 on the inside of row 4 is the team of Mabbitt and Parsons. On the outside, car number 153 in P8, that's Stephen Docker. Row 5, car number 71 in P9 is John Line. Then in car number 12 in P10, team of the Pro-Am Clear of Thompson and Ogden. Then P11, car number 24, Jason Rogers. P12, car number 16, Alistair Easom. P13, car number 21, Wayne Cockrell. P14, car number 245 of the two Hearts in their Honda Civic. P number 15 in the Mini, car number 141 is Chris Reed. P16, car number 33 is the team of Burnham and Vos. P17, car number 77 is James Howes. P18, car number 56 is Stephen Orrent. P19, car number 43 of Sheed and Edison. P20, car number 35 of Colin Murphy. P21 on row 11 is car number 124, that's being driven solely now by Robert Hornigold. P22, car number 95 is Lee Taylor, and in P23 it's Amy Allen in car number 15. Well, hopefully Jack Royal was able to hear me over in the Charlie's box. Are you there, Jack?
I can just about hear you. I really need to listen in, but
let me try something real quick. If I just take, if I use this microphone instead.
so much better.
Okay, so I've got a nice little combination thing going on where I've got one headset that I've just switched off and I'm just having to cover with my hand, and the other microphone that you left behind to make sure that I can still hear everything else going on. The cars are now gridding up in front of me. I believe this is a standing start for this one?
Yes, it will be.
It will be, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Well, the front runners have just gridded up. All the cars come through okay from your side? Oh, I've lost you.
Yeah, all looks okay on my part. Nobody's missing, so fingers crossed we get the capacity grid ready and we can go racing.
Perfect, super. So once again, this is the Trackday Championship, MSVT. We are here for race 2 now of Colt Classics here at Cadwell Park. We are just waiting for the final few cars to grid up. They're taking a little bit of time, but just making it better safe than sorry. We'll wait for the marshal to wave the green flag, and then we'll have the red light, and we will be racing very, very shortly for this 45-minute race, the only time that the Trackday Championship will be racing here this weekend at Cadwell Park. We had our qualifying session earlier on this morning, and they've had a very quick turnaround to get out. Waiting for the board to go up. We've got the red lights on. And we're underway here. It's a great start for Swaffer on the outside of row 1. He's immediately gotten ahead of the front-wheel drive Volkswagen Golf of the right. The right's looking to come back on the inside of turn 1, and immediately they're out of my view.
So out of your view and very shortly in towards mine. It's through Charlie's 1, well, the exit of Charlie's 1 that I first picked them up, so it is still going to be the right pairing that leads the way. So as we peer through the window, that looks like Jack Wright behind the wheel of the Team Air Supply VW Golf GTI. So the car of Jack Wright leads the way. Matt Swaffer just about holding on to second place, but the Henry Wright and Kevin Glover shared VW Golf GTI was closing in and closes yet more on the running towards Park Corner. They stamp on the brakes, they just disappear out of my sight. I can pick up the silhouettes once again as they come back towards me through Clark Curb and towards the gooseneck. So it's Jack Wright that leads the way, ahead of Matt Swaffer and just about Henry Wright. Nicole Trout is still giving chase. She's watching this all unfold in front of them, and then all of a sudden a huge dive to the inside for Henry Wright and Kevin Glover in the Club Racer VW Golf GTR. They're going to be side by side and backing towards you, Jack. So unfortunately we can't hear Jack just as of yet. They're heading towards the mountain, and Nicole Trout was closing in for what was third place. Watching that battle all unfold in front of her, it's getting very, very close indeed as they head towards the Hall Bends, and I think we've got Jack Mace back. Well, yeah.
Okay, excellent. They just came through the section. It's a really good pass on the inside for the number 38 on Neil Swaffer. Matt Swaffer, sorry, on the inside. Safety car is now out and just about to be deployed. They've just caught the leaders at the end of the first lap, and it is Jack Wright coming across the line in first. The 38 Club Racer car managing to make a good move through the field up into P2. It's Swaffer third, Trout fourth, and Dan Abbott in P5.
Yeah, we'll try and pick out exactly who it was that went missing. Annoyingly, I don't have the live stream on mine, and I'm not sure whether you do as of yet, so we can't pick it up as to exactly where that car is.
It's Chris Reed.
It is Chris Reed, yeah. He's not come through, shuffled right the way down towards the tail end of the order. Once we've got at least some sort of an idea on where that car is, we'll be able to come back to you. But yeah, brilliant start to the race for the club racer VW Golf. So they managed to work their way through and past Matt Swaffer up into second place. The next target for them is the slightly younger VW Golf GTI in the hands of Jack Wright. Jonathan Ogden in the Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio, working hard and getting some temperature into those tyres, weaving left and right. He's got a Mazda MX-5 in front, a Mazda MX-5 behind, followed by a brace of Renault Clio 197. So he's really going to have to push on now, is Jonathan Ogden, when the race gets back underway. He managed to pick up a spot on that race start, up into 9th overall, 4th in Class C. Not a bad start from the Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio. I didn't know whether you've got anything over your side, maybe movement of a recovery unit. I do actually on my end. It's up at Park Corner, so unfortunately for...
I've got a delayed version of the live stream. I've got the YouTube feed going at the moment. I believe it's up towards on the exit of Park.
Yes.
That Chris Reed went off. The engine was steaming a bit. I don't know if it's related to the issue that he was having earlier during qualifying, because he didn't get a huge amount of laps covered during qualifying earlier on. It looked all right in testing yesterday. Didn't look particularly out of shape. He was sending it quite well through the woodland section, but unfortunately the car's gone steamed up on not even after the first few corners, unfortunately for him.
No, I can see the CNC recovery unit up there at the moment. So yes, unfortunately for Chris Reed, that car will go no further. The Wolf Motorsport Mini has had a troubled season so far. I'm not sure whether it's just that one, but the other cars under the Wolf Motorsport banner have had a troubled season up until this point. So a 45-minute race, it is going to be slightly attritional, but for those cars that are sharing drivers, we've not got too many with us this weekend, but for those cars that are sharing drivers, obviously they've got to come into the pit lane and serve their driver swap. Those that aren't need to come in and spend a minimum time in the pit lane, 90 seconds pit in to pit out. And you've got to be very careful on that, because the penalties get rather draconian when you exceed the pit rules. So as for the safety car, it would have been handy for at least some teams to get this maybe slightly later on down the line, rather than sort of first lap into the race.
Yeah, but a little bit too early for them, unfortunately. It's come at a bit of an awkward time, because the pit window doesn't open for another, I believe it's another 10 minutes before the pit window actually comes open. By then I can imagine that the recovery vehicle will have done all the work. So it could end up being either going to be a mad scramble into the pit lane at the start of the pit window, or everyone just trying to hold off for as long as they possibly can towards the end, hoping for another safety car to come out to potentially bunch the field back together and reduce some of that time that you would have lost otherwise. As things stand right now, everyone is just weaving and bobbing, trying to make sure that they get all the sufficient heat into the tyres. You were mentioning how it's been a rough season for the Wolf Motorsport Minis, but they were going really well at Snetterton early on in the year, so it's a real shame that the car's gone up in the way it has. And it was looking good yesterday, so really bad luck for Chris Reed to have gone out this early as well.
Yeah, it all seems to have come undone for the Wolf Motorsport team. They run other cars in other championships and series as well, so they know what they're doing. Frank Frostick and the team forever on the spanners as well, working hard to get the maximum amount of power and performance out of these cars. Amy Allen, that car has had plenty of work. The last time I think I saw that car have an issue was at Brands Hatch, right towards the tail end of last year, where it came into contact with the Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio, and I think that was Scott Johansson behind the wheel at the time, but since then that car has run fairly faultlessly as well. So the development that goes into the cars in the winter really does last and do them good throughout the season. But safety car lights are still on. They should extinguish, if they are going to extinguish on this lap, underneath the pedestrian bridge on the run towards Mountain Bottom, so you might get a better view of that than I will. But safety car lights are still on at the moment. As you say, everybody weaving around left and right to get and maintain as much temperature into the tyres and into the brakes as possible. The field has formed quite a nice little queue, and everyone's together. So for those that maybe just lack a little bit of pace over a race distance. What this is in theory doing is shortening the actual racing distance because everybody's together, and for those that maybe aren't quite so good at standing starts, the pendulum swings their way as well. So I've got a feeling we're going to be in for a fairly close race. We are ticking closer to the pit window, which opens 15 minutes into the race and closes 15 minutes later. So it's between the 15th minute and the 30th minute of the 45-minute race. So we are getting closer to that, but with the recovery effort well underway and I'd imagine almost complete, we're not that far away from going back under green flag conditions, which then means pit stops will be served under green flag conditions, which are slightly more costly.
I think it's going to be one more lap of safety car. Judging by the stream that I've got in front of me, the car has just been gotten onto the back of the recovery vehicle, so a great job by the CNC recovery team to get that one sorted. The lights are still on the safety car as they come out of the final corner this time by. It will be really interesting to see how this pans out now with what is effectively a rolling start, with the positions not too largely changed from the start. Obviously the club racer Golf GTI had a really good getaway and managed to get themselves up into P2, but this also negates the advantage that the rear wheel drive cars would have had off the start. You saw Matt Swaffer get off the line really well, managed to get ahead of Jack Wright briefly before Wright managed to get him on the run through turn 1. And this really gives an opportunity for those front-wheel drive cars like Nicole Drout's got as well, Dan Abbott in P5 too, to, you know, it gives them equal footing on the restart.
Yeah, it does indeed. Safety car as well and truly picked up the pace. The CNC recovery unit with Chris Reed and the Wolf Motorsport Mini on the back has disappeared in towards the paddock, so we will be going back under green flag conditions this time. You can quite visually see that quite clearly see that the field has picked up the pace, so now they've got a final opportunity to get tyres into the temperature, get temperature into the tyres as they head down the Park Straight and up towards the sort of 90 right at Park Corner. I was chatting to Jonathan Ogden earlier on, and he's the one thing that he noticed, having raced here in the Ford KA before this, but never in something this quick, is just how quickly the circuit goes from slightly wide to slightly skinny, and all the undulation changes. It's almost amplified because it happens so much quicker, so it becomes quite physical the quicker you go around the Cadwell Park circuit. We will be joined by the Enduro cars tomorrow for their 6-hour race. There's plenty to do on and off circuit, more on that in a little while, but safety car goes underneath the vehicle bridge, the lights flick off, and we're going to go back racing this time, Jack.
Yep, correct. Lights are out on the safety car. Jack Wright will have control of the field fairly shortly. He's already given himself a nice little gap to the safety car ahead of him. He's making sure that he's going to be the one saying when everyone can go. The safety car coming now through the woodland section, and it is, yeah, that's a lot slower than Jack Wright is currently going as they come through the woodland area. I can imagine that the next time I see them, Jack Wright is going to be absolutely blasting it down the start finish straight, but there'll be another 21 cars behind him, just as eager to get going, I can imagine, after a very truncated first lap. Safety car is now pulling into the pit lane, so Jack Wright he's hit the pedal, he's got himself a nice little gap, trying to get out the slipstream with the 38 behind him, and Jack Wright leads the way as we get restarted here at Cadwell Park. It is Jack Wright in the lead ahead of the number 38 and Swaffer and Nicole Drout.
It is indeed. So the appearing to my side, I can see Jonathan Ogden is pushing on. He's trying to get through in by Stephen Docker in the Mazda MX-5 Mark III, out of Charlie's once more, still with a bit of temperature I think to be found for a couple of drivers, just pushing the limits more and more as the temperature rises, but Jack Wright leads from the Club Racer Golf GTI, the slightly older variant in that top two. The field is spread out quite nicely, they're very equidistantly spread, there's no major moves going on aside from the Tyler Motorsports Renault Clio, who is really pushing on now, trying to work their way through and past that of Alistair Eason. That'll be the number 71 of John Lyne, who's trying to pick up the places, but for the moment Jack Wright somewhat safe in the lead. The top four very equally spread, followed then by Dan Abbott and Nathan McPhail, who are running around amongst themselves. Keep an eye on the treble 7 of Liam Abbott and Ashley Parsons, and keep an eye on Jonathan Ogden. He did manage to get through and past Stephen Docker, and he's already starting to close in on the treble 7 to Salika.
At the front, the gaps remaining about the same as they were when they came across the line. It's not really much of an opportunity for them taking down here into the mountain bottom and going through into the woodland section. Everyone seems to have found their rhythm now as they've got themselves going, but there's still plenty of time for that to change. Well over half an hour remaining of the race. missing too much side by side. There's a couple of close cars there with the Mark IV Mazda and the Ford Fiesta just dipping in behind me close in sequence. Jack Wright extended his gap at the front of the Club Racer GTI, and Matt Swaffer is keeping very close to that Mark V Golf now. He posted a very similar time, but Jack Wright about a second clear of the rest of them as they come towards you.
Yeah, we're already starting to extend that lead margin. As for George Wright, he is still yet to get behind the wheel and will be in charge of finishing this race in the Team Air Supply Golf that leads the way. As for Jonathan Ogden, runs very, very wide indeed coming out of Charlie, so he's pushing the limits, I think, in effort to run away from Stephen Docker in his newly acquired 8th place. Stephen Docker needs to keep an eye on his rearview mirror because John Line is closing, and whilst they're in separate classes, John Line is the only thing separating Stephen Docker from Alistair Eastham. Kicking up the dust was one of the top 4, so they're still pushing on. Matt Swaffer on this occasion has started to fall away slightly from the Club Racer GTI in 2nd place. As for Nicole Drought, she's still running around in what is 4th place, of course last season's champion in the MSVT Trackday Championship. Wanted to follow it up with a good season once more this year, albeit with an incident at Donington Park that sort of put pay to that. Was then on the back foot and continues to be so for the latter part of this year. Jonathan Ogden still pushing on to catch up to Liam Abbott and Ashley Parsons, but in turn they're trying to do the same to Nathan McPhail.
Yeah, everyone maintaining sequence as they come through Mountain Bottom. You mentioned earlier about the Nicole Drought this season. She was having a fantastic start. A little bit the issues that were happening, the incident at Donington and the issues at Alton. There is still a drop score in the championship to factor in. That means that we won't really know until we get to Brands what the championship situation is really going to look like. On the major scale, you've got the top 4 still pulling away from the rest of them. McPhail and the 777 of it's either Mabbott or Parsons currently piloting that one are still pretty close to see because the Prime Clio is not too far behind.
No, not too far behind at all. So continuing to lead the way and extend the margin slightly more, maybe not so much on that occasion. Jack Wright with a slower lap, so it was the Wright and Glover pairing in the Golf in 2nd place. Did close in somewhat on that lap. 1.3 seconds now the lead margin between the two Golfs at the front end of affairs. Matt Swaffer lost a bit of ground to those cars up the road as well. As for Wayne Cockrell, he's still pushing on. He's now trying to work his way through and past Alistair Eastham, who's had a slower start to this lap. All over the grass on the inside of Charlie's, however, is the number 43 Frankenstein racing car of David Sheed and Malcolm Edison. So whatever happened there, that car had a huge moment, and as I looked right, the car was deep into the grass.
Great to hear that they're still on track. You get an incident around that part of the circuit, it does a lot to... You've got to do a lot to keep yourself on the grey stuff. At the front, the gap's coming down now. I believe Jack Wright is getting closed in on the Club Racer, the older Golf GTI. Matt Swaffer isn't too far behind. I'm not sure the last lap it was 0.3 of a second that the Club Racer was quicker. And as they come out the final corner, what was previously, at one point in the race, was a 2-second gap, is still coming down. You've got the Wrights getting themselves back on the pace. They're back into the mid-140s. The same as Swaffer as well. Nicole Drought losing that front trio now. But the gap is closing at the front, down to 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, and visually you can see that really pushing on now is the Club Racer GTI in 2nd place, and Jack Wright will see that in his rearview mirror. Matt Swaffer still giving chase, so I think he's just waiting for those two to start battling. Nicole Drought has lost a little bit of time on that lap and has fallen away in what is 4th place. It just seems like that car isn't quite running as quickly and as competitively as it did last year. What of the gap between 7th and 8th place, Jonathan Ogden and the Mabbott and Parsons pairing, that came out slightly. 2.8 seconds separates Jonathan Ogden from Liam Abbott and Ashley Parsons in their Toyota Celica. That would be the battle for the final step on the C-Class podium, so they really are pushing on, and they're going to flash into your sight very shortly. And for Jack Wright, he's really going to start to feel the pressure from this Club Racer GTI because the gap has come down once more.
It just visually, like you said earlier, it looks closer. It looks like the Club Racer is pulling in on Jack Wright. It's going to be fascinating once George gets in the car. See what happens there. There's Club Racer there, the driver change to get through as well. Matt Swaffer could be a major beneficiary of this. He's keeping himself fairly close as well. Not as close as potentially he would like. Nicole Drought, who is the only real one factor on this, dropping off a bit 2. Dan Abbott isn't able to quite keep up the pace. He's now coming under pressure from McPhail and that 777 Salika as well. Here they come now out to the final corner, down the start-finish straight. I reckon it's going to be a pretty similar lap time between the two cars on this tour. Yeah, they're into the mid-41, so a bit of a slower lap that time for them. Not sure if anything happens on the other side of the circuit, but they will be back with you now.
So back towards me they come. They're just flashing into sight now, and yeah, fairly equal in comparison to the previous lap. But I would say yes, very much pushing the limits there is the car in second place, all over the grass on the exit of Charlie's once again. That was the Wright & Glover Golf GTI, so still pushing on, just dipped the wheel over the curve and that bounced the car back onto the road. There's grass that's been kicked up onto the racing surface. Jonathan Ogden still pushing on, managing a little bit of oversteer on the run through Charlie's. The car whistles by, but the Mabbitt and Parsons Toyota Celica will start to see the Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio get more and more sort of getting bigger and bigger into that rear view mirror. Wayne Cockrell has found himself a little bit of free space and is just running around somewhat on his own. The Hearts Racing Honda Civic is now trying to work their way past Alistair Eason, but the top two back into your sight, they are sort of stuck now at that bubble. It's like the Wright and Glover pairing can't quite burst the bubble. It might be the pit stop that changes this, and the pit window is open.
Pit window's open. We've got our first couple of cars having dove into the pit lane. We've got the number 77 Ford Fiesta having come in as well. There's the 56 of Stephen Orange just getting the tyres sorted on the car, the tyre pressures sorted out on the car. The leaders, as you said, still very close, within a second of each other as they came through past up the mountain and into the Hall bends. Just waiting for them to come around the other side. The gap still looks very similar. I think this is the point now where you can't much more boots into the car ahead without driving into the back of their bumper. So at this point, I can imagine waiting now for the pit and see what they can manage with that.
Back towards me from the top two. It's still Jack Wright that leads the way, albeit the older generation GTI closing in once more. Matt Swaffer, I think, just keeping them honest, knowing that full well if something goes wrong up there in that top two, Matt Swaffer's there to pick up the pieces. Nicole Drought comes back through and past me once more, the very quick young Irish racer. Dan Abbott has got to be careful as he's got Nathan McPhail trying to take the lead of Class C away from him. The top three in Class C are all together. That is, what, 5th, 6th and 7th. 8th place is Jonathan Ogden, who's 4th in Class C, but not quite as close as the cars are up the road. As for the battle we saw earlier on between the Hearts Racing Honda Civic and Alistair Eason, that has very much dissipated as the Honda Civic has started to build a margin, but leaders back under the bridge and back towards you. Jack Wright, he's surely going to start to see the cracks now, because all of a sudden that car has got closer and closer and closer over these previous laps, and now with the pit window open, I've got a feeling something's going to happen.
I'm not seeing George just yet. He's still chilling on the pit wall as things stand, so there still might be a bit longer of a stint to go yet for Jack. They're going to try and leave it towards the end of the pit window potentially. They've just passed through into the Hall bends, so I'm just waiting for them to pop back out the other side, but a lot of activity down the pit lane as various teams are getting ready to make their stops. The top two keep going now. The gap's going to be past this time about a second. Matt Swaffer though is taking this as an opportunity while the pit lane remains empty to dive into the pit lane. That means that Nicole Drought is going to go up into P3 for now.
So up into 3rd place for Nicole Drought. The top two come back past me with a much larger gap now, with Matt Swaffer heading in towards the pit lane. A big flick of oversteer from the Helix Motorsport 2nd place GTI, so the club racer car all over the grass and was leaning so hard on that outside rear. As soon as it hit the curve, the car just started to break away, but delicately pointed back in the right direction. And I said Dan Abbott had to be worried about Nathan McPhail. Now Nathan McPhail really needs to be worried about Lee Mabbitt and Ashley Parsons, because that Toyota Celica has started to close in yet more. The gap over the line was only half a second, so that has really come down over the previous lap. Amy Allen hot on the rear view mirror and has seen that the leaders are on their way, so she's jumped out of the way and will allow the leaders through any moment now. But back into your sight from the top two, but with that moment coming out of Charlie's for the 2nd place car, the gap's come out once more.
The gap's grown ever so slightly between the two. You can visually tell that moment that the 38 Club Racer GTI has had has cost them a little bit. More activity in the pit lane as well. Wayne Cockrell's come in from where he was running in the top 10, and now he's come in. We've got Robert Hornigold coming in the 124 in the MG XR. Now, it's not much of an impediment for the gap for the 38 club racer. Yeah, the last time by, the two cars were separated by about 7 thousandths of a second in their lap time, and Nicole Drought actually going quicker than the pair of them.
Nicole Drought in the clear track, managing to put in that lap. Amy Allen has jumped out of the way now, but I think the top two somewhat compromised through the Hall bend. Nicole Drought now appears into view and flashes by myself on the Park Straight. As for the battle in C-Class, it remains as is. Dan Abbott leads the way and has extended the margin slightly, but Nathan McPhail still being hunted down by the 7 Motorsport Salika as they go once more down the Park Straight. The second place car kicking up the dust once more on the inside of Clark Curve. Jonathan Ogden will be waiting for the call from the team as to when he can opt for the pit lane. John Lyne all over the curve and the grass on the exit of Charlie, so he's still pushing on. Those cars up the road aren't in his class, but he wants to hold on to 4th in B. Albeit there's no major pressure from behind. Leaders back towards you at the bottom of the mountain.
Leaders back towards me, the gap's pretty similar to the last lap. If anything, the 38 is closing up ever so slightly once again. Matt Swaffer's back out on track now, not too far ahead of Wayne Cockrell. I believe the difference between those was about 23 seconds as they came out of the pit lane. Slightly longer than I think they would have liked for Matt Swaffer, but better safe than sorry, especially with the way that the rules work around here. It is car number 43, that Renault Clio of Sheedon. He's now got himself a good, that's a nearly 4-second gap, nearly 3 seconds quicker on that last lap. Something happened in the whole bends, unfortunately, we would have missed out on.
Indeed, a bit more traffic to deal with. This time it's the Hornigold pairing in the MG ZR, but now with the Club Racer Golf GTI falling way off the back of Jack Wright, it now means that Jack has got a bit more freedom to pick his moments. Nicole Drought still dealing with the traffic as best as she can and pushing on once more. That car, as I say, just not quite as competitive as it was last year, with the 7 Motorsport Salika opting for the pit lane as well. That has released Nathan McPhail onto the tail of Dan Abbott, but those two still yet to pit as well. So too is Jonathan Ogden to hand over to Scott Thompson later on in this race. Jack Wright still to hand over to George Wright, and the Club Racer GTI yet to swap drivers once more. This time John Lyne much more neat and tidy on the exit of Charlie, so he's aware that track limits may start to become an issue once more. But in towards the bottom of the mountain once again go our two leaders. Who's going to be the first to blink? Is it going to be Jack Wright, or will it be the Club Racer GTI?
George Wright has got a headset on rather than a helmet, so if anyone's going to be blinking, it'll be the Club Racer. This pit lane is very busy. I'm seeing 6 cars in front of me all having work done on them. The number 33 Ford Fiesta have pulled themselves right towards the front of this particular queue to make sure that they're able to get as much room as possible to work in. The other cars that we've got the Tyler Motorsports Honda Civic, we've got the 777 Salika, we've still got the 43 Clio, we've got cars number 153 and 35 still in as well as the top 2 Club car. But
unfortunately, with Jack's mic continuing just to pop in and out every now and then. Jack Wright back
just
through.
It wasn't actually plugged in fully, so that might have been why it was popping in and out. It should be fine from now.
That'll do it, yeah, that'll do it. So Jack Wright still continuing on and leading the way. Nicole Drought very, very surgical through traffic, through and past the Frankenstein Racing Clio, which is recovering from the extremely grassy moment in the earlier stages of this race. Nathan McPhail has opted for the pit lane as Dan Abbott comes back through and past me. Jonathan Ogden remains down there yet to hand over to Scott Thompson. What we are starting to see as well is those that have been into the pit lane are now effectively becoming traffic for those that haven't opted for the pits just as of yet. John Lyne continues on as well. He's yet to come in, just washes slightly wide of the compression on the run through Charlie's. Matt Swaffer, having returned to the circuit, he's really starting to push on now, and you can just tell the body language of that car shows he's not hanging around. He wants to do a bit of an undercut here, pit nice and early, try and find some free track and push on once more.
I'm going to be very interested to see how that pans out, because it did seem like Swaffer was in the pit lane for a little bit longer than he potentially needed to be. I'm also seeing Motorsport pit crew get ready. I'm seeing George Wright now suited and booted and ready to go. So either this lap or next lap, they're not going to have much more time because the pit window is 3 minutes away from closing. I'm expecting us to see the leaders come in, and indeed here comes the number 46 into the pit lane. Our leaders coming in, and the club racer car is following in behind, a slightly slower Mini, so held up a little bit as they came in on pit entry. And now Jack Wright's going to be getting out, George Wright is going to be getting in. Nicole Drought also, the top three all pulling into the pit lane at the same time. It's going to be a bit more difficult for that Honda Civic because all of the other cars are right at the front, and I think Nicole Drought is actually going to have to reverse into her quote-unquote pit box. They don't have proper pit boxes down here in the pit lane. Dan Abbott is coming as well from 4th place, so all of the front runners, with the exception of the number 12 Pro-Am car, they've kept on going. They're going to do one more lap before they come in, right before the end of the pit window. Matt Swaffer now comes past the start-finish straight, but of course he's a lap down, so it'll be fascinating to see if he's able to make up the rest of that gap.
Yeah, let's see what he can do over the remainder of this race. Jonathan Ogden still yet to dive into the pit lane, so he comes back through and past me. So too does John Lyon and Matt Swaffer. So the race continues on, and I guess for the remainder of this race, we've got, or for the remainder of the pit window, we've got to keep an eye on one who comes in terms of the pit times that they've done as well, making sure that they are the right side of the requisite time to be spent in the pit lane. But that has now put Jonathan Ogden into the lead of the race, albeit on corrected times. He will shuffle back down to something like 8th place. All is said and done pit lane wise. Nathan McPhail has returned to the circuit.
He was having issues.
He was.
He had to get a bump start there because he was being pushed along, and he's not going very quickly on the exit, but hopefully he picks up speed as he comes by you.
Now I'm guessing just a little bit of heat soak. That car's been running for the best part of half an hour now, and it's been driven in anger, so as soon as the engine turns off, the idea is you keep the engine running, but you have to turn the engine off if you're doing a drive change. So albeit Nathan McPhail's running on his own, so yeah, if the engine doesn't turn off, 9 times out of 10 you tend to be able to get straight back on it again. But if you turn the engine off by accident or you stall, all of a sudden heat soak takes place, and that's it. Jonathan Ogden into the pit lane from what is effectively the race lead.
Yep, Ogden into the pit lane. The top three that did come in earlier via the 46, George Wright is now back out. Club Racing number 38 is back out. Nicole Drought has just rejoined as well. Ogden in the Pro-Am car has just come in, and Dan Abbott has just led. He's just gone out just behind Matt Swaffer, so that gives us an idea now of what Matt Swaffer has been able to do. He's come out not that far ahead of the Class C at the time leader, so it'll be interesting to see if he has been able to put in some good laps during that interim period. By looking at the last times, it looks like his pit stop was about 15 seconds slower. Right, and that'll be the 46 and the 38. Those two were very close in terms of their actual in and out pit times. 3:42, 6/10 of a second between them.
Not exactly sure who's taken over the 7 Motorsport Toyota Celica, but not wanting to waste any time in going forward. The car all over the grass and the curb once more on the exit of Charlie's, but probably one of the furthest away from the racing surface that we've seen so far in this race. The Club Racer GTI has got its lights ablaze now, so they are pushing on. There's been a 1-lap penalty applied to the number 33 machine, so that being the Green Star Racing Ford Fiesta of James Burnham and Ben Vos. So those two have clearly been the wrong side of the requisite pit time, so a 1-lap penalty looming large over there had to be applied post-race. Nathan McPhail is now trying to pick his way through and past Alistair Eastham, so that traffic is not going away. It's going to be a repetitive thing for the next 14 minutes until we see the checkered flag fall.
It's not going away, and the gap at the front has definitely extended for the number 46. The Wrights are now 7 seconds clear of the Club Racer car as they went through. I believe that with the Pro-Am car still in the pit, that means that Nicole Drought is going to re-inherit 3rd, and Matt Swaffer is going to take 4th back. Now we've got an idea as the last 13.5 minutes unfurls. Dan Abbott goes past as the Pro-Am car rejoins. To the credit of the Pro-Am crew, it looks like they've gained quite a few places in that pit cycle.
Yeah, so clearly not all is well, or something's not quite as quick as Scott Thompson will have liked. Now they've got that going once more. Maybe they have fallen back into somewhere close to where they are. But I know Scott Thompson, at least in the Enduro cars, that Pro-Am Racing team manager is very, very, very efficient indeed. That's the best way to put it. It's something like a Formula 1 pit stop is what it looks like. That's the best thing I can compare it to. All of a sudden, Scott Thompson behind the wheel, he's chasing down the 7 Motorsport Sleeker and has got close indeed. A flash of the lights from Nicole Drought as she came past me on the park straight to inform traffic she's on her way, really starting to flash the headlights. And I think it's because she can see the Club Racer GTI that's just heading towards you now, and Nicole Drought appears into your view. That gap has really started to come down.
Yeah, that's going to be a viable option for Nicole Drought to potentially close down on that 38 Club Racer. George Wright is very much drawing the gap out. The last time I saw it, I saw the Pro-Am car ahead of that 777 Celica. But I'm just waiting to see how they come through the order as they come into Mary Bottom. Dan Abbott has pulled away fairly significantly ahead of, I believe, it was Scott Thompson in the car. No, the Sleeker is ahead of the 777 has gotten ahead of the Pro-Am Clio. My timing screen hadn't quite caught up on that one just yet. But as they go through, it's now a 7.5 second lead. So the gap isn't extending as much as I thought out front, but Nicole Drout's going nearly 2 seconds a lap quicker right now.
Yeah, Nicole Drought really starting to push on. The gap continues to come down. Again, surgical through traffic on that occasion. That was through and past the Hornigolds in the MGZR. So Nicole with 11.5 minutes of the race to go. She wants to pick up second place overall and second place in B-Class as well. Matt Swaffer still giving chase, albeit, yeah, he went by me, went for a gear, and then all of a sudden started to slow down. Matt Swaffer has got, I think, at least the beginning of a problem. We'll keep an eye on Matt Swaffer. At the moment, he's in 4th place overall in Class B. Dan Abbott isn't that far away. I'll wait for him to come back into my sight as once more on the exit of the gooseneck, but it just sounded and looked like Matt Swaffer started to pick up an issue. Yes, he's slowing, he might be into the pit lane or even the paddock this time, Jack. He's just heading through the gooseneck now and then down in towards Mansfield, and absolutely with a problem. I don't think we're going to see anything further from Matt Swaffer.
We're going to keep an eye on him. We're going to see if he pops up on the stream as well. As they're coming through the mountain bottom, the leaders just passed through. The gap between second and third is absolutely coming down. I'm yet to see Matt Swaffer. I'm seeing Dan Abbott come through the Integra. I haven't seen him. Oh, there's Matt Swaffer. Yeah, you're right. He's going very slowly indeed. He's going to be overtaken. Slight lock up there from one of the minis, the Graves minis. And just seeing if he's going to be going straight into the... So I think he's gone straight into the assembly area now.
Such a shame for Matt Swaffer because he was starting to push on and really start to close in, but yeah, he just went for a gear and nothing really happened. So something has gone wrong mechanically with that car. George right back through and past me, pulling away yet more from the Club Racer GTI, and Nicole Drought really pushing on, millimetre perfect on the exit of Charlie's. Just nibbles at the white line, but nothing more. Last time through, Nicole Drought closed in yet more, almost by, what, 3/4 of a second onto the Club Racer GTI up the road, so still pushing on more than adequately. Dan Abbott is somewhat safe in the lead of Class C, 4th overall. As for the Mabbott and Parsons Toyota Celica, they've started to pull away from Scott Thompson as well, so they're somewhat safe in what is second in Class C. Scott Thompson piloting the Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio, yet to appear into my sight. He does so now, 3rd place in Class C, and hasn't really got anyone around him that's going to change that. He's got John Lyon closing in, but he's in Class D, so he can in theory let him by.
The next car in class for the Pro-Am guys to worry about will be Wayne Cockrell, who will be just going through turn 1 now. Just keeping an eye on the blue flags that are being waved to let George right through at the front. We want to see how close that gap is between the Club Racer and the Motorsport Civic. They are close. It was 3 seconds last time by as they came across the start-finish line with 9 minutes to go. With the times as they have been so far, about 3/4 of a second a lap, I could see a very good battle for P2 happening. We're just going to have to do well to negotiate the traffic, as George Wright was doing past the start-finish line. His gap now is up to... Just waiting for the refresh. Down to 6.1. George Wright on that time getting caught up in the traffic through the Hall Bends has lost 1.6 seconds on the 38 Club Racer and 2 seconds on the Nicole Drought. If the traffic is going to continue to play a factor, this could set up for quite a finish.
Yeah, the one thing to bear in mind, of course, is that if George Wright has had to go through the traffic. It's not that long before Wright and Glover have to go through the same part of traffic, but it's where they catch it is the important bit. George Wright is at the worst point heading through the Hall End. So the Club Racing GTI, they'll be hoping they catch it somewhere nice and easy along the Park straight in towards Park Corner, maybe just before you get to the bottom of the mountain getting cleared. As for Nicole Drought, now only 2.6 seconds away from the second step on the podium. She's catching well, overtaking is a complete other thing, as we're more than aware, but with traffic up the road, and I don't think they're going to clear it, the GTI in second place, all of a sudden the car of Henry Wright and Kevin Glover is coming under more and more threat from the Honda Civic, and Nicole Drought just heading into the bottom of the mountain.
We're about to come to cross traffic in one of the worst sections as well, unless the Club Racer car is able to get past these cars going into, no, it's only got past one of them going into the Hall Bend. There were two cars that were going a little bit slower. I believe one of them was the 56 of Oren in the Mark IV Mazda. Another one was one of the other Class D cars that we've got going, but they got caught at a very bad time. George Wright got caught at a pretty bad time as well, because he'd come out just ahead of some cars through the final section, and indeed, yeah, the gap's closed even more, even at the front. It was another 1.2 seconds down that time, and another 0.8 for Nicole Drought to catch up on the second place car. She's managed to negotiate Stephen Oren quite well around the outside of turn one. It's tightening up in the front. George Wright seems to be getting traffic at all the worst places right now.
A big moment from second place once more, running over the curve on the exit of the curve on the exit of Charlie's. So Nicole Drought will have closed in once more. She had to work her way through and past the Hearts Racing Honda Civic. In turn, that car is coming under some pressure. That's from Stephen Orrent in the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV. So those two in separate classes, but lapping so equally, is allowing those two to have a good little scrap as the race wears on. Stephen Orrent managed to get through and pass the Hearts Racing Honda Civic. It was a huge moment for one of the Ford Fiestas. I think it was James Howells in the Enhanced Motorsport Ford Fiesta, car number 77, just going under the bridge and being lapped by the second place car. He appeared into my sight absolutely sideways and managed to get the car back under his spell. The lead gap continues to fall slightly, and I think Nicole Drought doing the same. All the top three are going to come together here. 5 3/4 minutes of the race to go. I've got a feeling we're going to see a real fight for this top three.
I keep seeing George Wright getting traffic in really awkward spots. They seem to be working quite well for the other two. That said, going into the Hall Bends once more, the number 38 Club Racer car was getting caught up, and the rear end stepped out. In fact, as they got towards Mountain Bottom, the gap is visibly closing now between the Club Racer 38 Golf and the number 1 Honda Civic with Nicole Drought. Out in front, the gap remained pretty similar between Wright and the number 38, but the gap has closed up another 0.3 of a second for Nicole Drought. It's not quite enough. She's going to need a bit more. She's going to need a bit more help from the traffic as well, I can imagine.
George Wright really struggling through Charlie's, and when I say really, it's just bags of understeer, so I don't know whether the tyres have started to overheat or where. Whatever's going on, he just seems to wander more and more towards the exit curbing at an increased rate lap on lap. So we'll have to keep an eye on that over the next 4.5 minutes. As for the car of Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, they've continued to close in on the leader, but another quicker lap from Nicole Drought has brought that gap down between second and third to only 1.6 seconds, and she's now got no cars separating them, with a bit of respite from the traffic as well. So the lead is just going underneath the pedestrian bridge and back towards you. Second and third are really starting to close in on each other. They're just flashing into your sight now with 4 minutes left in the race. There's still opportunity for Nicole Drought to close in.
It's absolutely an opportunity, but there's also an opportunity just slightly up the road for George Wright to hit more traffic going through the Hall Bends. There's a trio battling away through those corners, and I don't see an opportunity where you're going to be able to pass them easily, if at all, because if they're in their own battle, they've got their own race going on, how are you supposed to just pull to one side? I'm looking at them now. I believe Alistair Eason is one of the cars involved, and then it's the 33 Fiesta. Looking a little bit further back, you've got the Tyler Motorsport Honda Civic, and then it's George Wright coming across the line. He's putting another 43, and then you've got the Club Racer and Nicole Drought very close to each other. There was another, the gap's contracted from third to first by another 0.8 of a second. So if this traffic that's about to come up for George Wright near you plays a factor, anything can happen.
Yeah, George Wright has to deal with Amy Allen on the run through Charlie's. This time, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover's Golf GTI is much more neat and tidy on the run through Charlie's. Nicole Drought doesn't quite close in as much as she has done over the previous lap. So, but now, first, second and third are once again sort of in that bubble. They're congregating, but not quite quick enough. If it was an hour race, we'd absolutely see it. It's only 45 minutes with, what, 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. So we're running out of opportunity here, but there's still traffic to play a part. Club Racing GTI will close in on Amy Allen, but should just about work their way through and past on the run towards the mountain. Nicole Drought can do the same, once again back flashing the lights to let the traffic know, but I think there's going to be a car between second and third. Yes, there is. That's exactly what Nicole Drought didn't want.
Yeah, it's very bad timing, but Nicole Drought has the opportunity between the top of the mountain and the whole bend to make a move on Amy Allen to get past, and indeed she does so before they get through to the whole bend. The blue flag being waved and allowing her through, which means that there's now not too much of an opportunity for the traffic to really wreak any havoc. We've got 2 minutes to go, so it's going to be 2 laps there. There's a car running wide over on 33 Ford Fiesta, just running wide out the final corner. How much that impacts George Wright behind it's yet to be determined as he goes across the start-finish line. He's going to be looking on the inside of turn 1 to try and get through the lap traffic. The traffic wasn't quite compliant, the traffic had to stick to his line, so that's going to have held up George just a little bit more.
Yeah, George Wright flicked the lights on straight away, or started flashing the lights. He's still not managed to get through and by the Fiesta, so they go through and past me, now deal with the 33 Green Star car of James Bunham and Ben Vos, with that 1 lap penalty still looming large. Down the park straight they go. As for Nicole Drought, not quite close enough. I feel like that's all she wrote for this race. So as we're closing in on the final lap, I'll make ways towards the podium to cover off not only winners overall, but potentially winners in class as well. And I'll allow Jack Mace to run you through the final lap and a half of this race.
I'll do my best, I'll see what I can do. We've got the cars now, we've got a few of the lap traffic. I believe that is Wayne Cockrell who's just coming into view. I'm keeping an eye down at the bottom of the mountain to see what the order is. The order's remaining the same. That's pretty likely. What I'm really looking out for is to see how close that gap is in the front, because we've got this lap and then 1 more afterwards for the leaders to negotiate. Coming through to mountain bottom now, you've got one of the lap cars, Alistair Eason, just in front of George Wright, and he's not too far ahead at all of that number 38 Club Racing Golf. And then not too far behind the Golf, you've got as I mentioned, 33 Fiesta, and then Nicole Drought in that number 1 Honda Civic just behind. As they come through the whole bend, they're going to be coming around. They have to go through as quickly as possible, because there's going to be 1 more lap after this. The last lap board is being prepared at the Marshall flag post. And the gap, that's visually less than a second now for the battle for the lead. Alistair Eason is going to have to make way here to allow the cars through and to make sure that there's not as much impact as possible. But George Wright is leading by 7/10 of a second ahead of the number 38 Henry Wright and Kevin Glover. They go out of my sight, so I have to rely on the stream just to make sure that nothing else has happened. We're operating on a slight delay. The clock ticks down to 0, so the cars that once the leaders come across the line, that will be the end of the race. Everyone else is now starting their final lap. I'm just keeping an eye on the cars as they go through. On my screen here, they've gone through turn 1. The Alistair Eason Mazda MX-5 in between them. He's providing a bit of a cork in the bottle, just waiting for them to come down towards mountain bottom for the last time in this round of the Trackday Championship. Anything else has happened whilst they were around the top half of the track, looking all over the place as they can. Waiting to see George Wright should have gone past Alistair Eason by now. Well, he got past him just before the run into turn 1, but looking to see if the club racer has managed to find a way through. There's not going to be too many passing opportunities as they come towards the final part of the track. The gap is very close though as they come into mountain bottom. Just a couple of car lengths between them. George Wright leading the way, really not too far ahead of that number 38 Club Racer GTI. They're going to be nose to tail as they come through the whole bend for the final time. They go out of my view. Nicole Drout's only a couple of seconds back as well. She's in a prime position to profit if anything does happen to those top 2. We will see on the camera just if anything does happen to them, but now they should be coming out the final corner. Here they come. George Wright is having to weave left and right to preserve his position. It's going to be a couple of tenths of a second across the line, but George Wright brings it home for the Air Supply Racing team. they take the win. It's the number 38 club racer in P2. Nicole Drought for Motion Motorsport is just 3 seconds back. It was a quarter of a second across the line then for George and Jack Wright to win that one. Number 38 of, it was Henry Wright and Kevin Glover in P2. Nicole Drought in third. We wait now for Dan Abbott. He's fourth overall, but he will be winning Class C if he is the first across the line. Here he is out the final corner now, down the start-finish straight to take the checkered flag for a Class C win. Another great result for Dan Abbott. The 777 of Abbott and Parsons was not too far behind. They rounded out the overall top 5 and they are second in their class. We are waiting for car number 153 of Docker, who is leading at the moment in Class D, but there's still quite a few cars to come through. Robert Hornigold comes across the line now. Then we've got in 6th place, that's going to be the Pro-Am duo of Thompson and Ogden. In their Clio, it's not too far back then. The number 71 of Line, who is now just waiting to see, just coming across the line now in the Clio. A little bit slow there towards the end in the Tyler Renner Clio, but better to get it home than not. And then the other cars are at least a lap down. We're waiting on Nathan McPhail, Wayne Cockrell and Docker so that we can confirm the provisional results of this race. Just going down from the top of the order, it is the SPI racing car of George Wright and Jack Wright who have taken the win here. Car number 46. They managed to complete 24 laps of the best lap. They did the fastest lap overall of a 1 minute 40.327 on lap 5. It was just a quarter of a second back to the club racer of Wright and Glover in car number 38. And in third place, rounding out both the Class B and the overall podium, was Nicole Drought for Motion Motorsport in her Honda Civic in car number 1. The winner in Class C was Dan Abbott of Abbott Motorsports in his Honda Integra, car number 92. Then you had the 777 Toyota Celica of Abbott and Parsons, second place in Class C. Third place in Class C and 6th overall was the Pro-Am Racing Clio of Thompson and Ogden. The winner of Class D was P9 overall, the number 153 of Docker. Then you had the second place D-Class car of Alistair Easom in P11, and then the third place car in Class D was Stephen Orant in P14 overall. That brings an end to the racing action for this morning. It's a bit weird saying this morning at 1 PM, but that's how it goes sometimes. We will be back with racing action after lunch. There will be a grid walk for everyone at the circuit. There you can go and see the TDC Trophy cars before they go out for their race, currently scheduled for about 2 o'clock. The next on-track action that we'll be having for those watching on the stream will be it will be the Trackday Trophy, the MSVT Trackday Trophy race currently scheduled for 2:35 PM. And hopefully all of the cars now will be back in Parc Ferme. So if you are in towards the Paddock area, please get yourself over there towards the public podium. It's right next to the clubhouse restaurant and bar, just behind the Mountain Pavilion. And do give all of the podium winners, all of the 9 trophies are going to be handed out, do give them a big round of applause. We'll be back shortly after lunch is completed. The green flag will be going out for the TDC Trophy at approximately 2 PM, so we'll catch you then. For those watching on the live stream, hope that you've enjoyed all of the action so far. Apologies for the technical issues that we had earlier on during the Miata Trophy race, and we're hoping to have gotten them all resolved now for the rest of the action. We're just waiting for the podiums to get underway, and then we will be able to pass you over back to Jack Werrell and Jack Oliphant. So, great race there that we just managed to have. Superb win in the end for the SPI racing team of George Wright and Jack Wright, managing to hold on there at the end, even with the potential issues that they were having with the understeer of their car, but doing a great job to hold them by just a quarter of a second to the club racer team. championship leader going into this one was Dan Abbott down in P4, but due to the positions that he's going to have gained and the fact that he's in the lower class car, he will have done a really good job and should be preserving his lead as they go to get ready for their next round at Croft later on in the autumn. That's going to be towards the end of October. If you are here at Cadwell Park today, there's plenty of off-track activities to get to during lunch. We've got a retro arcade set up in the clubhouse restaurant and bar that you are more than welcome to have a look. I believe play is actually free on that one, so by all means get down there. We've got all of the public podium ceremonies that we're having.
Well, the Trackday Championship did not disappoint, did it? A fantastic race, held by all, but particularly the top three behind me. And in fact, you can see how dirty it is. It's actually gotten really hot here at Cadwell Park, like to the point where a lot of the drivers have come out of this car, and this may sound obvious, very, very sweaty indeed. Henry Wright, I'll have a chat with you first because the other drivers are having a bit of a photo shoot opportunity by the looks of it. I mean, that was an extremely hard race towards the end, wasn't it? It was very close after the safety car. The front two did sort of get away a little bit, and that you obviously one of them. So how close was it at the end there to trying to get that race win?
Yeah, I saw the gap coming down to George after the pit stop. A bit of a shame. I drove like a bit of a wally in the first few laps, Meister, getting used to the car. I think that's probably made the difference with challenge.
It's a good media trained version of saying what you wanted to say there.
Yeah, I was going to say I was curtain us across the line because I knew what could have been situation, but it was a really strong race. Disappointed not to have some of the people here that could have been. Charlie Pork, who's wussied out a bit at home this weekend, doesn't like the track and can't really drive it, so a bit unfortunate, but we are where we are.
Yeah, well, I was going to say it was still an entertaining race. How is it with the team dynamic? Because obviously you got to do the pit stop, you got to change car, you're coming in, you don't know what kind of position you're going to inherit. How is that sort of mentally with you and the team? Yeah,
it's difficult to know who's going to start a race between Kevin and myself sometimes. We sort of have strengths at different circuits and he's definitely faster than myself here, so it's just extend the stint as far as we can with Kevin in the car and me pick up the pieces basically. So yeah, there's no real science to it, just sort of work it out as we go along.
Sometimes the best way. Brilliant, thank you very much for having a chat. Right, I'm going to talk to Jack and George Wright. In fact, actually, I think Jack Werrell, who you've been hearing the voice of. I'm going to talk to Jack very quickly. Good race that, wasn't it? But a bit squeaky at the end. How was it watching from the pits?
Oh, I didn't know what to do on the pits, I was just speaking to Dad on radio saying maintain the gap, try your best, we started with a 7-second gap. I had a good start. I got off the line, Swaffer had a mint start, but then I managed to out-drag him into the first corner and I thought, head down, get a good gap when we give it to Dad. Safety car came out, which obviously threw a spanner in the works, but I got a good restart on the safety car and then managed to get the gap up again. Obviously passed it to Dad, and then all he had to do was just keep your times,
So it was all you, really, wasn't it?
No. He plays a very big role, as he has always done with me and him racing. So can't complain. P1 finally this year. Been waiting a long time, and fastest lap. So over the moon with that. Yeah,
it's a great one. Right, okay, I can bring you in, Jack Werrell. You managed to scare him off there, George. He just said that he gave you basically an easy job, and it was just plain sailing from you there. Is that what it felt like?
Yeah, I mean it's an automatic car, but you do have to be there at some point. I can't just send it out with no driver. We haven't got that much technology yet, but no, to give him his due, we came in with about 1 second gap, and then by the time we went out, we had a 7-second gap, which must have been the pit stops or something, which was always handy. I extended the lead. He said you're up to 7.5, so you're gapping. So I thought, fine, the pace is there. Then we hit the back markers. Yeah. So after that, it was Russian roulette. Who could get past the back markers fast enough? Most of them very gentlemanly, waved me through, so I was off. Presumably they did that to the cars that were chasing me. The odd one thought they would race me, which was a bit alarming, or they had blue flag blindness, but on the last lap, the tyres were absolutely marshmallows. I could see Henry behind me, and I just thought, well, it's one thing being behind somebody, you can't drive through them, you've got to overtake them. So I just managed the tyres, made sure I never made any mistakes, kept him behind and came over the line.
It's a great dynamic. I love the team sort of effort because obviously some drivers don't necessarily have 2 drivers to swap over. They still have to pit and everything like that. Is it a science? Do you know that you prefer to get through the traffic, you like to start the race, or do you swap every single time you go jump in the car each weekend?
We used to take it in turns to take starts, which you kind of do in the Trackday Trophy, which is a bit of fun or something like that, because it's always exhilarating to have the start. In the championship, Jack's a second to 2 faster than me, period. Okay. So with the championship building points, it's more important. If we were down at the bottom and we had loads of DNFs, we'd simply swap the starts for a bit of fun. But when you start to get the pointy end, you just think, let's
get serious, doesn't it?
Let's do team tactics. Jack's faster. Like I said it before, you've got to get through somebody. So if he pits first and I'm slower, they have to get past me. If I go out first, they get past me. Jack has to get past them.
He's been racing for years and he can make it hard to get past. He may not be on my pace, but
experience counts for a lot. Experience counts for a lot. Listen, they're going to want to shout your name and give you champagne to spray in a second, but very quickly, Jack, very quickly, in terms of the overall championship, it's a complicated one, this one, isn't it? Because you've got A class, B class, you haven't got A class, you've got B class, C class and D class. How do you feel going into the last couple of rounds of the season?
Well, this is our home track, so we knew we would have
always going to be strong.
A good chance, and then we've got Croft. That's even closer. So it's all to do. I know obviously Henry and Kevin in that are quick. I don't know what happened to Swaffer, but he was leading Class B and he's not finished. So that's just thrown, the championship out the water. Really, it could be anybody's game.
Yeah, we're very much looking forward to it.
Eyeliner's running.
It's an emotional moment for all involved, don't worry. Right, okay, fantastic. Well done to you guys. I want to have a bit of a chat, if we can, to a couple of our other class winners. And there we go. There's one I can see now, Stephen Docker. Sorry guys, I'm going to try and squeeze through you to chat to our D-Class winner, and John's just there. Hopefully he can get through with the camera. Stephen Docker, a driver who I've known through the years, obviously. You mentioned that you were very pleased with your qualifying lap. You must be very pleased with your race results as well at the end.
Yeah, perfect weekend, nothing went wrong. Brilliant pit boarding from Chris and my dad on the pit wall. But yeah, I can't push like that like I did in qualifying. I'm very happy with that lap, but very happy the car held together. A few people had problems, but yeah, managed to bring it home. Very pleased.
And in terms of championship points, that puts you in firm standing in the D class, so you're already pretty high up, weren't you? But in the overall championship, you said it's hard as a D class driver to manage to push up, but you were operating in the top 5. That's something not to be sort of shone away from.
Yeah, we get bonus points for beating the classes above. So where I can, I'm trying to beat those C's and B's, but obviously a bit more power for them.
I need to be able to hear the director. Yeah. Apologies about that. Carry on.
Yeah, no, great championship points. Beat a few C's and B's, we think. So yeah, brilliant for the championship. And then we head on to Croft in a few weeks' time, mid-October.
Yeah, no, that one's going to be a scorcher. Right, congratulations, Stephen. I'll let you go because I do want to try and catch our C-Class winner, Mr. Abbott, I think it was, wasn't it, who is leading the overall championship. Now, I know John doesn't want me to go this way because his camera will end up shining in the light, but I'm just trying to see if I can see him. I cannot see him. Anyway, there we go. John's operating the right way around now. Is that him over there? We're going to go towards the overall podium. There's a lunch break now, basically, so there is a bit of time. And I think, there we go, I've found him, Mr. I was going to say it's Dan Abbott, but yeah, I was going to say I got mixed up between yourself and your brother then from the Miatas earlier on. Good, strong result that, but you mentioned when I chatted to you off camera, it was going to be close. The pace between the two of you at the top end in those Civics was always going to be hard. I tell you what, for 45 minutes, that was hard.
Yeah, exactly. Particularly that first half before the pit stops, it was the 3 of us running together, nose to tail, and you could not make a single mistake. We were all so close, so evenly matched. By the time every lap, we were the same, and then I think both other cars had an issue in the pit stop, so I was able just to relax into the second half a little bit, but it's a very hot, very physical race out there in those cars.
That's one thing I didn't mention. Now, they're doing the podiums over there. I think they're doing the D-Class first, so you're going to be sort of in the middle. 2 minutes time. How physically demanding is it to drive that for 45 minutes?
It's absolutely brutal. It's not super hot today, but it's it's pretty hot. And in a car with a closed roof with a boiling hot engine, it gets pretty warm.
I can imagine. Right, I'll let you concentrate and have your moment of glory. What we're going to do for the lunch break, I think, is to try and give you a replay of that Mazda, or the Miata Trophy, I should say, actually, because at the moment we've got a full podium. Now, I think what we'll do actually is we'll keep the camera on the podium, shall we? Because, happy faces, spraying champagne and whatnot, and there's quite a full there's quite a full crew here to be able to watch the podium as well, so it's a pretty good atmosphere. And then we're going to show the Miata Trophy, of course, as well. There is the D-Class category. That, of course, is Stephen Docker on the top step, Alistair Essam in second place, and Stephen Orrance, who was in third. No champagne sprayed for the time being, even though they only have one race today. Normally, the rule of thumb, I would say, for champagne sprayed is if you have another race, don't spray the champagne, because your race suit will absolutely reek of champagne for the rest of the day. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sprays, though, as we see the championship organisers start to put the champagne out. And the B category, who we just heard from the top step, Dan Abbott. We just heard from him, but here it is. Thompson and Ogden, 6th overall on the road, 3rd in category. It's a bit of a small podium to fit 2 people in, but they seem to be doing a good job of it. Interesting to see that none of the D-Class podium actually had teammates involved, but quite a lot of teammate partnerships in the B-Class and C-Class. Mabbitt, and Parsons, 2 more partners. 2nd place, 5th overall, of course. Handshakes all round. Not 2 trophies. I'll have to squabble over who gets to keep the trophy, who gets to keep the champagne. Jack Rowell, who you heard the lovely tones of throughout the race, announcing this podium. And Dan Abbott, the only driver on the tops on this podium who is running solo. He still has to take the pit stop, of course. Doesn't get an advantage running solo. The minimum amount of time that he has to be in the pits. And Dan Abbott, who we just heard from there, I chatted to him earlier off camera, and he was very adamant that it was going to be very, very close between the top 3 cars, and that came to fruition in the end. There's a couple of people already shaking the champagne as one presenter walking away from the splash area as well, and myself, because this iPad, I need to work for the rest of the day. And there goes the champagne. Great scenes. John walks away from the camera as well. And look at that, Dan Abbott. This is why if you only do the champagne if you got one race. Oh, that is karma right there. Fantastic stuff. Right, B-Class up next. C-Class showing them how it's done. And a lovely shower. That's going to be a fun ride home, isn't it? Fantastic stuff. Right, well done to that podium. There is another podium to come, of course, and then we're going to be showing the Miata trophies. So Jack Wewell starts to build up the action. We can point you back towards the podium because 3rd place is Nicole Drought. Now, Nicole, I did see walking away. I'm not entirely sure where Nicole is, unfortunately. In the, I'm sure, pick up the trophy a little later on. Henry Wright and Kevin Glover then. We didn't speak to Kevin Glover. We spoke to Henry Wright to talk about how he came in with that 2nd place. Look at that. It doesn't look like they've even... Doesn't even look like they've actually sweated. We may well have a chat to Kevin Glover since, have his moment in the sun as well. We got the team partnership on the top step of the podium. It's only fair to get the team partnership in 2nd as well. They look like they haven't even raced. They look like they're about to go to a photo shoot, but there we are, top step of the podium. George Wright, Jack Wright, handshakes all round. And of course, we saw them, we chatted to them, they were absolutely buzzing. They've still got massive smiles on their faces, big thumbs up. And I don't think they'll mind saying they look like they've worked for that. Nearly the top step for Wright and Glover, but held off by George Wright and Jack Wright right at the end. And champagne is to be sprayed. Here we are at Cadwell. That is the end of the podium celebrations. Luckily, it wasn't too sticky, and I'm going to try and have a chat to Kevin Glover. Kevin, we didn't have a chat to you before. You look like, I've just mentioned actually, sorry, John likes to be with his back to the sun. Just mentioned that you two don't even look like you've worked very hard and you're about to walk to a photo shoot. It's hot today all of a sudden, but how did you find it in the car at the beginning? Under that safety car must have given you a bit of a break, but again, you almost had to do 2 race starts.
The worst part's walking up the hill after the race.
It is a hill round here, isn't it?
Hill. Yeah, look, I was really happy to get from 4th to 2nd in that first lap, and then it just felt like it was all to do again with the safety car restart. As it was, we got a good start. George and Jack got a good start in their car. and we just kind of maintained that gap, and it just slowly built up to third place. So I was happy with that. Fourth place quali, second place finish. Yeah, more than that.
I was going to say, in terms of the qualifying, were you slightly disappointed by the qualifying then, or were you more elated with the race pace that you had?
Not particularly. It's a new car to us this year, and kind of we're happy with any podiums at the minute. But in terms of quali, everybody ahead of us was testing yesterday. We've rocked up this morning, jumped in the car, so to be there or thereabouts on the pace without any testing prior is more than ample for us.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Congratulations on the second place. I'll let you go and celebrate in style. Right, and as my earphone starts to fall out, 1 second. So I can hear my producer in my ear. There we go. We're going to show the Miata Trophy. Now, there's quite a long lunch break, so we didn't get much of a chance to chat to the Miata drivers after their race because, of course, we had to go and cover the championship. So at the end of the replay you're about to see, me and John are going to walk up. We're going to have a chat to some of the Miata drivers and have a bit of a wander through the paddock and just see who we can pick up along the way. See who's happy with a microphone being shoved in their face, basically. It's going to be a good one. Please do enjoy the replay of the Miatas, and we'll be back for more MSV Trackday Trophy and the second Miata race.
just live timing from TSO-timing.com. I should expect Aidan Hills is currently leading the way. He could win the championship this weekend. There was an outside chance he could win it in race 1, but that would require James Cossins to finish 17th on the way. Aidan will have to have the win, the fastest lap, and lead a lap. Currently he has all three of what he needs. We're now just waiting on just on James Cossins, but both being Hills at Motorsport stable. What that means is so the way in which the order follows through, Aidan Hills leads the way for Polly Allwood sat there in second place. John Langridge is up into third, Declan Lee in fourth, and the competition is it's one of the Hills for custom cars that Declan Lee is in at the moment. Michael Nibbs sat there in fifth place. Jack Brewer, Michael Nibbs in fifth place. Jack Brewer has just been shuffled down to seventh place as Will Morris had a bit of a moment on the run through the gooseneck. He had to put over the grass. He reached up for the circuit and ended up down in what was eighth place. He's up to sixth. Jack Brewer down into seventh. Drew Fletcher in eighth place. Dan Abberton ninth. And Alex Miller makes up your top 10. Over the line and back past me goes Aidan Hills. He's currently 3 seconds clear of Ollie Allwood. So absolutely flying is Aidan Hills. Will Morris on the recovery drive has just set the fastest lap of the race. So 1 minute 42.149. So really starting to push on. They kick up the dust on the exit of the gooseneck as they now head in towards the bottom. Aidan Hills continues to be running away from what is now James Cossins. He's managed to work his way through and past Ollie Allwood. The lead ahead of what is now going to be James Cossins back up albeit with Raymond running wide at Charles. It meant that he just started to drop down the order. He's managed to fight his way back up through the past on the order. John Langridge is sat there in fourth place ahead of Will Morris, Michael Nibbs and Jack Brewer. Left of the rest at the moment is effectively Drew Fletcher. He's sat there in what is 8th place as Declan Lee has really dropped down the order. So a moment for Declan Lee. He now finds himself down in what is 11th place. So Drew Fletcher up into 8. Jumps 7 altogether. That was Drew Fletcher, Dan Abbott, Alex Miller, Declan Lee and Nico Scott. Nico, who's running himself a Declan this year. Last season he was part of the Hills Motorsport band. This year he's opted to run the car on his own, albeit with some help from Hills Motorsport, as we should expect. The loyalties are still there, but as for Aidan Hills, team manager, 2.6 seconds clear of James Cossins. Absolutely flying. Cars locking up as they stand on the brakes in towards Mansfield. Declan Lee is a major comeback drive now.
Working. Okay, hi, sorry. So I am not able to hear you at all. The headset that I've got wasn't working, but the microphone that was left behind is working. One thing that I did want to report real quick, I did just see Declan Lee pop in and out of the pit lane. So he is now down into 11th if the timing screen is up to date. We'll get the technical issues fixed on my end and then I'll come back in.
So, technically update, Jack, I understand that you can't really hear us. I know there is a speaker on the window thing on your left. Hopefully you can hear me through there, at least to provide some sort of comfort.
I've got it turned up all the way and I can barely hear you at all.
I'm saying I'm struggling to hear on my end purely because of how loud the cars are as they fly by. Simon Fleet's down there and circulating as well. He started to fall off order. So for Simon Fleet, he's got a lot of work to do in the number 55 Michelino's for David Hills. He continues to lead the way now with a 3.3 second lead. He disappears in towards Mansfield. James Costin sat there in second place. Has got Ollie Ward and John Langridge all over him. Jack Brewer managed to get through and past Michael Wilson. Those two are still scrapping away as they hit the brakes and head in towards Mansfield, with Flecker still back to the west in what is eighth place. Cars continue to lock up. Nico Stock with a big lock up in towards Mansfield, so they disappear out of my sight in towards the England section of the circuit. So our phone technology there to at least give us some visibility over that side of the circuit. Issues continue bouncing all over the grass is the 77 machine, David Newig, so he's pushing on into one. That was on the exit of Charlie's. But David Newig picked up the horses from his race. Alex Miller limping the car. John Langley once more. Drew Fletcher has managed to fend off at least for now. Ben Abbott, but now he's got Hills Motorsport stablemate Declan Lee trapped up behind him. Declan Lee looks to the inside of Drew Fletcher. Drew, you would imagine, won't really defend this one. But as for Aidan Hills at the front, he's just starting to work away with it. James Cotton's still soaking up all the pressure being applied. John Langridge going slightly defensive from Ricard behind. Will still desperate to try and get that way. But of course we've got to remember Will Morris in qualifying had something of the suspension failure and the car came crabbing in towards the pit lane. And clearly that's all it was well with Motorsport doing a brilliant job of getting that car back together. So we'll double check once more just to ensure we are getting close to see that checkered flag. Yes, we are. We've got a minute remaining now. Bring that car home. One further lap of Cadwell Park remains for Aidan Hills. It's who's going to finish in second place. Last time they crossed the line, it was all the way ahead of James Cotton. This time James Cotton hold on to second place. So the battle in the background between Jack Brewer and Michael Nibbs continues to heat up. Forward past me goes Aidan Hills with a commanding lead, and that will set him up to win the championship in race 2. James Cossins still holding on to second place ahead of Ollie Allwood. John Langridge sat there in 4th place and is now looking to the outside of Ollie Allwood. Will Morris still following suit. Jack Brewer has fended off the attention to Michael Nibbs, bouncing over the board to Declan Lee. He's got to be careful exceeding track limits, and if it wasn't unfamiliar to him, there he's actually a certain length of way. He was indeed earlier on. Nico Stock we saw went very, very wide indeed on the exit of Mansfield and potentially into a spin as well. John Langridge now looks for a very optimistic lead with the inside of Ollie Allwood. Ollie Allwood turns in to take the corner. Will disappear out the outside for a brief moment, then they reappear. The yellow button wave in the level between the ball and them. Ollie Allwood will spun and was dropped out of 3rd place. So it's Aidan Hills from James Cossins, then Will Morris, John Langridge, Jack Brewer just about from Michael Nibbs, and Ollie Allwood will not be in some party in that one. Finally gets his car back going once more. Race of the day, the 4th race for the Miata Trophy in 2025. We'll be going the way of Aidan Hills, and he's now only 1 race win away from taking the championship, weaving over the start-finish line. Aidan Hills takes the win in the 4th race of the Miata Trophy. It's on James Cotton's over the lines finish in 2nd place. Will Morris will cross the lines finish in 3rd. John Langridge will pick up what is 4th place, followed by Jack Brewer and very closely Michael Nibbs. And will be Allwood looking good for 4th place. Will have settled for what is 7th. Declan Lee, the next car over the line, he will come through and finish in what is 8th place. Drew Fletcher over the line in 9th. Dan Abbott across the line to finish in 10th. It's then number 25 out of Will Powell across the line in 11th place. Nico Stott recovered to 12th. Simon Fleet finished in 13th place. Star number 66 out of Jack Hargreaves finished in 14th place. Alex Miller with the issues he had just coming through to cross the start finish line now and recover to, or sort of Langridge down in what is 15th place. Star number 84 out of Ben Taylor finished in 16th place. Eric Bolson crossed the line to finish in 17th place. 18th place, number 28, that of Jack Hodges. David Newick managed to finish in what was 19th place. So all cars that started finished, but I feel like Aidan Hills, what can he do in race 2 to better those chances? James Cossins will really have to push on, but Aidan Hills, the championship is well within his grasp. He's got one hand on the trophy, and as for James Cossins, I think it's just a little too late for him. Aidan Hills continues that fabulous run of form, winning every single race this season apart from that race at Donington Park, which he so sorely missed out on the top step of the podium. So first race of the day complete for the Miata Trophy. We're going to continue to work through a number of the tech issues that we're experiencing, and then we'll be back with you for the next race, all being well. That is for the MSVT Trackday Championship.
Well, we've seen them on screen twice already today. We're going to see them a third time, but I'll tell you what, we'll chuck a fourth in there for the time being, shall we? You can't get enough of these Miatas, let's face it. And behind us, we've got the busy work of the paddock going on now. A lot of people are at lunch, so we're not entirely sure how much of this we're going to be able to do, but we're just going to chat to anybody and everybody who wants to have a talk to us, and probably some people who don't want to have a chat to us, but I'm going to make them anyway. You, sir, yeah, there we go.
Volunteered myself, haven't I?
I love that, I love that. Sorry, you haven't got your suit on, but I'm guessing this is your car.
Guilty, yeah.
Yeah, okay, fantastic, right. Talk us through your first race a little bit first before we get into anything else.
Terrible start.
Yeah.
And then after that, just sort of watching the carnage unfold in front, really.
Plenty of it at Cadwell as well, isn't there?
Oh, this place is wicked. It is such a good circuit. I can't speak highly enough of Cadwell Park. It's just such a buzz to drive the car around here, and you're just on the limit all the time.
I was going to say, you're looking strong in the championship. Jack Brewer, if you didn't, if nobody knew. You're looking strong in the championship, aren't you, at the moment? But that wasn't the race really to talk about. So let's talk a bit more about the wider scope of the Miata Trophy. How's the season been going?
Really good. The Miata Trophy is brilliant. The whole way it's run, the competition is fierce. I mean, you see how many cars we've got just in this awning alone. But everyone drives on the absolute limit, but fairly well behaved all the way around as well. So it's a real credit to how it's run, and yeah, it's a really good series to be part of.
And going into race 2 then, obviously you'll be starting probably pretty much bang on the same position actually, because it's a top 10 reverse grid from qualifying, not the race of course. So do you think you can do something differently, or was it just a case of you were in the wrong place, wrong time in race 1?
Well, I think it does help actually being one place lower around here, because you start on the out turns 2 and 3.
Those even numbers then?
Yeah, so I'm actually not too upset about being 6th rather than 5th. So I'll definitely take a 6th place.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Right, and last thing, it's back to school this week, last week, at some point this year they're going back to school. And apparently it's at this moment. Do you remember what was your favourite subject back in school?
Sports, probably. Or,
Sport?
Yeah, or probably maths, maybe. I was a bit of a nerd.
I'll go for sport then. If I was to flex my bicep, if I was to bring my iPad up to my nose, right, what muscle is the antagonist and which one's the agonist?
Oh, you've...
There we go, come on! That's a fail. Is anybody? I thought they were shouting out the answer. Just so anybody at home is aware, the agonist is the one that's in agony when it cramps, and the antagonist is the one that relaxes, the tricep. There you go. I'm pretty sure I'm right. I have no idea, to be honest. Right, let's move on to anybody, as I mentioned, who will chat to us. I'm looking for drivers, but I will take mechanics. Now, there's an awful lot of mechanics circling around the bottom of this car, and since there's one person trying to take his glove on and off, I'll probably ask you, sir. First of all, what's your name?
Rob.
Rob, what's going on underneath Cossin's car?
I think they're changing the steering rack, or just changed the steering rack.
Oh, right, okay, because it looks like a proper 4-person setup. It looks like it's taken 4 people.
Difficult job.
Is it deep in the car?
Yeah. It goes all the way along the front of the car there, right from one side to the other.
Dear.
Goes in between the anti-roll bar. It's quite a complex job, which is why it's taking so many of them to do.
And what are you doing? Are you helping or?
The Will's car, so I'm Will's dad.
Oh, fantastic! Right, okay. I wanted to chat to Will actually because he was one of the drivers we didn't get to chat to earlier on, but he obviously did well earlier, didn't he?
In the back of the truck there, I think.
Oh, really? So were you replacing the toe link earlier?
Yes.
How'd that go?
Redo the difficult job.
Yeah.
Because the nut there's a pinch bolt nut, and that never comes out, so we had to take the hub off, which is about another 6 bolts and different ball joints to undo.
Yeah, I saw levers being created. I saw hammers.
Hammers, yeah.
WD-40, other brands are available.
Gun we had.
Oh, crikey, Moses.
I was going, we're not going to get this done. We're not going to get this done. But we did.
But you did, and he was quick, wasn't he?
He was quick.
Yeah.
Take up the top.
I was about to mention, it's a bit of a shame, isn't it, that he couldn't lead for a bit longer. Yeah. But he had full credit, and Hills actually was mentioning that he thinks if he could have tucked underneath him, they would have had a good race come the end.
I think they would have done, yeah.
It's a shame, that one.
Hopefully, next race.
Next race, that's it. And if
on the back of the grid.
And if no one knew, then, well, that toe link that we were just talking about, it was from qualifying, wasn't it? He managed to do an out lap, a fast lap, and then he came in.
He's taken knocks from previous rounds, particularly Alton Park, the big curbs, caught a curb, and it just snapped.
These things happen, don't they? Motorsport for you.
Exactly, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having a chat to us, even if Will won't come out and do it. See you in a bit. Right, I felt mean asking him and stitching him up about what his favourite subject at school was. But as you can see, it's pretty quiet. I think there's a lot of people in the back of the truck, actually. So if I do fail with this mission to find some drivers, we will go drivers that we only spoke to, well, very recently, actually. They're not Miata drivers, but they are the podium sitters for the Trackday Championship. There goes through Kevin. And just by the car on his phone, which in my opinion is a good enough excuse to interrupt him, is Henry. Oh, it's not beer, it's cream soda, just so everybody's aware of that one. We've already chatted to you. Oh, John, you're in the way of someone there going down. There we go. Trackday Championship. I want to talk a bit more about the wider scope. Obviously, we chatted about your race just then quite a lot. But why the Trackday Championship instead of the Trackday Trophy? What is the ambition to win championships? Is the ambition to move on, or are you quite happy doing this level and just keeping it consistent and just enjoying the racing?
I think it's a great level, and it gives us scope to be, a bit of ingenuity with the cars without going, too crazy. You look at the other championships that are available, and wide body, massive tyres, and lots of horsepower. And it gets very expensive in that respect. So it keeps it at a nice level. Didn't let people overdevelop cars and get carried away. The quality of the driving and the competition at the top, especially Class B as well, it's top tier. Yeah. I think probably you could chuck any number of these drivers in a championship further up the leagues, and they'll be able to hold their own. So yeah, that's why we do it.
Speaking of which, what's your racing past then? Let's get to know you a little bit better. Is it just this, or have you done things before? Because to be quick in this, I assume you've done things before.
Yeah, so both Kev and I started racing the Mark II Golf Championship back in 2008, 2009 time.
Wow.
So yeah, we've got a bit of history. So we cut our teeth in single make stuff. There, we did a bit of brick car as well in a BMW M3. We did the brick car 24 hours twice. Various bits of karting.
How did they go?
Yeah, it went well. Yeah, so we did it with Cadwell Motorsport both years. Once in a Mark III Golf GTI and once in a Jag XF diesel that won its class at the VLN, the diesel class. So yeah, we've done a bit in various different things. So the experience certainly helps us here.
No, it's great, fantastic. Thank you very much for coming and having a chat to us. And last thing I'm asking the drivers before they go, what was your favourite school time subject? It's back to school at the moment, isn't it? What was your favourite subject back then?
Not going at all. No, I'd say some sort of design technology.
Oh, really?
Something like that. I wasn't into science or maths or anything like that. So something where I was using my hands and being creative. So
No wonder you've ended up here then.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, give me something to do. Be all right.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Annoyingly, I normally come up with an embarrassing question to ask people to stump them. I have no knowledge of DT at all, so I'm just going to let you live. Don't worry. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Right, I see an MX-5 driver, or a Miata driver, I should probably say. Number 28. I don't know if this is one of the... I think it's Jack Hodges. Jack, come and have a chat, Jack. Come on, because his car should have wheels on it. It doesn't at the moment. What's going on there?
We're just trying some new stuff, checking everything out after the first race. It's the first time we've been here at Cadwell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it's such a good driver's track.
Yeah. Everybody says that, don't they? It's really good.
But really difficult to try and get it right. I mean, we're a couple of seconds off the pace of the other groups, but yeah, trying to keep up with them that's the hard bit. But it's been like that all year. It's so tight up at the top end. Everyone's within 1-2 seconds of each other. So yeah, trying to keep up with that's the tricky bit.
Well, I mean, is it a case of, is this one of your first years in the championship, or have you been doing it for quite some time?
No, this is our second year on circuits.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, so this is the championship we came from.
On circuits full stop?
Yeah, so second year on circuits. We did ovals before this, but it's such a different experience. So some things we can take from it, but it's a whole new learning curve trying to get up with this. So we had a good race at Donington. We finished in the top 10 in that. And then, yeah, coming here is a brand new circuit. Trying to learn it all in a qualifying session, really difficult. And then the race, just lost some place at the start. And when you lose that gap to the front pack, you just lose it completely. I'm going to start driving 2 seconds lap quicker out of nowhere. So, yeah, but no, it's great fun.
So why this championship? Why the Miata Trophy? I've mentioned it to a couple of other drivers. They say about how well it was organised and everything like that. But coming from someone who had their pick of the bunch by the sounds of it in terms of just fresh to circuit racing, why did you gravitate towards this one?
Pretty much because the cars are all standard.
Oh, yeah.
But almost everything was standard. We could compete with people on a limited tyre allocation. All the cars are, like you say, all standard, all prepared the same way. So it comes down to the driving, not how much money you can spend on the car. And they had the numbers. It was a new series. There was some live stream events for it as well. And he just had...
Like this one you're on right now. Hello.
And he just had quite a good hype around it. And we thought, it was sort of, out of all the ones he looked at, this is the one that we felt that we could compete the most in and learn the most from. I mean, the cars are so tricky to drive right on the limit, which is why you see them sliding around so much. But trying to drive them on the limit, that's the tricky bit of these. But we're enjoying it. I think we'll do a few more next year. We missed a couple this year from for other reasons, but yeah, I think we're going to go into next year, have a bit of refresh, do some more test days, and take all the learning from this year.
I'm going to get a little bit nerdy now. Normally I try and keep all these presenting. Don't worry, it's not the school question yet, that'll come. But no, actually, it's more about the fact that you mentioned about learning rear-wheel drive, obviously on circuits and everything like that. How is it almost steering with your right foot? Because that's a big part of driving a rear-wheel drive car, isn't it? It's actually getting the rear loose enough and then planting the power on a low-powered car like this to get the grip back on the rear end.
Yeah, that's what it's taken us a long time to do. We thought we were driving it quickly, and the car almost feels a little bit sluggish. And as soon as you start to pick it up, and you start to actually drive it more with your right foot, it's sort of a lot more responsive. The car just feels a lot quicker, lighter in your hands.
Especially around the back end here as well.
Yeah. Round here, like trying to keep the back end in check is the hardest bit. It's fully loaded around most of the track. So yeah, that's kind of the fun part of it. Yeah. Really tricky, but yeah, trying to keep up with the guys at the front, that's the aim.
I was going to say, because everybody says that it's relatively slow, isn't it, to drive these things sideways, and that's true, but at some point you do have to let the back end go, but it's the skill to get it back under control, and that's where the setup comes into play, isn't it? What is the setup in terms of your support crew, your support staff? What's that like?
At the moment, it's just me and my dad do most of
That's
this.
what most of it, yeah, I like that, that's good.
We have a lot of people who help us, a lot of the sponsors who help us along. They come to as many races as they can, and support from the family as well to give us the time to spend all the time on the car. But yeah, I mean, in terms of setup, they're very simple in terms of what you can adjust, which is why they're all so close together. I mean, the whole grid is in 5 seconds of each other, so, and the top 10's even closer than that. So it's about not making mistakes. It's the biggest thing we've learned is don't make any mistakes, be really consistent, and you'll actually finish a lot higher than you think. It's when you start making mistakes is where you drop all the time, and that's where it strings out.
Absolutely right, fantastic. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Very quickly before we let you go, what was it's back to school time, what was your favourite subject in school, if you can remember?
It's actually PE, although I'm an engineer now, so it's kind of completely the opposite way around.
Did you do GCSE PE?
A-level, actually. I don't know why.
You're going to ace this then, right? I've already asked Jack Brewer over there, and it's, to be honest, the only A-level GCSE sport question I have. But if I was to lift this microphone to my nose, which muscle is the agonist and which one's the antagonist?
Oh, God.
God, you got it in here.
Bicep is the antagonist, I think. No? Oh, no.
It's the other way
agonist.
round.
I don't know.
It's the other way round. I'm going to give you half a point because at least you said bicep. Right, fantastic. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Right, we're going to go back along this way because do basically another lap. Now, I'm waiting for Elliot in my ear to say whether there's cars out there on circuit. I know there are cars out there. I can hear them. But we've got to make sure that we've got 6 minutes left on this race, which means the Trackday Trophy is probably down in the assembly area right now. That's something we're going to have to go and capture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to very quickly stop, John, right in your tracks. We've had a chat, we've had a look. These guys are going to be out there on circuit in probably about an hour and a half's time. To be honest, I don't have my watch on me. But we're going to have the second race of the Miatas. It's the third time you'll be seeing them out on circuit. But coming up next is the Trackday Trophy, and me and John are going to go down into assembly area, and we're going to have a chat to some of those drivers, considering all of these guys are hiding away from me. Right, from the secluded, or what felt like secluded, paddock of the Miata Trophy to the buzzing Trackday Trophy. It's absolutely buzzing down here in assembly. In fact, so much so we've got a car next to me revving up his engine, and I was actually trying to identify. I didn't think he started on the front row, but no, actually it's the number 64 car of Wright and Allett alongside me currently. Oh, and that's probably not supposed to be in your hand, Jack. What is that?
The accelerator pedal's just fallen off, but we was obviously trying to get it out on track. I had a bit of an incident in qualifying. Bent the steering rack, track rod end, rear arm and drive shaft, so we've managed to just get it back on track and minus the accelerator pedal.
Oh, so you're the Wrights. You're right. I thought there was a lot of Wrights on this weekend. Yeah, right, okay. So how are you accelerator? You need that to go quickly.
There's a bar there. It'll do the job.
There's a bar?
It'll do the job. There's the bar that goes through there is still there, so that's what we're accelerating with.
It sounds like you'll need a bar after all of this as well, by the sounds of it. Right.
Well-stocked one.
Fantastic. Okay. I want to talk to our pole position man, which is Michael Rawlings. Michael is not you. I thought you were stood by this car. Michael Rawlings. It's the man with the car, with his hand on the car. I have to say, a stunning looking E36 that we got in front of us right now, and it's on pole position. What's it like to drive around Cadwell?
Oh, it's lovely. It's probably one of my favourite circuits, to be fair. It's really twisty and yeah, it's good. It's ballsy.
Yeah, I can imagine. What is it, though? You're driving what is a very desirable car, let's face it. You're driving one of the cars that people dream of driving around a track like this. I don't want to add pressure to you, but how does it feel going around thinking, this is a very nice car, though, I don't want to crash it?
It's a race car at the end of the day, you know, it's what it is. I don't mind trading paint.
Fair play.
It's, no, you try not to, try and keep it in one piece, but ultimately it's a race car. You just got to go out there and enjoy it.
I love that, actually.
Fingers crossed and don't stick it in the kitty.
Well, no, I don't imagine you've done it very often because it looks pristine, doesn't it? How's the season been going? I know it's not a championship.
No, I've had a bit of a tough one. It's I think it's the third engine we've had in. We've gone back to a 2.8 because 3 litres kept on giving us problems, but this is the first outing. In fact, on qualifying, I'd not even drove the car since putting the engine in, so yeah, we'll see how it goes on the race. Fingers crossed, eh?
Well, you seem pretty quick considering you haven't you've changed engines multiple times and everything like that. I'm guessing there's no punishment, unlike Formula 1 and stuff like that, is there?
No, definitely.
This series is about getting people out on track in whatever they want to drive, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's a really good series, really, because you've got a mixed bunch of guys and girls. Loads of front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, all from all different periods. Yeah, it's a really good series. I think I've been doing it for like 4, maybe 5 years now, and yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's good for getting people out. So yeah.
Haven't fancied going up into the championship yet then?
Potentially next year. What put me off last year, if I'm honest, is the tyre choice, because the tyre choice for the championships are the Toyos, and they're not a great tyre, to be honest. So I think if I'm right, they're changing to the Yoko. So potentially next year I might go to championship, but we'll see.
I look forward to it. Now, I reckon. Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Right, I want to chat to third place driver Alistair Essam. Alistair, I know you look taken aback, but that's what happens when you come at the sharp end. Yeah. Am I right in saying that you were driving in the championship a little bit earlier on?
It was, yes.
Yes, it was its second, wasn't it?
Second, yes.
Oh, my goodness, that's the best memory I've had all day. How was that, and how come you're out so quickly in this? I mean, I know you've had lunch break and everything like that, but it was a case of just trying to maximise track time.
Yeah, no, just to enjoy it. Now, when I'm here and paying to be here, I may as well do as much racing as possible and get the practice in, so yeah.
Well, fair enough. I mean, how has it been going this year in terms of the Trackday Trophy?
Trackday Trophy, I've done about two or three. I had a 1 win at Alton last time, and then I had a bad one at Snetterton, the car broke, and then I think I had a second, so yeah, I'm all right. So.
No, it looks great, and the Trackday Championship that we didn't get a chance to chat to you earlier on about, that looked like a pretty strong race for you as well. I mean, I know Stephen is a little bit further up the grid, isn't he, in terms of the outright pace, but it was a strong race even then.
Yeah, no, I had good fun with the Burnham and Rowe, so they were kind of right behind me all the way. So no, we had a good little battle. Except he started to push a bit too hard and he started to disappear at that point. But he did get by me at one point, but then he went off and I went at the inside, so yeah.
This grid looks a lot more varied than the other one as well. Does that keep it more interesting from your perspective?
It's tough because you've got a lot of novice drivers in this as well, and a lot of beginners. So you'll find someone in a B class will go by you, and I'm at the front of the grid, and I'm with the Bs and the Cs, and on that first straight, I'm expecting a few to just
get blasted.
And then you hit the corners, and I'm going to be quicker through the corners, but you know, that's harder to overtake.
It's like the classic Mustang versus Mini situation.
Exactly that, yeah, it's exactly that. So.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that was a whistle to get you back in your car. No one else seems to have jumped to the attention, has it? So we're going to leave you to go get ready anyway. Enjoy yourself. I think it's just the Wrights behind actually just shouting their heads off. One driver I wanted to go and have a chat to. I don't know if they're all in their cars. No, we've got one over there. The reason I'm singling them out, this is the number 42. Sorry, I've made John just go through the smallest gap there. I do apologise. The number 42 of Reese and Reed. One of them's in their car, one of them's not. The reason why I'm coming over to hunt them out is because, there we go, he's wheeling, is rolling his window up. It's because I used to race in a Ginetta G40, and to be honest, it's just really nice to see them back out there. Because to be honest, now are they? Now the Ginetta GT5 Championship and the G40 and the GRDC's gone by the wayside. Keeping them alive here, though, aren't they? How's it been going?
It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. They're nice cars, nice and easy to drive, and it's been a nice dry day, which has been good.
Yeah.
So that really helps. But yeah, it's a fun car. I'd say pretty easy to work on, pretty easy to maintain. So altogether, good to get them back out and racing, I think.
I was going to say, it's not like parts are hard to come by or anything like that. Ginetta are more than happy when someone calls up the repairs department.
The prices they charge, they're more than happy for people to come and get parts off them.
I can imagine so. Right, I don't want to distract you any further than I need to. Yeah, I was going to say, you've got to run to the pit lane. Because, of course, drivers, they do have a pit stop. This is a multi-crew, well, multi-driver anyway, race series. So if you can turn around, John, I don't know if you can turn to see all the drivers and all the pit crew going down towards the pits, because of course at Cadwell Park they haven't built a bridge yet, so you have to walk across the track in between races, which is why they have to plan about a 15-minute gap between one of the races finishing and one of the races starting before the cars can get let out on assembly. It makes our job in the broadcast crew a little bit more difficult, but it does mean that it's got its own unique charm to it, does Cadwell Park. So as everybody goes down there, I think I'm about to drop back over to the comms team, which of course is Jack Mace and Jack Werrell. You've seen enough of me, you heard enough of me. It's time to go racing. Over to those guys.
Make sure that we're all set for our next race. It's race 4 of the day, the MSVT
So cars making their way down onto the grid from the assembly area. We had a couple of cars going out just completing their qualifying laps, just to make sure that they are fully qualified for the race ahead. This is for the MSVT Trackday Trophy. We've got a 45-minute race coming up, and such is the size of the grid, I shouldn't really wait until they're going out for their green flag lap to get through the entirety of it. So on pole position, we've got car number 34, the BMW Paddock performance car of Michael Rawlings. Outside on the front row, we have car number 88, the TDC racing car of Damian Krupczulski. P3 is car number 16 of Alistair Easom in his Mazda MX-5 race car. Position 4, car number 126 is Cameron McLean in his Renault Clio. Inside of row 3, we've got car number 21, the Toyota Celica of Wayne Cockrell. On the outside of row 3, we've got car number 251, the Porsche Boxster of Jamie McHugh. Inside of row 4 is the 155, the Burton Power Racing Ford Fiesta of Tommy Valentine. And then we've got the two Adams in car number 3 in P8. Car number 64 of Wright and Allett is scheduled to be in P9. I will check to see if there is an amended grid very quickly, because he has not taken his slot. He's going to be caught at the back of all of the other cars. So just want to make sure that I've got the right grid before I continue on. It's the same grid that I've got, so we are expecting that Porsche 944 to appear 9th on the grid. As it stands right now, in the 10th spot on the grid, we have the Frankenstein Racing Renault Clio of Sheed and Edison, car number 43. In P11, car number 56, the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV of Stephen Orant. And then on the outside of row 6, we have car number 144, the Toyota Celica of Sarah Hobson. Supposed to start in P13, unfortunately not able to make it to the grid, was Jordan Honeybone in car number 44. That is a withdrawal. So there on alongside taking his spot potentially was car number 33 of Burnham and Vocci in the Ford Fiesta. Car number 35 in P15 is Colin Murphy. Then we have Aaron Malarkey in car number 25 in P16. Car number 42 starts P17. That is a combination of Preece and Reed in the Ginetta G40. Then we have car number 63, Andy Burton, in another one of the Burton Power Racing cars. Car 19 is in P19. That's Michael McKeegan. Just seen now making his way to the grid in P9 is the car of Jack Wright and Mattiello. P20, car number 143, Trevor Hurrell, is 20th on the grid. Then we have in P21, car number 73, the combination of Brace and Ratford. And then we have the Hearts Racing Honda Civic in P22, car number 245. On the inside of row 12, P23, car number 77 of Gilbert and Baldacci. On the outside, row 12, we've got P24, car 50, that's Murfitt and Buckle. Row 13, we've got car number 26, that's a combination of Malarkey and Smith. P25 is car number 83 of Fletcher and Langston, so they are combined for row 13. Row number 14, car number 82 in P27 is David Griffiths, and then car number 5, P28, Jack Spooner. Row 15, we've got the combination of Payne and Headley on the inside in car number 116, and P30 in car number 805 is Michael Snape. There'll be a 10-second delay back to there are a couple of rows being held back. They'll be held back for 10 seconds. On the inside of that is car number 711 of Glenn Pocklington in his BMW. And on the outside of that, car number 17, the Mazda 2 of Shaw and Taylor Beebe. So we now see the cars go out for their green flag lap. Michael Rawlings leading the way in that Paddock Performance BMW. The front runners here have been in some really good times, but throughout the field there's a lot of really close battles that are looking to shape up. A lot of very consistent times being put in the qualifying session. A lot of them able to keep things very close. And it looks like we've got a good race ahead of us.
Yeah, it does indeed, and keep an eye on the Martin and Rob Adams MX-5, mainly because they've got Jack Wright and Matty Allett in that Porsche 944 behind them. So you'd imagine that car's got a bit more pace in it to potentially close in. Rob sent me a very nice message earlier. He just said, just to let you know, Daddy's starting the car today, and it'll be himself that jumps behind the wheel post pit stop. So it's going to be Martin Adams that starts the car. I just don't know one of the Mazda 2s, exactly which one that was. I think that was the number 17 of Neil Shaw and Kevin Taylor-Beebe in the Mazda 2. They were putting in so much left and right lock, it was almost up on 3 wheels, dangerously close to 2. They were really desperate to get some temperature into the tyres, and you could just see that the car was really on the edge of adhesion. And I mean, if that's what they're doing pre-race, what are they going to be doing or what are they going to be doing once the race goes under green?
I'd like to see how they get through the whole bends. They're going to be doing it full lock left and right. That's going to be quite entertaining. If you're over by the clubhouse just a little bit further down, you'll be able to get a really good vantage point of the whole bends as all of these cars attack them. They're currently on the green flag lap. They'll be getting underway fairly shortly. Michael Rawlings leading them around at the moment. You've got Damian Krupczewski putting up a fantastic performance to get himself second on the grid for this one. Just seeing all the other cars come through. Alistair Easom in that Class D Mazda MX-5, really punching above his weight to get the car that high up on the grid. Did a superb job in qualifying to make the most of that. A little bit further down the field, we also had some very close times. I believe it was around about the P18 mark. Yeah, Andy Burton and the number 42 of Priest Reed, Aaron Malarkey, that sort of area from 15th to 18th was all very close in qualifying, so it'll be fascinating to see how that transpires over the course of the 45-minute race that we've got coming up. Cars are now filing their way, well, the back of the field are filing their way into the whole bends, and the front of the field are now forming up onto the grid. It'll be a little while before we get all of the cars formed up on the grid. We're going to be starting literally side by side with this one. A small grid in terms of the actual size here at Cadwell Park, but we've got 32 cars ready and raring to go. Marshals at the front now clear out of the way. We wait for the signals from the back to make sure that everything is okay. One of the cars has potentially just slightly overrun, expecting the Renault Clio of the Apple Car Centre Renault Clio to have appeared, which unfortunately hasn't been able to make this one. And so the director's just trying to make sure that the grid is all proper before we get underway. There's going to be a nice little gap ahead of the BMW, the Algar Racing 35 BMW, a little bit of room to work into, and with the rear-wheel drive that car's got, that's going to work quite well in its advantage. I would imagine off the line, Michael Rawlings should be getting a decent getaway. 5-second board goes up. The race is about to get underway. We'll wait for the red lights to come on. They're on now. And now they're out, we're away. Michael Rawlings gets a great start. Damian Krupczewski bogs down and is immediately swung by Alistair Easom in the Mazda MX-5 race car. The Clio that was behind Krupczewski hasn't been able to make a move. There's a 10-second delay for the other cars further back, and now they make their way through. There's a lot of action going on into turn one.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very busy by the time they arrive at myself, but David Rawlings has started to build out a nice gap between himself and Alistair Easom. Damian Krupczewski finds himself in third place after that poor start, and it's absolutely everybody else thereafter. What about the Wright and Allett 944? That started to fall away already, sort of 5 or 6 places lost on the opening lap of this race. Everybody else is filing in. There was a poor start as well from the number 5 NJM Racing Ford Fiesta, Jack Spooner. He's dropped right towards the tail end of the order, so he's got a lot of work to do. But as for the race leader of Michael Rawlings, he's just starting to extend that margin more and more and more. As for Damian Krupczewski, as you say, with that bogging down on the start, he's now on the chase, trying to close back in on Alistair Easom. As for Jamie McHugh, he's really pushing on, somehow has managed to find himself in a fairly tiny position. I think he's up into, what, 4th place. He started in 6th, so he's really starting to turn up the wick in that Porsche Boxster, which was an amendment to the programme, a late entry.
Very late entry, transferring over from the TDC to the TDT, making a really good run of it as well. Up to P4, I would expect Rutulski to, I wouldn't say necessarily make quick work of Alistair Issa, but he's going to have the power advantage as they come down the start-finish line. The order is maintained as they come through the mountain and the Hall Bends. Another pass there on the 64 by, I believe that was Aaron Malarkey in the 25 just before they got to the Hall Bends. Michael Rawlings has got a sizable gap out front right now from Alistair Issa as they complete the end of their first lap. Running wide was I think that's Tommy Valentine, who's made a good start as well, up into P6, but he was briefly on the grass as he went through, and now they come through towards turn 1 once again.
Yeah, Tommy Valentine in the Ford Fiesta ST, backed by Burton Power. As for Andy Burton, he is joining us this weekend in the Ford Focus, car number 63, but as you say, Tommy Valentine really starting to push on now, just dipping a wheel over the curb and onto the grass. He's being hunted down by the 126 CM racing car of Cameron McLean, who's just lost that place. The next target for Tommy Valentine will be Wayne Cockrell, who's a little bit further up the road. He's got plenty of time in which to find him. A huge spit of flame from the number 73 Asbo Motorsport Mazda RX-8 of Darren Brace and Charlie Radford, as you'd expect on a rotary engined car. It sounds brilliant as it goes by, but a huge spit of flame. We'll keep an eye on that as the race wears on. Wayne Cockrell now with a big look to the inside of Jamie McHugh. That will be for what is 4th place. And Wayne Cockrell already leading Class C. He doesn't want to hang around too much because Tommy Valentine, who's closing in, is sat there in second.
We've got Chulski up into P2. I'm not sure if that happened around on the other end. I was having a look at the times as that was happening. Michael Rawlings miles out in front now, but Damien Chulski is up into P2 overall. Alistair Easom obviously still leading Class D by a decent margin. It's the two Adams in car number 3 that is second place in that class at the moment. Tommy Valentine is flying at the moment, really putting a gap away from the cars behind. Just keeping an eye as the rest of the field trickle through the bottom of the mountain and coming up through. Everyone seems to be in a fairly similar order, but Michael Rawlings has pulled out a huge lead. He's gone through now. He'll be coming through turn 1 into your vision very shortly. Damien Kuchulski has just crossed the line in P2, 7.4 seconds behind. And it's looking pretty imperious right now from Rawlings. Yellow flags up at the Hall Bends, waved yellows as well. We'll wait to see what's happened up there.
Yeah, well, as you say, wait and see as to what exactly has gone on through the Hall Bends. Michael Rawlings a commanding lead, as you say, with Damien Shrupchalski in his newly inherited second place. He's running away from Alistair Easom, who's falling into the clutches of not only Jamie McHugh, but also that of Wayne Cockrell, also with Tommy Valentine closing in, and you still can't rule out Cameron McLean in that Renault Clio. He's not that far away either. As for Martin Adams, he's defending as best he can from Stephen Orrance. That's for 2nd and 3rd in Class D, 8th and 9th on the road. So those two are in a good little scrap, not only overall but in class as well. Back through and past me goes the number 73 Aspo Motorsport RX-8 as another spit of flame kicked out the back of that car. Keep an eye on Martin Adams. The leading pack is working its way towards you any moment now, but Martin Adams is fighting valiantly to keep Stephen Orrance behind, but also one of the orange Ford Fiestas as well.
One of the orange Ford Fiestas, something's gone wrong with Aaron Malarkey. That was the cause of the yellow flag. He was running slowly through the Hall Bends and it's going to the pit lane, looking a little bit, a little bit worse for wear, a little bit shaky as it was coming in. So something that happened to Aaron Malarkey, which is such a shame because he was running really well, made a great start. He's just found himself back into the pit lane. Michael Rawlings is asserting his dominance in this race right now. Paddock Performance BMW coming across the line, and the chasing cars are yet to be in sight. Damien Kuchulski is bridging the gap back to Alistair Easom, and then there's about 4 cars in fairly close sequence behind this Mazda MX-5. We're going to get a bit about him. McHugh is looking to make a move on the inside into turn 1, and he's made it stick. Just the sheer power of the Boxster powering through.
Yeah, the Boxster much quicker in a straight line, but what can Alistair Easom do about trying to return the favour any moment now with maybe some slightly higher mid-corner speed? Alistair Easom has already started to fall away from Jamie McHugh. I think it was a matter of when and not if. Wayne Cockrell is now trying to work his way through and past Alistair Easom in a straight line and will do so. So Wayne Cockrell on an absolute mission through the order, I think mainly trying to fend off any attentions that Tommy Valentine is starting to pay to him. We've had 2 10-second time penalties awarded for drivers out there. Glenn Pocklington has been given a 10-second time penalty with a huge spin on the runs through Charlie's. That's the number 42 Ginetta G40 of Richard Pearson, James Reed. Exactly how that came to blows, I'm not sure, but I heard the tyre squeal, saw the smoke, and yes, spun through 180 degrees on the exit of Charlie's. I don't know whether there was contact. Back to the original point, Glyn Pocklington in his BMW Compact has received a 10-second time penalty. So too has the number 17 Mazda 2, Neil Shaw and Kevin Taylor BB, which makes you think, is that jump starts? Did they not listen to the 10-second margin?
No, they went straight away. There was supposed to be a 10-second delay, but they went straight away and have now got their 10-second penalty added on later on, which seems to, I mean, that could work in Glyn Pocklington's favour, because he's already got himself up to 22nd overall in the order. Shaw and Taylor Beebe haven't quite the same progress as of yet. Michael Rawlings comes through to complete the lap. I did see the tyre smoke and the spinning Ginetta from my position, so that must have been a bit of an incident. Damien Kuchelski's now being chased down here by McHugh. We've got Wayne Cockrell that you mentioned. He's up into P4 ahead of Alistair Eason, so he's bringing a couple of cars in between himself and Tommy Valentine. Tommy Valentine was passed by the 126 of McLean during that lap as well, so Valentine himself has come under pressure and succumbed to it.
He has indeed. Alistair Eason now under big pressure from Tommy Valentine, as you say. Tommy should be slightly quicker in a straight line in the turbocharged Ford Fiesta ST. Up the hill they go. Tommy Valentine position made. So it's Michael Rawlings that leads from Damian Shrubchalski, followed then by the 251 of Jamie McHugh. Behind Jamie McHugh you've got Wayne Cockrell and already the 126 of Cameron McLean, as well as now Tommy Valentine before we get to Alistair Eason. So 2 positions lost on the previous lap, 2 positions already lost on this lap for Alistair Eason. He's only going backwards and will continue to do so because traffic will slowly start to play a part. Depending on where he catches it, there may be an opportunity for him to close in once more, but lead is already back with you, and now all of a sudden Jamie McHugh is slowing, and that allows Wayne Cockrell to go all the way around the outside on the brakes in towards the mountain.
But McHugh has held his position, not sure if it was just on the exit.
Sorry, I'm just going to jump in again. The 42 Ginetta of Richard Priest and James Reed off again at Charlie's. This time it was much later into the corner, leaning very hard on that rear left-hand side, spun almost into the barrier, managed to keep it out of the barrier just about, got going, but has dragged a load of grass back onto the circuit.
Kudos for keeping it relatively on the tarmac then for the 42 to keep things going. The last time when you handed over to me, McHugh has actually managed to hold on to that P3. He held it on the inside of the bottom of the mountain and is now pulling away. So Mike just had a bad exit as he came towards the mountain. The car's got itself going again. Alistair Eason is now going to have to keep an eye out behind him. It's a bit of a gap in that lead for Class D. But the car behind him on track now is Stephen Orant in his own Mazda MX-5. The gap between those two, just under 10 seconds.
Sorry, Damian Shrubchalski slowing, and he's going to be into retirement from second place. He was running so well, but for Shrubchalski, he's trying to find a gear. He's forever just trying to put a bit of power into the car, and you can see him and hear him just trying to grab a gear, but something isn't quite right with that car, and unfortunately for him, he's come to a stop along the Park Straight, can't get it up the hill. There might be a little bit of power remaining in that car, but very slowly he's going to crest the hill and towards Park Corner. He's got to try and find a relative place of safety to get that car pulled away.
The leader slowed. Rawlings has slowed as well, coming down towards the bottom of the mountain. Sorry to cut in, but we've lost second place, and it looks like we're about to lose the leader as well. Rawlings is coming to an absolute crawl now up the mountain and is going to be pulling away. So that'll be this fight here between McHugh and Cockrell has very quickly gone from the battle for the bottom step of the podium to the fight for the lead. Rawlings is out of this race as well.
Yeah, that car had a few issues earlier on this season. I think it was at Donington Park Michael Rawlings had issues. Got them somewhat sorted at Alton Park and went as he meant to go on, really, picking up a podium there. But at Cadwell, clearly not all is well, and the same goes for Damian Shrubchalski, but good spot with Jamie McHugh. All of a sudden, he's not just defending the final step on the podium, he's defending the top step on the podium. So we've got 2 yellow flags, one on the run up towards Park Corner, one that I can see from my perspective on the run towards that to the bottom of the mountain. I can see a change of surface flag being displayed, so I've got a feeling Damian Shrubchalski has deposited some gearbox oil or something of the like. And another car retiring as well is car number 126. That's the Siam racing car of Cameron McLean. He's gone between Marshall Post 5 and 12. That's along the Park Straight and down in towards Mansfield, so we'll see no further part in his race either.
That's a massive shame. He was running P5 well, so now we've just lost a swathe of cars in the space of a single lap there, unfortunately. That's Rawlings, Kuchelski and McLean. unfortunately not able to make it. I don't think Rawlings has been able to make it back into the assembly area. That's when the double wave yellows at the bottom of the mountain. It gets clear once you go through.
We're basically on a full course yellow because we've got single yellows and a double waved yellow up towards Park. We've then got double waved yellows in towards the gooseneck. We've got double waved yellows in towards the bottom of the mountain. I think the only section that's clear is the start finish line.
Start finish line and the famous overtaking spot of the Hall Bends.
Yes, that bit where everybody goes for a move.
The only places right now that are currently clear are those couple of sections. So any passes that anyone's going to want to make, they're going to have to go down into turn one. The safety car looks like it's being prepared. It's not been deployed yet. I haven't seen anything on the screen, but I just see the safety car making some movements, and it would make sense given the amount of it's normally pushing over a period of time. Now the safety car has come out.
I think the reason why the 126 of Cameron McLean has retired is I've just seen crawling away the bright orange Ford Fiesta in the hands of James Burnham and Ben Vos, who obviously had the one-lap penalty. Yeah, they crawled away from Mansfield, so I think there's been an incident between the pair of them. They've tried to get it back, and have they made it back to the paddock?
No, they're parked at the. They'll just be out of your sight, just over the crest of the hill there, just before the passing bridge. Tell a lie, sorry, they've just got it going again.
You know what this means? We're going to be going into the safety car, into the pit window under safety car conditions.
Right, I'll do my best to keep an eye on everything down here because it's going to get quite frantic quite quickly. We've got 2 minutes until the pit window opens. The 25 of Aaron Malarkey is still stranded down here, but it's behind the line of traffic cones that we've got to denote that this is the main working area as opposed to this is the driver change area. 1 minute and 53 seconds until that pit window opens, and I would imagine this is the best time to do it. This is when you're going to lose the least amount of relative time in terms of going quickly. First, everyone has to be collected behind safety.
They do indeed, and I mean, what happened? It all just seemed to switch around. We went from Michael Rawlings in the lead, Damien Trubchalski sat there in second place, of which I think Michael Rawlings has just been pinged going into the pit lane or the paddock, so he's managed to get the car to at least somewhere he can pay it some attention, and McLean not really that far away from a good spot inside the top 10, and then all of a sudden it all went wrong just as we were heading towards the pit window. So with the safety car heading through the gooseneck and down towards Mansfield now, there's a minute until the pit window opens. Now begs the question, is it going to split the grid? Are we going to get the front half not there with the pit window open, but the back half there with the pit window open? I've got a feeling we might just be okay, and we could see the leaders into the pit lane this time.
The safety car is only just going through underneath the passenger bridge towards the bottom of the mountain now. I can't imagine he's going to be going too quickly, so there might be a minute to get back around the top of the mountain through the Hall Bends and down into the pit lane. What this does mean that I've just realised is that I've looked down towards the pit lane. I'm seeing Jack Bright fully suited and booted. We're going to get half an hour of Jack Bright making his way up from 9th in the field. If they manage to do a good pit stop for the SFI racing team, as the number 17 car comes in, realises pit window's not open yet, and just passes straight through, no harm done. It's going to be fascinating to see what Jack Wright is able to do under that Porsche.
It will indeed. So now only 5 seconds remaining. Pit window will well and truly be opened by the time the field get round. So pit window now opens. The safety car just emerges through the final corner. And are there going to be any takers? Wayne Cockrell goes in, so too does effectively the rest of the field.
There was a car with black smoke on got a delayed bit of the live stream about a minute behind. But there was one of the Clios that was going around with a lot of black smoke coming out of it. It's very busy in the pit lane. That shouldn't shock anyone, but we've got a bit of a... They've come to a stop at the pit lane entry to try and get everyone into position. Wayne Cockrell is going to be A-OK. McHugh, interestingly, has kept on going. Now would have been the time for him to come in and just make sure that everything's OK. But potentially just waiting, because there is not going to be enough spaces for everyone that's come in. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cars.
Maybe a clever move, actually.
Yeah, just to avoid all the... But he would have had the space completely free at the front, I think.
Yeah, but it's then trying to leave. How busy would it have been? And just trying to make sure that your mechanics can chat to you, can check pressures, whatever it may be. he might, I mean, he's got the best view really, because he'll be able to see all of the recovery efforts going on around the circuit and go, right, okay, no, that's fine, there's going to be more than a couple of laps at least, so let the first batch go through and serve their pit stops, and then if he comes in next time, he might be able to file out exactly where he was, or it will go incredibly wrong, and then he will join the back of the safety car queue, having already served his pit stop.
I think he should be okay. We've got another car coming in now to join the fray. There's not enough room, guys. You can't come into the pits. We've got cars parked all over the pit lane. Wayne Cockrell was one that came in. He was just half a second behind McHugh when the safety car came out. He dived into the pit lane. He's got a completely clear route ahead of him. He was the first one into the pit lane, so he will be completely okay with regards to making his pit stop. I can't imagine that he's going to have any real interference when he does go back out. Very calm and collected inside that car. The pressure checks were already done. We've got the the Mazda 2 Racing guys trying to make their way through the pit lane. We've got the MJM Racing car, and I'll tell you what, you were right. Wayne Cockrell did get held up just a little bit there, and in fact he's been jumped in the pit stop by Alistair Easom, who's going to be moving up into what is not quite the effective lead, because McHugh still has to come in. Stephen Orant nearly got past Cockrell as well. Cockrell was just trying to get back out and then got caught with a couple of cars, and they're doing a driver change in not quite the live part of the pit lane, but not quite behind the line either. Similar with NJ, they just ran out of room. Now there's tons of room. Now there's plenty of room for McHugh to come in and make that stop.
Yeah, so he will be in any moment now, because he's just behind the safety car. Safety car emerges and into the pit lane he should peel, which he does. Yeah, very clever move from them, because they've now got a really clear pit stop whilst drivers are out there and trying to close back into the safety car. The thing is now, whilst they're closing into the safety car, they're lapping quicker than safety car pace in comparison to Jamie McHugh, who's just done a lap at safety car pace, so it could swing back the other way. I think it's going to hurt Jamie McHugh more than it's going to help him, but then you've also got the opportunity to work your way back through the order, which makes it good for us. Maybe not for Jamie, but good for us. Did the Adams Borum Motorsport MX-5 dive in? Yes. So it will be Rob Adams now behind the wheel of that car. Expect that car to go incredibly quickly as well. We're sizing up for a good, 20-minute sprint race with new drivers in the car, returning drivers in the car. It's going to be good, isn't it?
Very good, very good. It's very much looking forward to this one getting back underway. McHugh is getting everything sorted now. Tommy Valentine came in at the same time as well, so that's going to be something to pay attention to. Tommy Valentine was going pretty quick in his Class C Ford Fiesta. Although that said, we're now looking at leaders coming through. So McHugh has been passed in the pit cycle. You were dead on, and the effective leader of this race after the pit stop cycle is Alistair Easom. So we have the Hearts, who have yet to pit in car number 245, and the number 26 car of Malarkey and Smith. They haven't come in either. So it was a much simpler method in terms of it's nowhere near as condensed in the pit lane. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still busy, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was. But getting in early has really paid off for those front runners.
It really has, and as much as everyone wants to win some silverware, there's no points that you can earn in the Trackday Trophy. It's purely that, a trophy to celebrate the win, but no major sort of championship milestone come the end of the year in terms of, if you've won the most races, obviously you've got an idea that you would have won the championship, but the reason behind that is to take away from the major part of competitiveness, to again blur the line between track day and racing, and then racing and championship. That's the end goal that clearly works with the MSVT and the MSVR. So for Jamie McHugh, obviously a late entry, he's maybe thinking, you know what, let's just play my part, get out of the way, and then he can have a good fun. I can't play back through the order. He's just coming back through and past me now with Tommy Valentine in tow. But yeah, as you say, I think the main talking point is, one, how Alistair Easom has gone from dropping down and outside the top 5 to now being in the lead, but also we get Jack Wright behind the wheel of a Porsche 944 Series 2 fighting his way through the order.
That's the one that really excites me. We get to see that, because it's all, there's 3 Class D cars in this. He's currently the first place Class B car. Is what I can tell you. McHugh was the leading Class B car until he came in. He's going to be a few places back from from Jack Wright on the restart. So it's all just Class C's and Class D's ahead of Jack Wright. So he's going to have the power down the straights, in theory, to get past as Alistair Easton goes through. Is he the effective leader? I'm not sure. No, he must be. The others are a lap down. Okay,
Yes.
I was losing myself there for a sec. Malarkey and Smith continue. They are the ones directly behind the safety car. There's a lot of cars in between the 26 and the 16. The gap is 32 seconds. They're all behind the safety car.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the safety car in race control, because only now coming past me is Alistair Easton. Already going through Chris Curve is the safety car, so they've got to try and figure out, one, are they going to let the field through and pick up the leader, or are they going to leave it as it is because everyone's been diving into the pit lane?
No, they have picked up.
Say what?
They have picked up the leader. Malarkey and Smith are currently the leader. They're the ones that have been picked up behind them.
Yes, of course they have, so yeah, but they've got so many cars, as you say, separating themselves from Alistair Easton, but still to dive into the pit lane. If Malarkey dives into the pit lane now, all of a sudden it gets a bigger job, and they've got to try and pick up Alistair Easton, who's on the tail of one of the Mazda 2s, so it becomes a very tricky job. So they must be hoping and praying that the number 26 Renault Clio doesn't opt for the pit lane this time.
I'm getting a bit of a suspicion that that car might just be running like a direct 50-50 split in terms of track time. So if they do come in this time, that'll probably confirm that. But right now, the safety car is coming up over the mountain and into the Hall Bends. Yep, there it is. It's going a bit slow. The lights are still on, so I don't think we're getting back underway this time. It'll be interesting to see what happens if the leaders do come in car number 26, because it is then, that was a lot of cars that passed through before I saw Alistair Easton go into the Hall Bends as well. It's going to be about 9, 10 or so, thereabouts. Just waiting to see what happens when the cars come down on the other side of the Hall Bends in and out the final corner. There's the safety car now, lights still on. And yeah, car number 26 is now coming in. So this should, in theory, allow for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars directly behind the safety car, in between them and Alistair Easton, potentially to go through. But I don't know what the regulations are for instances like this and how that is directly communicated. So we will keep an eye out for any hands out the window. The safety car, we might get that.
Yeah, normally what you see is they will swap around on the park straight to try and minimise or try and maximise the space that drivers have to overtake, but the safety car hasn't ran at a reduced rate, so I've got a feeling we might just set them off as is. As for those back markers, they would have been hoping that they were given the opportunity to get through, but no, the safety car is not going to let them through. And in terms of the recovery effort, I'd imagine we're not that far away from getting it complete. So for Alistair Easton, what he needs to really focus on is a good start. Obviously no overtaking until they pass the safety car control line, which here at Cadwell Park is the start-finish line. He needs to build a bit of a run-up, nail the timing, and get as many cars between himself and Wayne Cockrell as possible in an attempt to hold on to the lead of this race.
He's going to have to do his best, because he's not going to have too many, I believe. You can see those two were following each other in sequence, and then it was Stephen Oren and the Adams car pretty close in tow. So it's going to be those 4. 3 of them Class D, by the way. Phenomenal performance from those 3. Class D really hitting above their weight, above their power. So again, really the top 4. Wayne Cockrell, the sole representative of the Class C. Aforementioned Jack Wright in P8 overall is the highest placed Class B car, so should be best positioned to make the most
safety car in this lap.
Safety car is in this lap, the lights are out. There are a lot of cars still yet to come through. So we've got the 711 of Glenn Pocklington as the first car behind the safety car, but the leader of this race is Alistair Easton in the number 16 Mazda MX-5. Right behind him is indeed Wayne Cockrell, and then right behind Cockrell is Stephen Oren. The number 26 car has just rejoined, that's Malarkey and Smith. So they shouldn't have, they lose a full lap. I'm not 100% sure what the thought process of that was, but I'm not doing anything out there. But we now just await as the cars are following very closely behind the safety car. Safety car pulls away, Pocklington leads them away. There's no overtaking until the safety car line. number 42 has timed it quite well, but now Alistair Easton is going to have to wait a minute because he's caught alongside one of the Mazda 2s, and that gives Wayne Cockrell an opportunity. He's got a fantastic run. Is he going to try and make it 3 wide? He is, around the outside, going into turn 1. That's Wayne Cockrell moving into the lead.
So Wayne Cockrell into the lead of this race, really starting to push on already, not wanting to wait around. So Wayne Cockrell into the lead. Alistair Easton is there in second place. It's then going to be Stephen Orrent in third, and all of a sudden it's going to be that of Rob Adams in fourth. So we've got Toyota Celica leading, then 3 Mazda MX-5s, 2 Mark 3s, 1 Mark 4, all scrapping away, trying to figure out who wants those final 2 steps on the podium. I'll tell you what, the safety car, the retirements and the pit stops, it's all come together rather nicely, hasn't it, there?
It's a massive shake-up, and we've still got just over 18 minutes to go, so we've still got plenty of time for other stuff to happen and to keep this thing going. We've got just seen the green flags wave, so it means that the leaders are going to be coming down this way fairly shortly. By leaders, I mean the cars that were leading behind the safety car. Still waiting to see Wayne Cockrell roll down towards the outside. There he is. That is a gaggle of cars really close, fighting each other as well. A bunch of MX-5s coming into the bottom of the mountain. Easton just ahead of Orange, just ahead of Robert Adams, who's piloting that one below. Cockrell is now having to deal with traffic as well. The other cars that everyone's having to deal with traffic, in all honesty, because these cars that were leading it effectively at the front of the safety car queue are getting the blue flag now. So it doesn't really serve to benefit them too much. They were hoping to get set around the safety car, but it just didn't end up happening. You know, it's a bit of a gap between Pocklington and the 42, and now we've got nose to tail. It's Cockrell versus Easton, and then you've got 2 MX-5s virtually bump drafting each other, trying to get around a lapped car. It's really close coming into turn 1.
Really close coming into turn 1. We wait for them to appear on the exit of Charlie, so it's still Cockrell from Easton, from Orange, from Adams, and then it is the Renault Clio that seems to be closing them down all together. The number 77 car of Stephen Gilbert and Matt Baldici in the Renault Clio 182, but then we need to keep an eye on that of Jack Wright, who he's not hanging around at all. He's already cleared past all of the lapped traffic that he had to. The only cars up the road are now moves for position. Keep an eye on Jack Wright, he might be good for the win here, still with so long left in this race.
He gained 3 positions on that restart lap. He was P8 when the safety car pulled in and managed to get himself up to P5 to set the car's best lap of the race. With all the traffic going on, we've got a spinner at the bottom of the mountain. Car number 26 has gone round, hasn't made any contact with the barriers, but there will be yellow flags, so you cannot overtake here. The car has just rejoined the circuit in front of Pocklington. Enough of a gap to not really interfere too much with that one. Cockrell still leads the way at the moment. Then it's Easton, Orange and Adams, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It's really not a massive gap back to Jack Wright now, Porsche 944. That is going to be the one to look out for. That is the car that has enough power and it's about to get ahead of these Mazda MX-5s. And then it's going to be a hunt on to try and chase down Wayne Cockrell. They've all gone into the hall bends now. Traffic is still a major factor here at the moment. It's so difficult, even when you're being waved through, it's so difficult to make the moves around here. Wayne Cockrell now having to get around the outside of that number 26 Renault Clio, and just ahead of him is Pocklington in that BMW. I don't think they realise that this is the battle for the lead that they are now directly involved with as they go through the exit of turn 1. All 4 of them still really close, and there goes Jack Wright through turn 1 as well.
Yeah, Jamie McHugh will have dropped down on this lap as well because he had to straight line the gooseneck with some sort of issue, and we've had a car into the pit lane as well. Wayne Cockrell working his way past a little bit of traffic. Then we've still got yet more traffic to be served to those cars, so Wayne Cockrell leads from Alistair Easton, from Stephen Orrent and Rob Adams. Then it's going to be that of Jack Wright, who's on that mission up through the order. It all seems to have fallen apart for Stephen Gilbert and Matt Baldici. They were closing in on those cars up the road, and as you say, it all just started to fan out with whatever happened down at the bottom of the mountain. So driving to be done behind the wheel of that Clio. As for Wayne Cockrell, everybody behind him is something of an afterthought now. He's built up enough of a margin to not need to worry. Stephen Orrent, however, having to go super defensive from Rob Adams because Rob is there or thereabouts, desperately trying to work his way onto the overall podium spots. And for Rob Adams at the moment, he's sat there in 3rd in Class D. He's wanting to get into 2nd in Class D, working his way through and past Stephen Orrent, but Jack Wright is on his way.
Jack Wright is on his way. I wouldn't be surprised it took too long to catch up to the back of this group. Problem for the Stephen Oren and Adams have got, they're trying to get past Clint Pocklington, who is a lap down and being blue flagged, but they're just not able to find a way through. That's giving Alistair Eason an opportunity to pull away as well, to try and maintain a bit of pace to Wayne Cockrell. Cockrell this lap has not had as much trouble with the traffic, and we might finally see a bit of a representative lap time from him. He goes across the line now, it's 44 flat, it's close to his best. Third and fourth, Orens and Adams have just gone through. They have a very, very, very quick Jack Wright moving on the inside of the pair of them. He's got past two of the cars, one of them was a lapped car, so that's Jack Wright up to P4 now, and you should be able to see him attacking Stephen Oren.
Now wait for them to appear. There goes Wayne Cockrell and Alistair Eason, all the way around the outside by Jack Wright at Charlie's. You don't see that move happen very often at all, but Jack very, very confident behind the wheel of a racing car. We see it at Brands Hatch and at Donington. We've seen it at Brands Hatch and Donington Park already this year. We've seen it once more here at Cadwell. I think more importantly for Rob Adams, that didn't compromise Stephen Oren, which is what he was hoping for. So Stephen's managed to hold on to what is fourth place. Rob Adams has shuffled down into fifth overall, but now he doesn't need to worry about those cars behind him. Jack Wright is through and gone, so he can just focus on attacking Stephen Oren for the final 12 and 3/4 minutes of this race. Rob Adams now with a look to the inside. Stephen Oren defensive once again, and you can just tell that Rob wants to get onto the second step of the podium. I think Wayne Cockrell, whilst he's forgotten about Alistair Eason, very quickly there'll be a blue flash that appears in his rearview mirror, and that's the very swift arrival of Jack Wright.
Yeah, those MX-5s were, you rightly called them an afterthought, but that Porsche is definitely not an afterthought now. Cockrell still leads the way. He locked up a little bit coming into the bottom of the mountain. The gap to third place, because Jack Wright is the car that we've got to focus on at the moment. He's going to be the one that really is the main threat to Wayne. Wayne's managed to bridge the gap a bit more to Alistair Eason on this lap. He's keeping it as clean and tidy as he can, apart from that little moment down at the bottom of the mountain. He comes across the line now to put in his best lap of the race, 1:43.1. It's the best lap of his race for Alistair Eason as well, and it's the best lap of his race for Jack Wright. Interestingly though, Jack Wright with the traffic to negotiate was slightly slower than Wayne Cockrell on that lap, the gap up to 6.1 seconds. The yellow flag being waved as well. I'll just try and find out what that is.
Yeah, you can't really complain when it's Jack Wright, given all the overtaking good on the previous lap. So he's clearly been working hard. Now Rob Adams gets a really good run out of Charlie's, but the Mark IV of Stephen Oren seems to have that little bit more power. He places the car in the middle of the road as the circuit really starts to get quite skinny into the braking zone of Park Corner. They disappear out of my sight. I'm not sure whether it's going to be Stephen Oren or Martin Adams. I think for now, looking at the roll cage colour, we get a very brief flash of it. It is Stephen Oren ahead of Martin Adams. Wayne Cockrell continuing to extend the margin from Alistair Eason, but behind Alistair Eason you have that of Jack Wright really starting to close in. Once again, Stephen Oren goes defensive, and Rob Adams has to give way to that defence. He can't dive up the inside as of yet in towards Mansfield. He's tried it every other lap. He needs to try something else. This time it's on the exit of Mansfield. They're going to be side by side as they run towards the bottom of the mountain, but Rob Adams again decides discretion, the better part of valour. He's running out of time though, 10.5 minutes left.
There's also a yellow flag as McKeegan is pulled over to the side of the road at the top of the mountain, so the bottom of the mountain is not a valid overtaking. So you might have seen that yellow flag, just decided to back out, on the side of caution, which is entirely fair. So McKeegan over the left side. I'm not sure if it's just over the blind crest, but at the moment that's not the best place for a car to park. The green flag is being waved at Hall Bend, but I don't see that car getting recovered very quickly. The car that has recovered very quickly is Jack Wright, who's just flown up the inside of Alistair Eason to take P2. The sheer power advantage that he has on top of, you know, the talent that he's got under his feet as well. He's just posted another fast lap. It was a 1:42.362, and the hunt for Wayne Cockrell is now on for him.
Yeah, so it means over a second quicker than Wayne Cockrell on that previous lap. Wayne will see him coming, but Wayne's been around this form of motorsport for a long, long while. He'll know that they're in separate classes and not want to fight him. He might just let Jack Wright go through, take the overall win, but he will still pick up the win in class whilst doing the podium for the MSVT Trackday Championship. I did hazard a guess at the time, and I said maybe not for the first time today. Jack Wright onto the top step, and all of a sudden Jack's trying to make that happen. Wayne Cockrell pushing hard, using all of the circuit and a little bit more beyond the curb, beyond the white line onto the grass on the exit of the gooseneck. A very scary thing to do indeed, because it can spit you back into the inside wall. But Wayne Cockrell continues on now. Rob Adams so late on the brakes. A big lock up on the running towards Mansfield. I saw the car arriving sideways. There's a green flag on the exit, meaning there's a yellow flag on the way in. There was contact between Rob Adams and Stephen Orrin. Who appears first? It's going to be Rob Adams. Has Stephen Orrin managed to get back going again? Yes, he has. So Rob Adams, with a rather scrappy move, now finally manages to make that position stick. He locked up on the way in, and I think Stephen, slightly unsighted, went in for the apex.
Keeping an eye on Murphy, car 35, who I believe has got past both of them. So that move that Adams tried to make for P4, it doesn't matter, he's ended up maintaining P5 because Murphy in that BMW has ended up going through ahead of the pair of them whilst they were scrapping away. So good awareness from Murphy in that car to get onto P4. And that last time by Cockrell and Jack Wright both putting in their best ups to the race, and just to confirm that it is done up 35 with Murphy up into P4 ahead of Adams and Orrin. McHugh's done a good recovery job as well. That's McHugh up into P8. Hobson a little bit under the radar, and that's Salika managing to get up into P6. Really good. Just awareness more than anything, just picking off the opportunities as and when they come. It's been a lot more attritional earlier on in the race, but this time it's been really good awareness from those drivers, just making the most of any mistakes and incidents that are happening in front of them. Cars down in the pit lane still, by the way, just to catch up on those. The 25 pulled out quite early on the market, and the number 42 of its Priest and Reed was the Jetta that came in earlier on. It's still Cockrell leading the way, but he was 8/10 of a second. He was brought up by Jack Wright by 8/10 of a second last time by.
He has indeed. Back towards you there will go. Over the mountain will go Wayne Cockrell. Jack Wright will close in, at least in a straight line through the corners. I'm not so sure. I feel like the Toyota Celica of Wayne Cockrell, not only that car, but the other cars that Wayne has helped build and develop, and I think develop's the key word. He's really started to extract everything possible out of that car and knows how to pedal. So I think through the twiddly bits, it will be Wayne Cockrell's game, but as soon as they come out of the final corner at Barn now, you can see just Jack Wright closes yet more. And as they go through Coppice at turn 1, that gap has well and truly fallen. Another quick lap from Jack Wright on 41.3. However, Wayne Cockrell has just set his personal fastest lap of the race as well, so he's pushing on, trying to make the job as hard as possible for Jack Wright. If he wears the clock down and keeps the gap at a comfortable point, it means that Jack Wright is simply going to run out of time to make the move. But we've still got plenty of time left in this race, over 7 minutes still to go. Or over 6 minutes, pardon me, 6.5 minutes of the race still to go. It means that Jack Wright is running out of time, but given the rate of closure, I've got a feeling Wayne Cockrell, he's fighting a losing game. All over the grass on the exit of Charlie's is the number 35 of Colin Murphy in the Algar Racing 3 Series Compact. Rob Adams, since the incident has started to slow down somewhat, so he might have slightly knocked his confidence, but he's now being caught back up to by the recovering Stephen Orrin. In the meantime, Wayne Cockrell and Jack Wright just heading towards the pedestrian bridge. Back towards you.
Let's keep an eye now for these cars. Is indicating to bring itself back in. It's either that or it's just left the indicator on by mistake. Cockrell and Jack Wright are now nose to tail. They've come across the number 5 NJM Ford Fiesta. Just keeping an eye on them as they go into the ball bends. It's going to be Cockrell still ahead for now, meaning that the positions have been able to be maintained for Cockrell and Wright at this time. Need to give a little bit of a shout out to Alistair Eason, who's given himself a 12-second gap back to these cars behind of Murphy, Hobson and McHugh, because those three would be the ones that would be most likely to threaten his position, the cars with the more power. But they are really close as well as they go into the hall bends. And 6th, and there's been a pass for the lead as well. Jack Wright got the exit really good on the final corner. He's managed to get through past Wayne Cockrell, so Jack Wright now leads this race.
He does indeed. I could just about see that before they arrived at Coppice. And yes, Jack Wright into the lead of the race. Wayne Cockrell pushing on as much as possible, but as soon as they hit the park straight, that's it. Jack Wright just starts to check out, and pitting when they did really did come back to benefit them. So Jack Wright leads from Wayne Cockrell. Alistair Eason, as you say, has done a sterling job just to hold on to the position on track in which he's got. And then we get back to David, we get back to the number 35 BMW. That's being at least in the hands of Colin Murphy for this race. Jamie McHugh isn't that far away. Sarah Hobson isn't really that far away. We've seen a change further down. Stephen Orrance has gone through and past Rob Adams. So Rob may be now carrying a bit of damage on that car, and Rob might lose out once more here because Tommy Valentine in the Ford Fiesta ST has managed to work his way back through. Leaders back under the bridge and towards you once again.
Let's keep an eye now. Jack Wright hasn't fully checked out as of yet. Like we're saying, his advantage is mainly in the power heavy sections of this circuit. Blue flag still waving, and there's the Mazda 2s that are fighting at the moment between Payne Headley in the 116 and B20 and Shaw and Taylor Beattie. Car number 17, they were fighting as well. They were about for B20. Don't want to be getting too much interference with the battle for the lead. Just waiting for them to come back around. I want to see how this battle for P4 is panning out as well. It's really close between Murphy and I think that's McHugh and his Boxster. No, McHugh's got quite a way ahead now, actually. McHugh's managed to find a way past Murphy, so McHugh's back up into P4 after that late pit stop. Lost a few spots earlier, and he did as you said he would. He ends up making his way through the field, so now he has to try and chase down Alistair Eason, but with 3 minutes to go and a 12-second gap, that's going to be a bit difficult for him, I can imagine. Just want to keep an eye though, yeah, because now Murphy is under big pressure here in the 144 Celica of Hobson. Going to keep an eye on that battle for P5. Just to see if Hobson's able to make a move either side of turn one. Not on this occasion. Stephen Oren really isn't that far behind either. And Tommy Valentine has got a problem with his Ford Fiesta. He's coming to a stop on the inside of turn one, just pulling over to a gap in the wall.
Yeah, it's such a shame for Tommy Valentine and the rest of the Burton Power squad. So it's Jack Wright that leads from Wayne Cockle and Alistair Eason. As you say, Jamie McHugh having worked his way through and past Colin Murphy. He's still second in Class B, but up into fourth overall. Colin Murphy, fifth overall, second in Class C. Sarah Hobson, whilst chasing down that pack, has managed to pick up what is the final step on the podium in Class C. Stephen Orent and Rob Adams fall 7th and 8th on the road, 2nd and 3rd in Class D, mainly because that of Tommy Valentine started to fall down the order. So there's not too long left in this race now. 2 minutes to go. Whereabouts are the leaders? Just heading through the Hall Bends. There's around about a lap left. It depends how close it's going to be. Depends on whether I need to run round to the podium.
If you need to run round to the podium, by all means go and do so. I don't mind seeing this one out. It's been a fantastic race so far in the MSVT Trackday Trophy. Jack Wright still leads Wayne Cockrell. The gap now it's increased slightly to 2.2 seconds. Jack Wright seems to have lifted off a little bit. Cockrell still pushing on, just putting in his best lap of the race. P3 at the moment. Alistair Eason in his Mazda MX-5 is doing a sterling job. The Class D leader as well, P3 overall. We've got Class B leading the way. We've got Class C in second place over Class D in third. We've got McHugh having just come through in fourth place, and this battle for P5 is still raging on between Murphy and the Celica of Hobson. There's no passing at the moment though, the start-finish straight as a result of this retirement from the Burton Power Racing Ford Fiesta of Tommy Valentine. Keeping an eye a little bit further back, there's still a very close battle happening for P7 between Stephen Oren and Rob Adams. There's been a pass for position between, P9 you're going to have the 43 now having made a place up, and then after that we're going to have vehicles that got caught up in the safety car from earlier on. So you're trying to keep an eye on the leaders. Here is Jack Wright coming through the bottom of the mountain now, having bridged a bit of a gap this time to Wayne Cockrell. Come up through the mountain into the Hall Bends for the late. This will likely be the penultimate time. I think we're going to get enough time for one more lap after this. Wayne Cockrell still trying to keep in close proximity. Hearts Racing simply just running across, paying attention to that yellow flag because it's going to be in it's a difficult position, so we're not going to see any real passes at this late stage of the race on the start-finish straight at least. The last lap board is now being held out. Jack Wright crosses the line with 8 seconds to go, so we're going to have one more lap here at Cadwell Park for the MSVT Trackday Trophy. It's Jack Wright leading the way with the team of Wright and Allett in the Porsche 944 from Air Supply. It's Wayne Cockrell in the 21 Toyota Celica. It's a bit in second place, 3.5 seconds back. It's a bit of a gap back to Alistair Eason in his Mazda MX-5. You've got McHugh in the Porsche Boxster, car number 251. Jamie McHugh is putting a great job, but it could be a little bit too late. It's brought the gap down to just under 7 seconds. And this battle for P5 is still raging on between the Algar Racing 35 of Murphy and the 144 Celica of Hobson. Adams has gotten ahead of Stephen Orrent again in that battle for P7 between the Mark III and the Mark IV Mazda MX-5. So that's still going to be one worth keeping an eye on. And other cars are still filtering through. We've got Pocklington, who started towards the back of the grid, having just passed underneath me to into P15 now. I believe he is a lap down. There's still a few more cars on the lead lap. Just waiting for them to come through. I think this is one of them now. This is the 143 of Hurrell in 10th place. So managed to get himself up into the top 10. And the 73 of Brayson Bradford, fourth place in their class in the rather flame-spitting Mazda RX-8. Put out a bit of fire, put out a bit of fire as well. Oh, and I've just seen Wayne Cockrell pull off to the side of the circuit on the stream, so that would have happened about 40 seconds ago. That is a dire shame for the man who was leading his class. It was such a good race, and the car is unfortunately on the final lap, as Jack Wright has come across the line to win this race. It's such a shame for Wayne Cockrell as well. So the Class B winner and the overall winner will be Jack Wright for Air Supply Racing. Getting caught up in a few different things at once. Waiting now for it should be Alistair Easton coming across the line to take second overall, and it will be the Class D win as well. Alistair Easton in the MX-5 comes across the line to take the checkered flag. Third place is going to go the way of McHugh in car number 251. Slow cars here towards the end. The battle for, it was P5 at the time, it's ended up being the battle for P4. The 144 of Hobson managed to get ahead of the Algar Racing of Murphy. Adams comes across the line in P6. It's Stephen Orrent in his Mazda MX-5 in P7. I'm gonna wait to see if anything comes up for Wayne Cockrell. It really was just a lot of attrition there at the start of the race and towards the end as well. A few cars just not able to quite make it the full 45 minutes. Now that is the JM number 5 coming across the line. We're still just waiting for the final few runners on the lead lap to come across the line so that we can do a full rundown of the order. We're just waiting on, I believe it's 4 cars. There's the first of them, Hurrell across the line in 7th. Number 73 of Brayson Bradford rounding out the top 10. Here comes the Ginetta, number 82 of Griffiths, just ahead of the NJM Racing Minis. That was Murphy and Buckle very close to the end, 0.3 of a second separating those two. So a quick rundown of the order. The winner was the Air Supply Racing Porsche 944 of Jack Wright and Matty Allett. They came across the line after 24 laps with a best lap of 1:41.385. The fastest lap of the race was set quite a bit earlier on by Michael Rawlings at 1:40.477, leaving 24 laps in total after 45 minutes. Second place overall was Alistair Easton. He was also the Class D winner. It's car number 16 in his Mazda MX-5. P3 overall was Jamie McHugh in his Porsche Boxster, car number 251. Car number 144 of Hobson in the Celica. Sarah Hobson in her Celica. She came across the line in 4th place overall and a Class C win. It's car number 35, and that is the car of Colin Murphy. Started 15th, so great drive from the Algar Racing driver. Second place in class as well. P6 overall, and second in the Class D class was the Adams pair in their MX-5. P7 overall, and third place in Class D was Stephen Orrent. 8th place overall was the Frankenstein Racing Clio, number 43 of Sheed and Edison. They were also third in Class C. 9th overall was the car number 143 of Trevor Hurrell, starting from P20, so made a great lot of progress through the grid, and ending up in P9. P10, rounding out the top 10, car number 73 of Grace and Rafford in that Mazda RX-8. P11 was the number 82 car of Griffiths. P12, car number 50 of Murphy and Buckle. Wayne Cockrell has been classified as P13 in car number 21. P14, car number 245 was the Haas Racing Civic. P15, car number 711 of Glenn Pocklington in his BMW. P16, car number 77 of Gilbert and Baldacci. P17 is car number 26 of Malarkey and Smith. P18, car number 83 of Fletcher and Langston. We've got P19, car number 116 of Payne and Headley. We've got P20, car number 17 of Shaw and Taylor Beebe. And then the last of the finishers in car number 5 was the 21st, car number 5 was Jack Spooner. Oh, that was an absolutely fascinating race. Really good battle great battles all through the entire race. Wherever you looked, there was always something going on. Really close fights in the end as well. That battle for 4th was absolutely superb. The fight at the front as well. My heart goes out to Wayne Cockrell because it was a sterling effort. He hadn't put a foot wrong, and then from what I saw on the stream, and I didn't see too much unfortunately, it was over on the other end of the circuit just after Jack Werrell had gone over to the podiums. It looked like, unfortunately for him, it was just the engine just decided to give way there right at the end. So we should have the podium ceremonies happening quite shortly. I can imagine that everyone is getting always more or less back. Just waiting for confirmation of that before I hand over the proceedings to Jack Werrell so that he's able to continue with everything going on there. A really good race though. I sincerely hope that everyone that's here at the circuit enjoyed it, because I certainly did. There was so much going on. The early safety car really shaking things up quite early on. And if you are here at the circuit, there's still plenty of activity left throughout the rest of the day. We've got another, I believe it's another 4 races coming up at a little bit later on at 4:10. We've got the second of our Miata Trophy races happening, and then surrounding that as well, our next race coming up once we've completed the podiums here will be the Snetterton Saloons, and then after the Miata Trophy race at 4:45 we'll have the final of our Tiedemann Trophy Monoposto races, and at 5:15 our final race of the day will be our second Snetterton Saloons race. Just keeping an ear out. I'm going to get some papers shuffled here, make sure that we are ready for our first of our Snetterton Saloons race. There's going to be a fair amount of clean-up. I can imagine there's a few cars that need to be recovered, so we will allow that to proceed. And for the podium ceremony, please do make your way over towards just to the other side of the clubhouse behind the Mountain Pavilion, where they'll be doing the ceremony right next to the scrutineering bay.
Well, I think everybody has just fallen in love with the Trackday Trophy there, and specifically the car that came in first place. I know the commentators were waxing lyrical. Our producer Elliot was waxing lyrical about it as well, and they didn't even know the story of this car. I'm just trying to put my earphone back in. They didn't even know the story of this car. The drivers beforehand didn't even have an accelerator pedal, and I'm going to bring him in. Jack Wright, the person who came home at the end of that race in this car as well. I mean, my goodness, how do you drive it without an accelerator pedal and that quickly as well?
The accelerator pedal wasn't the hardest part of it. Obviously, I had a bit of an incident in qualifying and put it in the barrier. So, no. And so we put a new steering rack on it, a new track rod, but the rear arm is that bent. We had to pry the gearbox to get the drive shaft in, so it's handling like a bar of Dove. So the accelerator is the least of our worries.
I thought you were going to say something else then, but I'm glad to see the media trainees come out on top. I knew that was going to happen. Oh, I'll put that in my pocket. I don't need to hear the producer, he's fine. How was it inheriting that car then, knowing full well that he'd already been out in a race earlier on and won, he's had his glory, and all of a sudden you had to go out and do this, didn't you, having inherited that car?
Yeah, it was interesting. Jack obviously said it's probably going to handle awful, which it did. But yeah, it was just get used to it, especially that accelerator pedal. Just get used to it, just keep it going, hand it to Jack and let him do the rest.
You guys kept it pinned though, didn't you? I mean, there wasn't any fear out there. A lot of people turn up to Cadwell and are relatively intimidated by it. There was no intimidation there, was there?
No, like Jack said before in another interview, it's our local track, so we've been here track days all the time. So we know where it goes, we know what to do, and yeah, just send it home. And we came out with P1.
Well, you've had a good track day here. You've even managed to get a trophy, if you pardon the pun. Right, you guys enjoy yourselves. I'm sure you'll be spraying champagne again in a couple of minutes' time. Right, I want to chat to Jamie McHugh. Jamie, in the Boxer, second place in B category, of course. I'll be honest, a lot of the cameras were focusing on the front, given the sort of hard nature it was out there. How was it for you? I mean, in terms of physically, you did it solo. They had help.
Yeah, no, it wasn't too bad. I'm used to the sort of 40, 45-minute races. The start was okay, and then literally on the safety car, the guy on the radio said, like, pit open, but I was like the first car just past the pits, and then I'd see everyone peeling behind me. So after I'd done a lap and done the pit stop, I come out of the back of the chain, so I had to try and fight the way through from there.
It's always hard, isn't it? And that sort of pit stop strategy is what makes this so interesting to race, but also it can be so heart-wrenching when you realise the safety cars come out when it hasn't favoured you.
Yeah, definitely. And then when you're coming from the back, it's quite tight track round here. It's not very wide. So trying to get past people, especially when you come up past the straight here into the chicane bit, it's just tight. So you have to sort of hold by it or try and do a dive up the inside, which you don't want to sort of hit people. So trying to race as cleanly as I can, and that was it really.
Well, I mean, there's no championship involved. Obviously, this is just a series, isn't it? A series of races. There's no real need to lunge and make those sort of harpoon opportunities, is there? You just sort of want to make sure that you get the car home and then you can get to the next one.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we've got a few more rounds to go, so want to make sure the car comes back in one piece.
Well, it did this time. Big congratulations on that one. A second place in B class. Right, second place overall, and first in the D category was actually a driver who's already been seen on the live stream before. We've actually already chatted to him as well just before that race, and it's funny how these storylines have a tendency to follow themselves, because Alistair, a second place overall in a D-class car is pretty damn impressive, isn't it? Well, how do you feel?
Pretty good about that, yeah. I'm pretty positive. So we're not used to being up here at the front, right? So yeah.
Right, well, I've just realised that the podium has started. We'll have a chat to you properly afterwards, because we want to film the podium. We want to live stream the podium as well to make sure that you guys are getting the best experience and give these drivers the big shout out that they deserve. And of course, we are starting with the D category. So the Adams family getting announced up there. In 8th place, they qualified in 8th place overall. 2nd place, obviously, on the D category. Stephen Owens has been already up there. And at the top step is Alistair Esom. My apologies, Alistair. I wonder if there's only going to be any champagne sprayed this time round. If so, I'm going to take 3 steps back and let John get splashed. Poses a smile zone. What a great race for the Trackday Trophy, especially in the D category. Very close all across the field. If anything, it was probably closer than the championship, and that was extremely good race. Yeah, there you go. Uncorking the bowl. This may take quite a while. There we go. Alistair's the first one. And yeah, that's going to be a smelly race suit tomorrow morning. That's the D category. Trackday Trophy done and dusted. Up next will be the C category. Sheedon Ederson on the bottom step. I've just had to double check to my left-hand side. Someone nodding away. Yes, that's correct. Thank you very much. There's a lot of names are coming up here that I don't know.
Malcolm Edison.
Yeah, David Sheehan, Malcolm Edison. I think they heard my announcement, and considering I have a microphone, they probably thought that, oh, I've been called up, but actually Jack Werrell is the commentator announcing it here.
Car number 35, Colin Murphy.
And Colin Murphy getting called up onto the 2nd step. Oh, just walking straight past. I thought he wasn't going to shake the hand there. We'll take the trophy. Again, another driver doing this race solo. Must be a hard feat. Doesn't even look like he's red-faced. Don't know how he looks so calm. And Sarah Hobson on the top step of the podium in the C class, number 144. A great podium, had all around. A great race as well. Hopefully they all enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed watching it. All the cars lined up towards the background. Photographs being taken, and we'll be able to have hopefully a chat to the drivers as we stay far enough away not to get splashed as well. C-Class, the only cars we've not managed to have a chat to yet. I tell you what, they're taking that champagne like a champ, aren't they, as well? They're not shying away or running away from it. And a bit of a swig on the end there from Malcolm. So that is the C-Class category, I should say, actually. Sorry, Colin Murphy, that was taking it like a champ. B category coming up. Only 2 drivers finishing this one, which is a bit of a shame.
We will work our way from second to first. Unfortunately, no third place.
Yeah, Jordan Honeybone was the driver that didn't finish. Owen Malarkey, Priest and Reed, they were all part of the B-class category, but they didn't manage to, so was Michael Rawlings and Damien Krupczowski. Sorry about that. Krupczowski, there we go. None of them managed to finish up in the B-class. Only 2. Jamie McHugh, we've already heard from him once. And on the top step, Jack Wright and Matthew Allett in what is a car that has stolen the hearts of our production team, at least. I finally managed to put my earphone in as well, so I can hopefully hear Elliot, our producer, let me know if there are any cars going out on circuit. But I think we've got a little bit of time. We'll have a lot more of a chat to the other drivers as, well, there is a celebration. A lot of people running away as well this time. Right. I believe Colin Murphy is stood next to me, so therefore, you're the first person who I'm going to talk to. Colin, that looked like a hard race all round. Safety car is always difficult, isn't it? How's the pit stop specifically? Because that looked like mayhem in there.
Actually, we worked out pretty good. We just dived in on the safety car, so I think we got it pretty as good as we could get.
You got a car parking space, because a lot of people didn't.
No. We nipped in nicely and got out just on time, so we were well happy with that.
Yeah, I can imagine. What was the race like after that? Because it all got very, very close for quite a few number of laps as well. Quite often it's maybe close for 1 lap, maybe 1.5, and then it all spreads out. But actually, really tight.
I had a hell of a battle the whole way to the end, to be honest. A really good battle, and literally just lost the place on the last lap. There was an oil slick on the top corner.
Yeah.
But no, I really enjoyed that. Tough going, tough fight, really good.
No, I'm glad it looked enjoyable as well. I will let you enjoy your celebrations and enjoy your trophy and get back to your car and everything like that while I move on to try and find, I can just about see her actually, class winner Sarah Hobson. I'm going to wander through the crowd because it's actually quite a good atmosphere here. Sarah, come over and have a chat. No, not that way, not that way. She's running away. Very rare I have a driver running away from me. It's quite often I have a woman running away from me, but that's a bit different. Right, shall we see if we can find somebody else, or someone who's more willing to chat to me. Where's Rob? Rob, you can chat to me. Rob, can't see one. Sorry?
Adams. We're part of the Adams family.
Oh, you're sorry. That's why I was going to say I was looking for a Rob on the first names, but when there's 2 names anyway, it doesn't matter. A good podium then from you there, isn't it? I mean, it's a successful race day.
Yeah, I mean, had a bit of a coming together in the battle for second place, which I wasn't particularly happy with, really. From my side, you know, it was I thought I got a decent run on Stephen in the Mark IV, and I think he got far superior braking than me. Maybe I hadn't seen me coming, but it was too late for me, really, anyway. And at that point, I tried to pull out of it. I couldn't. We had to come in together. So I did slow down. I've apologised to him, so hopefully he still likes me. And let him back past, and then it said it's knocked his tracking out, so I did get back past again. But yeah, I guess it's racing, but it's not really the way we do things here, is having come together. But we'll take getting a podium out of it anyway. So
I was going to say, I mean, a lot of people have said, I've asked a lot of people, why Trackday Trophy, why Trackday Championship, and the other sort of the likes, and they always say the racing is very respectful. There's going to be contact in motorsport, isn't it? But in terms of how you react from it, is the respectable bit, and do you feel like that's, you know, what the atmosphere in this championship is like, and that's what you've tried to portray just there?
Yeah, I think that's the whole, you know, we're doing this for fun at the end of the day. We're not making a career out of it. And, you know, the whole point is that it's a community paddock and we're here to enjoy motorsport and going racing. And I think you got to be the bigger person sometimes and stand above these situations, particularly when it's your own fault and you hold your hand up and say, maybe I did that. I mean, contact's inevitable when you're this close, really. I mean, we must have only been tenths apart as a fastest lap time, so it happens. But you know, I'd hold my hand up and say it's definitely my fault in that place. So yeah, but that's the way it goes. But I'd say 99% of the time, Trackday Trophy is a very clean, fun place to be. So yeah, definitely recommend it to anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're part of a team, but you're part of a family team, I believe, aren't you? Or what's the relation between? Is it brothers?
It's my dad, actually.
Your dad, yeah, fantastic. Father, son.
You take that from that. Just watch your back. There's a.
Oh yeah, there's Essam's coming through. Yeah. Or Esom, I should say. Actually, I keep saying Essam.
You take that, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, Dad started racing cars in 1992. And I wasn't born until '97, so I've grown up with it really. And then, I've sort of been lucky enough that he's helped me get onto the ladder and get started with him, and that's again what it's for. Really. I mean, both me and him prepare the car at home, and I mean that's what it's all about really. At the end of the day. So.
What racing have you done before then, leading up to this one, obviously?
I've only ever raced in Trackday Trophy. Really.
Oh, really?
I've done 3 races in the Classic Sports Car Club, Future Classics. Dad used to have a Triumph TL7 that we raced in that. But other than that, I think I've done about 40 races now in Trackday Trophy. So 2017 we started here, and then been coming back ever since. So yeah.
Any ambition to do anything else, more endurance style stuff, one-off events or anything like that, or is because your car's eligible for a lot of different series?
It is. I mean, the whole point we do is to keep it cost effective and do it with the 2 of us really. I mean, I think I don't think either of us want to go much further with it other than making.
That's absolutely brilliant, though.
So yeah, I mean, we have considered whether there's so many other cars that we might be able to move into Class B or C with this, but I think we're planning on sticking with the MSV.
Wow, I love that. As some people, they sort of. A lot of the time I'm interviewing people, they say, oh, we have ambitions to be the next Formula 1 driver, and that's what we get most of the 90% of the time. But there is something nice about just being content with racing what you're racing. Not even the championship then, are you not thinking about moving up to that?
Well, we'll see. I mean, we'd always much preferred using the Yokohama AO52 tyres, but next season they are going to that in the championship, so you never know, we'll see.
I think that's what Rawlings said to us at the beginning before the race actually as well. He said the tyres were the contributing factor, and that sounds like the same for you.
Yeah, I mean the Toyos on these Mark III MX-5s are hit and miss for some tracks. Some tracks are about the same as the AO52s, and other tracks are not quite as good. So
they semi-slick.
Yes, they are, yeah. I mean, they're still a brilliant tyre, don't get me wrong, and the series wouldn't have picked it if it wasn't a good tyre. It's just for our particular car, we feel like the AO52s work better in all conditions, really. They're very good in the wet as well.
Fantastic.
So that's why we've sort of stuck with this. We can use one tyre for all conditions.
Yeah.
Again, it keeps the costs down. So
brilliant. Well, thank you very much for having a chat to us. A lot of drivers decided to go past.
Let's get back in the car, I think. So
thank you very much. I wanted to chat to Owen, but I ended up having that conversation probably for far too long, which is a bit of a shame. So a couple of the other drivers have all disappeared. We've already had a chat to Jack, Wright and McHugh, so I believe we're probably going to throw to a very quick holding slate, and then I think there's going to be some on-track action in a little bit's time as well. If there's a little bit of a break, don't worry, I'll be back. I'll try and keep you entertained. So I'm back amongst the Miatas, just as we're waiting for them to go out there on circuit. I'm looking forward to this race because we have a potential champion in Aidan Hills as well. All he has to do is finish 7th or higher, and this championship has a new champion. And he's been absolutely rapid today, so I wouldn't cut him out of it. He's starting in 10th. But I decided, you know what, before the race, I want to have a little bit of a walk round. Give a shout out to some of the people that maybe don't always get the shout out. Maybe because they were towards the tail end of the order. But that's okay, we want to hear their stories as well. So we're going to start off with Dave Newick. Dave, do you mind me interrupting your conversation for the live stream? Sorry, guys. We're doing a bit of a walk around. How was your first race? There are some scuff marks on there. I feel like you could probably categorise it under could have been cleaner.
Yeah, it could have been cleaner. Look, Cadwell's a tight, twisty circuit, isn't it? Things like that happen in racing, particularly in the back markers when the cameras aren't on you. There's probably more likely to have these sorts of things happen. They're not ideal, but that's the way it goes, right? So you just got to roll with it.
It's not always the case, though, in this championship, is it? I mean, it's normally very clean, very respectful from everything I've heard from all the other drivers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, look, I've been in every race all the way through this year. I've not had anything like I've had here.
Yeah.
So, you know, it just goes to show it only takes one driver.
Well,
and if he's decided that that's the way he's going to race, then that's the way it's going to go, right? So, but look, you know, hey, what a circuit. It's great fun. The 99% of people here are just absolutely brilliant. The Paddock atmosphere is fantastic. It's a very tightly competitive series, and you get really, really good drivers here, and they get frustrated when they can't get past on a narrow circuit, and different people deal with things different ways. So,
I'm guessing by the accent, New Zealand or Australian?
I'm a Kiwi.
Okay, New Zealand. You raced over there?
No, I didn't race. No, well,
a lot like this, the circuits.
let me temper that by saying I didn't race legally.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
So,
like most Aussies and Kiwis.
Yeah, there's just zero motorsport scene over there. So, you know, back when I grew up, there was a lot of stuff that you just found a way to, you know, create an outlet.
Get the adrenaline pumping.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you never did Phillip Island on? Is that Kiwi soil?
That's in Melbourne. That's
Phillip Island. Then there was another one in my head.
Pukekohe, Hampton Downs.
Might have been Hampton Downs.
North, yeah. Hampton Downs, great circuit.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like I raced it on the simulator once. That was all. I was trying to rake through my knowledge of things, and that's as far as I got, I'll be honest.
That's modelled on Brands Hatch, of course.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that, actually. Now, when you look at a track map, you probably see that, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Good luck for race number 2, and I'm going to move on to a couple of the other drivers. Thank you very much. Right, that's brilliant. That's Dave Newick, and we've already had a chat to Jack Hodges. So, Jack, I'm going to relieve you this time because we had about a 10-minute chat earlier on. And I'm going to move on to Jack Hargraves. And is it Hargraves? Hargreaves, right. Okay, I bet you get really annoyed at people making that mistake. Okay. I apologise profusely. Jack, how's your race weekend gone? Because the car is looking mighty clean, I have to say.
Very much, yeah. It's been really good, thank you. I've had some quick times, or quick for me anyway, so I'm really pleased.
What's the championship been like? How's it been feeling for you this year? Has it been sort of like you've been enthused to keep going again?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Every time I feel like I'm improving, so that's what keeps me going.
I love that. Right, I'm trying to do these quite quickly because we've only got 10 minutes. Sounds like a long time, but it's not when you want to talk to drivers. It's back to school this sort of month, shall we say. Can you remember your favourite school subject?
Engineering, I think it was.
Engineering. People keep telling me that, and I probably should have seen this coming. I don't have any engineering questions off the top of my head. And it's probably lucky because you'd probably hate me if I did ask it. So I'm just going to say good luck for the race.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, brilliant. Okay, Jack Hargraves. Right, moving on. There's a couple of drivers not in the car next to me. Not Will Powell. He's not here. I'm pretty sure I've commentated on Will Powell before. It'd be interesting to know if it's the same driver, but I can't see him for the life of me. So I'm going to move on to Nicholas Stott. Nicholas, fantastic. Nicholas, your car looking fairly clean, I have to say. Very proudly chatting over it. A little bit of bumping and scarring at the front end. Is that from this weekend or is that from a different race?
Yeah, I put a brand new front bumper on it, painted it all last week, wrapped it. I was very proud of it. Got through qualifying without any issues, and then I went to the race. I was having a half-decent race, and then I managed to lock up and go on the grass and hit the bump on it, and it knocked it up. And it's
that's heartbreaking.
Yeah. So another bit of filler and paint,
before the next one.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of filler and paint. I have to say, the cars are fairly. I like the design and everything. I like you've carried it on with the lid as well. That looking very smart indeed. You'll be able to catch them on the live stream actually, with the yellow and blue lid. Good luck for the race. But first of all, what is your favourite subject in school?
History.
History. Do you know which Archduke was assassinated before that sparked the World War I?
Ferdinand.
Yeah, Franz Ferdinand. I've asked that for many people and nobody actually ever given me the answer. Congratulations, you're the first one. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Right, moving on. And Simon, you're not getting away with this. How's it been going for you? I have to say, you've gone for a very striking livery, but everybody, all the MX-5s, they go for very strong liveries. Does that get seen on the live stream?
I guess. I mean, my favourite colours are pink and blue, obviously, and I've had pink and blue for the last 12 years.
Oh, what have you raced? Just MX-5s or other things?
I did a couple of years Formula Ford, did a C1 race, 24-hour, but other than that, it's been...
I've commentated on the C1 24 hours.
We did the last one at Rockingham before the close.
Oh, really? That's a great circuit as well, wasn't it? I always a bit sad to see Rockingham go, because you sort of felt like you lost something different that the motorsport scene in England doesn't have anymore.
No, absolutely. There were 5 of us, 24-hour race, and we won.
Hey, well done. Do you reckon you can repeat such a feat today?
From this position with those drivers, no. But
it's a tough grid, isn't it?
It's so tough. It's the hardest one-make series that's going, I think.
Yeah, that's a high praise because there's a lot of strong ones out there, isn't it?
I've gone as quick as I've ever gone around this track, and I'm sat back here. So yeah.
But you still must be enjoying it. You've got some good drivers around you. It's not just at the front end, isn't it? How have you felt this season? Have you been? Is this sort of where you've been roughly operating, or have you felt like you could push a little bit further up?
I am where I am. I've been further ahead in the last 2 years, but there's been less people on the grid.
Ah, okay.
All the people that have come into the grid now are much quicker.
Yeah, they're strong. They're coming from other MX-5 championships, I've heard as well, aren't they? Because this one offers such a good package.
Yeah, package is superb. Love it. Wouldn't go anywhere else.
Fantastic. Great advocate for it. Right, do you remember your favourite subject at school?
Maths.
Maths. Pythagoras' theorem. Could you give it to me?
What do you want to know?
The formula for Pythagoras' theorem.
3.14?
No, not quite. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. You will never use that in your life. No. Right, enjoy the race. It looks like Alex Miller is in his car, and one driver we probably should chat to is the driver I mentioned at the top of the programme, which is, of course, our potential champion. Now, Aidan has chatted to us a fair few times over the course of this live stream. That's why I wanted to get a little bit of love to the people towards the rear end of the circuit, but I believe he's down here. There he is. I've just spotted him. He's in 10th place. It's a reverse grid of the top 10 from qualifying, not from the race. Quite an important distinction. So, I believe he is here. Is this him? Yes, Aidan? No, it's Jack. It's James, isn't it? James, honestly, I am getting so mixed up, but we didn't really get a chance to chat too much after race 1. How do you feel going into race 2? I'm sorry, you're buckling your belt, so I'll keep waffling whilst you get that done. If nobody really has seen Cadwell Park, first of all, where have you been? It's very difficult to get the racing done, to get moves done, so starting a reverse grid race is very difficult. And obviously putting up your belt is very difficult as well. Shall I leave you to it?
That's all right, I can multitask.
What's the plan then going into this one? Because the championship seems like it could be so up after this race for Aidan. You've been the closest competitor. How do you feel about that?
I mean, he's deserved it, to be honest. He's been super consistent, whereas I have not. But I'm looking forward to this race. Like you say, he's got a chance to pack it all in on this round, and I reckon he will do it. Thank you very much. There you go. You're multitasking now too.
Yeah, I know, it's annoying. I've been in that position. It's annoying when someone puts a mic in your face.
Yeah, no, it's all part of it. I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. I've got a few moves up my sleeve around here that I've not shown yet, because last race I was just I was the cork in the bottle, unfortunately. So I reckon it'll be unleashed this race, and I'm looking to get at least the top 3 from here.
Have you changed the setup at all? Because I know you didn't really feel like you were quite glued into the track.
Yeah, we found something quite major.
Really?
2 things, to be honest. Yeah, one at the front and one at the back. So
yeah, you need both the front and the back.
Yeah,
and then you in the middle.
Yeah, and sometimes the left and the right. It should be fine. I'm looking forward to it, man. And I don't know where you're going to be standing, but I'll try and wave at you if I go backwards anyway.
We'll be just here, mate. Don't you worry. Right, enjoy. Get yourself set up properly because he needs to be strapped in there safely, of course. Where is Aidan? Because he is number 8. He is in 10th position. Number 12. He's all the way back here. That's why I couldn't find him. Yeah, there he is. A lot of the cars are all prepared basically by one team, or half the grid is, and they're all in Aidan's colours, so it is a little bit confusing sometimes. I do apologise about that. Aidan, do you mind just quickly having a chat to us before we let you go and potentially win a championship? From 10th, all you have to do is get to 7th. The objective's very clear for you. The reality is a little bit more difficult around Cadwell Park. Do you feel confident in the car and yourself?
Yeah, very confident in the car. I'll see what happens, you know. The goal is obviously to win the championship and get it wrapped up, but I'm still going to try and win the race, you know.
I love that ambition as well, because a lot of drivers would just think, you know what, anywhere near the top 5 then, and it's sorted, yeah, bring the car home and everything like that. But you are actually gunning to win this race.
Yeah, too right, man, yeah.
Proper racer.
I'm up for it, yeah. I mean, I think it could be the hardest reverse grid race of my life from P10, but at Cadwell, the hardest track to overtake, but I'm up for it. I think we'll see, like I said, the first couple of laps are going to be crucial, and there's some quick boys starting further up, especially like Nibsy and Ollie who are on second row. So if they get a gap, it'll be hard to do it. But look, the first couple of laps are going to be the ones.
Yeah, well, cars are starting to start their engines, so I'm going to let you concentrate. There is still some cars out there on circuit, but I don't want to distract the drivers any more than is already necessary. So a big good luck to all these Miata drivers, I should say. Keep almost calling them the wrong name for this series. All these Miata drivers, they've been absolutely brilliant. They've been so welcoming for us as the media crew as well. They've always been happy to chat. So it's been absolutely brilliant. This is going to be the last race of the show today as well. It's going to be a barnstormer though, so please do stick around. We're going to be able to get chats with all the podium drivers afterwards, as well as potentially, even if he's not on the podium, champion-elect, provisional champion as well, because I'm sure there's lots of stewarding that needs to be going on before that. I can see a truck that's potentially just going out there on circuit, which normally means there's a little bit of a fixing to do on the circuit, so I'm going to see if I can just stall for time a little longer. If you think this kind of filler is better, I had to do this once in my first ever time at Cadwell. I had to do an hour of this, and I did 3 laps around the assembly area. The drivers are starting to just move out into position over there, and I'm actually curious to see if I can find the opinion of one of the mechanics as well, because we've spoken to, I think it was Will Moore's mechanic, his dad actually, who was fixing his car. He had a toe link problem this morning, and he didn't quite have the opportunity to chat to us after the race. And to be honest, there's a lot of people going out there on the circuit. I tell you what, he's a good lad. We'll go and chat to him. I'm sure he'll be fine with it. Very quickly, Will Moore, are we okay to have a chat? Just because there's a few recovery trucks going out on circuit, and I feel like you're the sort of person that would probably just say yes to me. So there was a bit of work going on your car and a few of the others, but you managed to get out there after qualifying, after that toe link problem, and you were rapid, weren't you? So how do you sort of feel going into this race now?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit confident. I mean, we had the fastest lap in the first race, had a great start to the race, great battle with Aidan. Unfortunately, a little bit of contact knocked us off, but we were able to sort of come back through and pick up a P3. So yeah, looking forward to it, but Cadwell's hard to overtake, so with all these cars ahead, it's definitely going to be interesting. Definitely.
I was speaking to your dad a little bit earlier on, and every dad obviously wants to see their son do well. He seemed particularly gutted that you made that small mistake on lap 2. And of course, every dad wants to see their son do well, but they are the first to criticise. I know that full well. What do you think? Do you take any notice of anybody that potentially people say, or do you just go back, you know what you need to do better, and you chat to your race engineer and you just go from there? Because for me, it was always quite hard to take my family and friends' sort of opinion, not out of the equation, but just, okay, focus on myself now.
Yeah, I mean, me and my dad, we've raced with each other for quite a few years now, so we know how our relationship works with that. I mean, I listen to everyone. Mainly, though, when we're doing the data with the guys, I'll take on board what they're saying, but it's got to this stage. We know what needs to be done. It's just putting it into practice and getting the job done, really.
Yeah, and he clearly knows how to put a car together, so it's worth listening to him as well, doesn't he? Good luck for the race. We'll let you sort of start concentrating and maybe speak to you afterwards as well. They still seem to be fixing cars and whatnot. Out there on circuit. So let's have a chat. Now there is a second class. There's the NC, which is the Gen 3 MX-5s, and then there is a class for the Gen 4 MX-5s, but there are only 2 drivers in it. So I'm just going to see if any of them will make eye contact with me to see if they will. I don't think the drivers here, they're happy. Just trying to focus on the race, which is understandable. But yeah, as I said, there's a different class. This is the ND category. NC is for Gen 3s. The marshals are starting to wave us along, which is good news, because that means we are going to be going racing sooner rather than later. So I am going to throw over to the other 2 Jacks. Jack Mace, there we go. Jack Mace had a brain fart there, and Jack Wewell as well. On the circuit PA comms, they've been your hosts throughout the day. They're going to do an excellent job sealing off the race events here.
Well, we've got some Miata Trophy cars heading back out onto the grid for our 6th race of the day here at Colt Classics at Cadwell Park. This is our final Miata Trophy race of the day. The earlier one was won by Aidan Hills, and as a result we do have the reverse grid race here being applied. So the grid is as follows. On the inside of row 1, car number 26, Drew Fletcher. On the outside is car number 167 of Ben Abbott. Lining up in P3 is the car number 82 of Michael Nibbs. Alongside him in 4th is car number 63 of Oliver Allwood. Row 3 on the inside is car number 93, Jack Brewer. And on the outside is car number 24 of James Cossins. On the inside of row 4 in P7 is car number 12 of Declan Lee. And on the outside is the car number 1 of John Langdridge. Row 5 in B9 is the car number 17 of Will Morris, and alongside him the race 1 winner, car number 8, Aidan Hills. Row 6 on the inside, B11, car number 7 of Alex Miller, and alongside him is the car number 55 of Simon Fleet. In row 7 on P13 we have car number 4 of Nicholas Stott. Alongside him is the car number 25 of Will Powell. Row 8, P15, car number 66 of Jack Hargraves, and alongside him is the car number 28 of Jack Hodges. And on row 9 in P17, car number 77, David Newick. And then a couple of rows back, we've got cars 136 of Eric Bolton and 84 of Benjamin Taylor. So, very much looking forward to this one. I'm glad that this time I believe that we've got all of our technical equipment working down here, so we are able to give full commentary for this one. It'll be fascinating to see how the likes of Aidan Hills and Will Morris make their way through the field. It was a very good start for race 1 for Will Morris, getting ahead of Aidan Hills at the start before the rest of the race ended up happening, and he ended up falling back a little bit before the recovery drive up towards the front of the field. And we've got all eyes are going to be on Aidan Hills. How is he going to be able to make passes around what is an incredibly tight and twisty circuit? Because starting from pole and having to make 1 pass is one thing, but starting from P10 and having to make 9 passes is quite a different prospect entirely. It's going to be a fascinating watch, and we're just keeping an eye on the safety car getting ready, hopefully fairly soon. There's a recovery of one of the vehicles still going on right now. The CNC recovery vehicle taking back one of the cars from an earlier race, and then once that has been cleared, then the safety car will be able to lead everyone away. And no, they'll be on a green flag lap. Actually, apologies for this one, because it is of course a standing start. So once they get their green flag underway, then we can really start to build the excitement a fair bit. There it comes up the hill, the car being recovered, so that'll be out of the way very shortly. They'll be able to seal the passage back up to make sure that no one ends up falling through the club hairpin, and then we will be getting ourselves underway fairly shortly. The last few second boards going up from Marshall up at the flag post. We're starting to build. There's a green flag. They go out now for their warm-up lap, just to make sure they get all the heat into their tyres and their brakes, make sure that their car is in as best condition as they can prepare it over the course of a lap around here at Cadwell Park. And Jack Werrell over in the box over in Charlie's. We were both trying to cover this race on our own steam earlier, but hopefully for this one we'll have more of a collaborative effort. It was a great race, the first race.
Yeah, it really was. It was nice to see Miata Trophy back to effectively where it always has been. It's just super close racing. There was so much shuffling going on as well. I mean, Declan Lee had a bit of a story to forget. He's in a car that isn't his. It's the Hills Motorsport customer car. He's weaving around as violently as possible on this lap. Reason being, he was given a drive-through penalty. That was the reason he came through the pit lane earlier on in race 1. That was for doing a burnout, effectively, on the grid. So he pled his innocence, but it has put him down the order, so he effectively starts the reverse grid race where he finished the first race. So the reverse grid has had a bit of shuffling to do, but Drew Fletcher on pole position. Looking forward to seeing what Drew can do. He's very quick in his own right, but in terms of those drivers around him, talking to him the other day, he said he's struggling. There's sort of 4 or 5 cars that are just up there and gone, but then there's the regular names that are always up there and messing around that he really wanted to be as quick as, and he's now there. He's got the option to start from pole position, but to his own admittance again, he's not that quick over 1 lap, but over a race distance, that's where he can work on that consistency and keep that pace there. So let's see what he can do from the front.
I'll be interested to see, because it's so different having to make your way through the field than just leading at the front. If he's able to keep his eyes forward, if he's able to get a good launch off the line, it's so difficult to pass it. I really am struggling to see how those cars that are further back on the reverse grid are going to be able to make their way through the field. You know, gaps can be manufactured, of course they can, but ultimately it's very difficult to make really good moves around here. That said, if anyone's going to be able to do it, I would imagine that Aidan Hills is the one that people are going to be looking out for. But even in the race 1, it took him quite a while to get past Will Morris once Will Morris got that good launch off the line.
Yeah, it did indeed. It's typical Miata Trophy, really. As soon as you get there, you've then got to defend it. But if you just build up 2 or 3 car lengths, all of a sudden, that bubble that we keep mentioning, it appears, and it's so tricky. And Aidan Hills managed that, allowed cars behind James Cossins to close in. All of a sudden, James was preoccupied. The battle commenced, and Aidan disappeared up the road. It was, yeah, really clever, really clever from Aidan Hills. And if he wins this race with fastest lap, and leads a lap at some point, he will be the 2025 Miata Trophy champion, which means he's won a Mazda MX-5 championship, not necessarily this one, but a Mazda MX-5 championship every year since 2021.
Which would be an absolutely phenomenal record if he's able to, and if he's able to make it with a round to spare, that would just be absolutely outstanding work from Hills Motorsport. 5-second board is up. We're going to get the red lights on very shortly, and we will be underway for our second Miata Trophy race here at Cadwell Park. Red lights are on, red lights are out. Drew Fletcher does get a good getaway. He's going to be able to hold the inside. A rocket start from the 82. Just managed, he's clipped the back of Drew Fletcher. We'll see if that ends up causing any further damage down the line for Michael Nibbs in car 82. Caught the back, but I believe that was Drew Fletcher leading through turn 1.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see who appears first. Drew Fletcher started from pole. Drew Fletcher now down into 3rd, maybe even 4th place, because it was a really quick start, as you said, from the 82. All over the grass and all over the curbing is Drew Fletcher, so leading the way. He's going to be the 167 of Ben Abbott. So Ben Abbott leads from Ollie Allwood, but Ollie Allwood goes to the inside to try and take the lead away. So it should be Ollie Allwood that leads from then that of Ben Abbott. Behind that should be Michael Nibbs, there or thereabouts. And I think Jack Brewer was trying to get in on the mix as well. So they appear into my sight once again. Ollie Allwood leads from Ben Abbott, and then is that James Cossins that's had a brilliant start and managed to work his way right the way up through the order? I think it just might. So James Cossins on an absolute mission. He's already up into what is 3rd place. Then it's Michael Nibbs, Declan Lee, John Langridge and Aidan Hills. Drew Fletcher has had a first lap to forget. He's down into the best part of what, 8th, 9th place.
Really unlucky then for Drew Fletcher. He got a bit clattered into the back of by Michael Nibbs. It is Allwood leading the way ahead of Ben Abbott. A really good start from Allwood from 4th on the grid. And like you said, Cossins having an incredible start as well, 6th up to 3rd. Nibbs holds on to P4. Lee is in 5th place as they go through into the Hall curves and out of my sight once more. It'll be interesting to see how they negotiate through there, because we've seen some of the other races. There have been a couple of passes happening in that section, but as of right now, I wouldn't expect too much. It is indeed Allward leading the way. We have got 4 cars in very close sequence, though, coming down across the start-finish line. It's the James Cossins up into second, Ben Abbott being hung out to dry. You've got all the way down to Declan Lee going past him, so that's Abbott down to 5th. And Aidan Hills hasn't quite made the progress that I would have necessarily expected. He is up 2 places to his credit, and it is, unfortunately, for Drew Fletcher. He started pole, he's down to 10th.
Yeah, so not the first lap that Drew Fletcher would have wanted, but Ollie Allwood leads, as you say, from James Cossins and Michael Nibbs. Declan Lee up into 4th place. Ben Abbott has been shuffled back to 5th and maybe even 6th because John Langridge is looking to the inside. Aidan Hills trying to work away with Will Morris, who's there or thereabouts. Drew Fletcher, as you say, down into what is 10th place. He's trying to stick in front of Simon Fleet, but the field go all the way around Chris Curve. It's almost a double apex, but really long right-hander. You've got to keep the car balanced, because then you tap the brakes, flick the car in towards the gooseneck. Ollie Allwood nails that section, but he's now being hunted down by James Cossins. Michael Nibbs and Declan Lee back from there. John Langridge did indeed get through and past Ben Abbott, followed by Aidan Hills and Will Powell. Jack Brewer is somewhat bridging the gap between that lead group and everybody else thereafter, the first of which is Drew Fletcher, who's just trying to manage the race from there, but locking up and side by side, everything's coming towards you.
There was a big lock up from the leader, Allwood, as he got to the bottom of the mountain, trying as late as possible to get on the brakes. It's allowed James Cossins to close the gap. Michael Nibbs is doing a superb job. I want to keep an eye on his car, because he did go up on 2 wheels at the start of the race, trying to get through the lead, Abbott and Fletcher on the front row. He hasn't obviously made that transpire into the lead of the race, managing to stay in P3 though is fantastic so far, given it wasn't full airtime, but the car itself looks okay, which is quite surprising. At the same time though, Allwood is he stretching the lead? He's not. Cossins is closing him in, and the new fastest lap of the race has just been set by Aidan Hills, who is up into P6.
Aidan Hills up into P6, and that's good enough to win the championship. It was good enough in 7th place. 6th place is only going to secure it yet more. Aidan Hills is really looking for the championship now. He looks to the inside of John Langridge. They're going to be side by side as they go along the park straight. Over the crest they will rise, and Aidan Hills, 7th is good enough. Try telling that to multiple MX5 championship Aidan Hills. It's simply not good enough to just about do it. He really wants to secure this, and we've still got a round to go, so there's a good chance he's only going to extend that lead margin yet more. So Ollie Allwood comes back towards me, still with James Cossins in tow. That's the top 2, and then we get a bit of a field back from there. It's Michael Nibbs followed by Declan Lee. Then it's Declan Lee, now Michael Nibbs, now Aidan Hills. So they've really shuffled around. Hills Motorsport on a mission through the order. Drew Fletcher running wide on the exit of the gooseneck, so he's pushing hard to make up that time lost early on. And now we've got Aidan Hills going to the outside of Michael Nibbs. He's trying to go from 7th right the way up into 5th on 1 lap.
He's backed out from that potential move on Michael Nibbs coming up into the mountain. Recognised that Nibbs with the advantage on the inside, and Hills, I'm sure he knows he doesn't have to finish all the way at the front, but Hills Motorsport brought 9 MX5s to this meeting. He's going to want to absolutely swamp the podium if possible. Allwood and Cossins still holding that decent gap out front at the moment to Declan Lee. Lee is incredibly quick in his own right, and he's only been getting quicker and quicker during the day, running a bit wide out of the final corner, and James Cossins is getting closer and closer to Oliver Allwood at the front. Declan Lee's in 3rd. Aidan Hills is going to potentially try and set up a move here on Michael Nibbs. Looks left, looks right. There's no gap to pass through on this occasion, but it's still a really good progression through the order. He started P10, he's already up to 5th with still just under 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, pushing hard now. Ollie Allwood as well, all over the curve. James Cossins follows suit. Declan Lee is in 3rd, the highest he's been throughout this weekend. Aidan Hills, he jumps out of the tow on Michael Nibbs, but as soon as he does that, then jumps back in because he gets smacked by the wall of air. Drew Fletcher's got to be careful as he's got the 25 machine of Will Powell trapped up and behind him, so those two are starting to form a bit of a battle pack as well. But as far as Ollie Allwood's concerned, he needs to focus on James Cossins here. James last time through with the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 42.718, so James is on a mission. Declan Lee has closed them in, so it's 3 for the lead and everybody else thereafter. Michael Knibbs running wide out of the gooseneck. That almost allowed Aidan Hills an opportunity to go for the inside. But the top 3 are coming towards you, and all the battling that's going on between Allwood, Cossins and Lee, it's allowing the 4 trail cars to close in.
Keeping an eye at the foot of the mountain, Declan Lee has really been closing that gap. You're spot on. It's still Allwood just about leading the way, but Cossins is going to be getting impatient. He's seeing those reflections in the mirror get larger and larger as they all just reel in the leader. Allwood is the cork in the metaphorical bottom right now. As they go into the whole section, we have potential retirement from the race. Car number 7 of Alex Miller has come into the pit lane and has gotten out of the car, so he'll be taking no further part in this race. Just waiting for them to come out the final corner now. It's still Allwood ahead of Cossins. It's nose to tail for effectively the top 7 cars, and Aidan Hills is now looking for a move to the right-hand side of Michael Knibbs. Is he going to try and send it around the outside of turn 1? He just didn't brake. He did not break through turn 1 and manages to secure. That would be P4.
It will indeed, and of course Alex Miller, he had issues earlier on today. Obviously in race 1 the car wasn't running exactly how he liked it, so top 3 are together. Now with Michael Knibbs up into, or down into what is 5th place, that's allowed Alex Miller through, or Aidan Hills through, pardon me. Drew Fletcher is still fighting away with Will Powell, so it's getting close further down through the order. Keep an eye on Nico Stott as well. Nico with issues in one of the earlier races. They seem to clear themselves up, but the car wasn't quite in a window for which he would have liked. He's now trying to close in on Simon Fleet, but in terms of your lead pack, 7 for the lead. Let's run you through the way they are. It's Ollie Allwood from a very sideways James Cossins, then Declan Lee and Aidan Hills, Michael Knibbs, John Langridge and Will Powell all together. Jack Brewer doing what he can to close in on those cars up the road, but also run away from that car behind of Dan Abbott. Dan Abbott in turn, he's trying to run away from Drew Fletcher, who's being hounded by Will Powell. It's so close.
It genuinely is nose to tail between the front 7. There's no gaps between the bumpers of any of the cars right now. Allwood still holding the way, but there's no opportunity for any of the other cars to pass. We did have a spinner on the exit of the final corner, Benjamin Taylor, but he managed to get the car up and running again and maintains, he's still out on circuit. They've all just gone into the whole section, and we're waiting for them to come back down into the final corner. Here they come down the start finish straight. We've got 2 of the Hills Motorsport cars side by side. I think Lee got a bit of a bad exit. Aidan Hills moves up into P3 and Michael Knibbs moves up into P4, so that's a poor exit from the final corner for Declan Lee. Side by side there. I think James Cosson was just looking for a move on the inside of Allwood. Not happening on this occasion.
Not on this occasion. So back towards myself once again on the run through Charlie's. It's all getting very close indeed. Michael Knibbs having got through and past Declan Lee as well. So Aidan Hills pointing out of the window, basically saying, right, I need you all to work with me here. I need Michael Knibbs to push me up to the tail of James Cossins. James wants to stick on the coattails of the cars up the road, that being Ollie Allwood. Now Nico Stott has gone to the inside of Simon Fleet. Simon ran slightly wide, that allowed Nico Stott up the inside. Nico's gone for it and potentially position secured by the time they get to the braking zone up at Park Corner. Through Chris Curve, however, it is going to be Ollie Allwood that still leads the way, just about from James Cossins, who's now got Aidan Hills for company all over the rear of that car. James Cossins forces Ollie Allwood defensive. Ollie goes to the inside and then has to jump to the outside once again to carry the momentum. They could be side by side on the exit. They will be side by side on the exit. It's going to be a little look from James Cossins, but they all fall line astern once again. But a defensive line by Ollie Allwood.
Very defensive line by Ollie Allwood. We've got Aidan Hills there acting as Grand Marshal, commanding traffic from all the other cars around him. He doesn't need help particularly to get onto the back of this lead battle because he's already there. James Cossins was briefly looking on the inside to try and make a move into the whole bend, but you're not going to make a pass there when you're all going at such a close level of pace to one another. Allwood still holds on for now, just waiting to see how they form out from behind the trees to the end of the final corner down the start finish straight. The order is as it was. We still have Ollie Allwood leading the way. There's still less than 10 minutes, just under 10 minutes to go. James Cossins is close. Aidan Hills is still there. We still have that top 7 really close. And to Jack Brewer's credit, he has caught himself onto the back of this section. Just a warning as well. We've got a change of surface flag up by the Hall up in the whole section. So potentially someone might have knocked a marker.
Yeah, that's what you immediately think of. Ollie Allwood pushing so hard, he runs wide coming out of Charlie's. That leaves him vulnerable to the advances of James Cossins. James Cossins goes to what will be the outside, then squeezes him towards the white line. They disappear out of my sight. I might briefly catch a glimpse of the roll cage. But yeah, all fair play to Jack Brewer. He's coming off the back of a win at Alton Park. And speaking to him in the interim, he's looking for more. He knows he's got the pace to do it. That's what he's trying to do. What about Ollie Allwood and James Cossins? Ollie Allwood still somehow has held on to the lead. James Cossins, however, bounces over the curb. That runs him wide through the gooseneck. So Aidan Hills will dive to the inside of James Cossins. The side-by-side in towards Mansfield. When they appear on the exit, Ollie Allwood leads from still side-by-side. Aidan Hills and James Cossins towards you.
Yeah, Aidan Hills on the inside, so he should be able to make the move here on the bottom of the mountain. Still side by side as they come through the mountain, and Aidan Hills has completed the move on James Cossins up to P2 now, and he will be the one that's trying to hunt down Ollie Allwood. Cossins was trying to make a move back, but nothing doing as they came into the whole section. Now, Ollie Allwood has got 8 minutes to hold on to that lead, and what I thought was going to be unlikely, and Aidan Hills making his way to the front, he might just be able to do it by the end of the next lap, depending on how well Ollie Allwood is able to draw that gap. And to be fair, I think Aidan Hills has made a mistake, because James Cossins is back through on the exit of the start-finish line, and on the exit, the final corner, he made a pass happen, and Michael Nibbs is going around the outside of turn 1, so Aidan Hills is back down to 4th.
We say that like it's going to make or break his championship. Aidan Hills, when you think about it, 4th is very uncharacteristic. He's always on the podium and always on the top step. So Aidan's got a lot of work to do in the 7.5 minutes that remain in this race. So Ollie Allwood leads from James Cossins and Michael Nibbs. It's then Aidan Hills and Declan Lee, followed by that of Will Morris and John Langridge, who swapped around when they crossed the line. They've swapped around once more by the time they arrived at me. Then it's Jack Brewer and Dan Abbott. Drew Fletcher still somehow fending off Will Powell for the final spot inside the top 10. Nico Stocks, having got through and past Simon Fleet, is just starting to extend the margin more and more, up to 1.5 seconds. Eric Bolton managed to work his way through and past the 28 of Jack Hodges on the lap prior. In terms of where the 66 of Jack Hargraves is, he's in a bit of a world of his own, but he is closing in on Jack Hodges. David Newick has got a bit of work to do from 17th place, and of course you mentioned that of Ben Taylor with the spin earlier on. Now we may see the change actually, because Drew Fletcher was a little early on the brakes, and he's finally lost that spot inside the top 10. Will Powell back up the inside.
Aidan Hills also forcing a move on the inside of the bottom of the mountain to get himself back up into P3 ahead of Michael Nibbs. A really good pass, but I think that I'm not sure if there's something up with the car or if I'm just mixing up the Hills Motorsport cars, because Nibbs is alongside another one of those very similarly liveried Hills Motorsport cars. Whether that was Declan Lee or Aidan Hills, we'll be able to find out when they come through the final corner, back down the start finish straight. This has all given Ollie Allwood a little bit of breathing room out towards the front. James Cossins is looking to reel him back in, and it is Aidan Hills in P3, so it was Declan Lee that was having a bit of trouble, because it's Nibbs, and now the 17 of Will Morris has gone up from 7th to 5th over the course of that last lap, passing both John Langridge and Declan Lee.
He has indeed, so leaders back towards me. Ollie Allwood still leading the way from James Cossins, and then Aidan Hills in 3rd place. A very sideways Aidan Hills at that, and even more sideways Michael Nibbs. That leaves him vulnerable to Will Morris. Declan Lee with the work to do once more. He's dropped a long way off the tail of that top 3, still just about in there with the top 5. However, Will Morris was absolutely side by side with Michael Nibbs as they went up towards Park Corner. Let's see what they can do by the time they arrive at Chris Curve. Has Will Morris managed to get through? Yes, he has. Will Morris now in front of Michael Nibbs. So Ollie Allwood leads, a very defensive Ollie Allwood from James Cossins and Aidan Hills. Declan Lee looking to the inside of Michael Nibbs, still trying to find a bit of breathing room for what he can drive into, but Ollie Allwood under huge pressure from James Cossins back towards you.
This is really close between the top 3 right now. Allwood is having to put on a bit of a defensive masterclass to keep Cossins behind him. Aidan Hills has gotten right onto the back of those front 2 as well. Just a little bit of a gap now back to that 4th place of who's currently P4. It's hard to tell. It is Morris, I believe, who's currently in P4 now. So the battle between him and Nibbs has meant that there's been a bit of a gap between the top 3 and the chasing pack. But as I await their arrival around around the exit of the final corner. 4.5 minutes to go, so that's still going to give us a good 3 laps or so of racing here. Nose to tail, all 3 of them. Allwood leads the way ahead of Cossins and Aidan Hills. There is now a good couple of seconds back to Will Morris in P4. Then it's Nibbs, Lee, Langridge and Brewer, who has done a fantastic job to get right onto the back of that. You know, essentially it's the front 8 all racing really close to each other.
They are indeed. Aidan Hills now with the fastest lap of the race as well. So Aidan up into second place as well. James Cossins has fallen away from what was the lead trio. It's now the lead duo with just those 2 there. And now Aidan Hills is looking good for the lead. He looks to the outside of Ollie Allwood, potentially going for it. He's got the fastest lap of the race. If he manages to win and lead a lap, that's all the points you can get from this. And you never know, Aidan Hills, he only needed 7th. He might be going for the highest point score possible. We've got a car off the tail end of the order with the exhaust hanging off. We'll try and pick out exactly who that was. I heard it bouncing between the bottom of the car and the ground. That will be Jack Hodges that's got the issue, and Aidan Hills is in the lead. Aidan Hills has come right the way through the order, fought his way valiantly to the front. He's now leading the way with the fastest lap of the race, and he will get a lap leader point as well. What a way to win a championship, as long as he can keep it within the white lines for the next 3 minutes.
Paul Shamai, the man that doubted Aidan Hill's ability, and it was a good pass by John Langridge on the inside of, I believe that was John Langridge on the inside of Michael Nibbs coming down through the bottom of the mountain. Just seeing how the order comes. No, it was still a battle between Will Morris and Michael Nibbs down there at the bottom of the mountain. Really good battle now going on for P4. That large group there still fighting away. It's Morris all the way down to Brewer, and if they're able to keep up the pace that they've been having, that could reel James, in fact it has reeled James Cossins back into that battle, because Allwood has got a nice little gap now, a small buffer back to car number 24, and now Will Morris is looking to attack to try and find himself on the bottom step of the podium. But Aidan Hills with another incredibly quick lap, quicker than pretty much anyone else out there on the circuit right now, and he will be looking to pull away now for these last 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
And that was with an overtake as well, sideways on the exit of Charlie. So too was Ollie Allwood, even more so was Michael Nibbs. He bounced all over the grass. That's compromised him so much in a straight line. Declan Lee looks to the left, the right, the left, and then finally decides the right is the best place to go. Drew Fletcher has got back in front of Will Powell, so Drew Fletcher's really pushing on as well. That's happened on the run towards turn 1. Drew's desperately trying to hang on to the final spot inside the top 10. Back through and past me goes the number 28 of Jack Hodges with that exhaust hanging off the tail of the car, so that will pick up the attention of the stewards. But Aidan Hills, having got to the front, he's absolutely checked out. Declan Lee kicking up the dust on the exit of the gooseneck, and Aidan Hills, this is going to be a very quick lap indeed. He's posted a 42.429. Last time through with an overtake it was a 42.959. This could even be a 41 as he's just driven away from everybody else.
As much as I want to pay attention to what Aidan Hills is doing right now, and we do have just 1 minute 20 to go, so we are on the penultimate lap. The battle that's happening on behind has been absolutely fantastic. We've still got multiple cars side by side. Nibbs has been passed by Declan Lee, so now that's Declan Lee up into 5th place. Still a little bit further back, we've got that battle for P10 still raging on between Powell and Fletcher. They are now just passing underneath into the hall area, of course, outside of the final corner. I wait to see the last lap board being waved for Aidan Hills, and he's just put in a 42.5, so that wasn't even his best lap of the race, such as the dominance that he's been able to put in at the end of this. The cars are not quite as close as they were earlier on, and slightly bit more spread out than previously, but there's still plenty of opportunity for anything to happen up in the top part of the circuit. I believe Jack Werrell has made his way down towards the podium, so I'll be bringing it home for this one. Still, the last few cars coming behind, it's been battles all throughout the field that we just haven't been able to fully cover. Such has been the ferocity of the fight at the front. And Aidan Hills is now looking to pull away. He can see that the cars in the rearview mirror are getting smaller. He knows that he can bring this home. He can take another double victory here in the Miata Trophy, and he will be taking the championship in style that he's just completely unprecedented in the history of this championship. No one has taken it up until now before the final round, so he'll be going to Brands Hatch as things stand with the trophy already in tow. I await their arrival at the bottom of the mountain for the final time. Here is Aidan Hills the gap has gotten more sizable. Allward is under a lot of pressure from James Cossins. Cossins looking around the outside of the bottom of the mountain. Not going to be able to make a pass through there. He's going to have to try and set up a bit of a miracle through the final few corners. A little bit further back, Jack Brewer's made. He's still sticking to the back of that battle that's happening throughout the top 8. Will Morris is going slow, unfortunately, so I think he's had a bit of a mechanical problem on the final lap, because I saw Brewer just going past. But I keep an eye out for the final corner, because across the line, arm aloft, he's over the moon. Aidan Hills takes the win, and he takes the 2025 Miata Trophy Championship. Oliver Allward just holds on to P2 ahead of James Cossins. Declan Lee comes across the line for a very fine 4th. Michael Nibbs and John Landry 6th and 7th. Jack Brewer 8th. Will Morris, with the mechanical issues he was having towards the end, comes down in 9th, in 8th, and rounding out 9th place is Abbott, and it was side by side across the line there between Powell and Fletcher, just over a 10th of a second, but I believe it was Powell that ended up taking, Will Powell in the number 25 car, just taking it ahead of Drew Fletcher. A little bit further back in P12 we had Nicholas Stott in 14th place, the car number 55 of Fleet, and still coming across the line now of the last few cars, but it's been 30 seconds covering the top 15, so you can see how close it was throughout the entire field. What I'll do now, have a second to breathe. We'll go through the full order. It's a win then for Aidan Hills, and he takes the 2025 Miata Trophy Championship with it as well, with aplomb. Really phenomenal performance from 10th on the grid, and he's made it through to the top step of the podium. In P2 was Ollie Allward, car number 63. He ended up 3.8 seconds back, and he was just 0.2 of a second ahead of car number 24. It was James Cossins who came across the line in 3rd place. 4th place, car number 12, was Declan Lee. Car 82 was in 5th place, that's Michael Nibbs. P6 was car number 1 for John Langridge. In P7 was car number 93 for Jack Brewer. P8, car number 17 of Will Morris. P9, the car number 167 of Ben Abbott. Then it was Will Powell in 10th place in car number 25. In B11, car number 26 was Drew Fletcher. Nicholas Stott came across the line in P12. And it was the number 136 of Eric Bolton in P13. 14th place was the number 55 car of Simon Fleet. And it was P16 for car number 66 of Jack Hargraves. And P17, car number 77 of David Newick, and the last classified finisher was car number 84 of Benjamin Taylor. Phenomenal result out there for Aidan Hills. I'll be keeping an eye out to just see when to hand over to the podium presentation, but it was absolute performance from Aidan Hills from 10th on the grid. I doubted it would be possible to make the moves happen, but he's shown why he's won so many MX5 championships over the years. He's won a championship every single year since 2021, and this is the first time that he's won the Miata Trophy Championship. First try that he came out, and he's managed to pull it off. A really good performance for him. Really good racing all around, all through the field. I can only apologise if we weren't able to cover everything.
Well, the Miata Trophy has come to its conclusion in terms of the search for a championship winner, because we've got one, and it's Aidan Hills. The reaction in the background, don't focus on me, look at that, that is brilliant, isn't it? He's been a champion in various MX5 categories, but this one obviously means quite a lot to him. Hugs all the way around. James Cossins, a mighty racer, a lot quicker. He cannot park his car though. He's already parked in the wrong bay and he's trying to get out of his car. But we're focusing now on Aidan Hills for the time being. He's going to have all the photographs and everything like that. So, James, I'm going to speak to you first, if that's all right. Allow Aidan just to have a little bit of a breath. You found an awful lot of pace there. You looked like you had the opportunity to go for that race when you tried it multiple times. What happened when you just skirted off the edge?
Well, it's just assistance by other people, really. Just getting doored left, right and centre, which is obviously not ideal, hence all the marks on it now. But yeah, it's great really going through turn 1 and then getting drilled onto the grass. It's not something I wanted to do at over 100 mile an hour today. But yeah, I felt like I had the pace. Like I said to you before we went out, we found some things at the front and the back. Yep. Car felt a little bit better. Nice. And
at least it's on camera.
Yeah, good. Hi, Mum. Yeah, car felt better. Still, in hindsight, I would have gone one extra change that I was going to do but didn't. But yeah, it was a good scrap out there, but it was just finding a way past. Aiden managed to take opportunity of myself and second place getting into a bit of a kerfuffle. And props to him and Hills Motorsport. He's done a great job all year. He's been super consistent, super great in everything he's done. So he puts his heart and soul into it. So he thoroughly deserves a third championship. It'd be nice if he shared. But hey, it's all good. Yeah, really, really proud of him. So, and of course, he's one of my best mates. So it's great to see your mates win.
Yeah, I was going to say fantastic. I'll let you have a breather and I'll let you go and have a couple of chats. Right, I'm going to try and chat to Aiden Hills. Aiden, I know you want to be chatting to your friends and family. I'm the last person you probably want to see realistically, but we've got to give you the props, haven't we? Because that is a championship win and a half to come from 10th position at Cadwell Park and win it on the road. My goodness, how do you feel?
Amazing, mate. I thought I'd blown the win. Obviously, I got up to second with about 5-6 minutes to go, maybe a bit more. And I just lost a bit of concentration and ended up going back to fourth. And then I had a really great race with Michael, obviously one of our guys that we've raced with for a long time. So I had a great race with him, great race with James, and just got enough of a run up the hill on Ollie to get the lead. And then the last 2 laps was really nice. You know, I didn't think I was going to get to, like, I got actually a little bit emotional on the last lap. I was like, because this is my third championship in 3 years in this car, and I was thinking I might not race this car again. So yeah, it was amazing. Thanks to everyone at Hills Motorsport. It's you know, everyone here is more of a champion than me, really, because the hard work they put in. So yeah, thanks to everyone. Thanks to my dad especially, who's over here, and yeah, it was just a great day.
Don't tease us like that then. What's the plan for next year?
Hopefully, if everything goes to plan, we've got some with Michael. I maybe do some Ginetta racing in Britcar with him, and we're trying to get the budget together to go and race Porsches. But obviously,
really?
that's a long way away yet.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's the ultimate goal.
It's a mighty step, that.
Yeah, it's a long way away. But we got the ball rolling, so we're going to try and do that.
Ball rolling indeed. 3 championships on the bounce is absolutely amazing. I'll let you enjoy it, Aiden Hills. Cheers, a champion. Not in the waiting, a champion nominated. Now let's go to our second place man. I mean, you had probably the widest MX-5 I think I've ever seen. How was it right at the front there, Oliver, for so long?
Yeah, it was tough. We didn't really have much pace. Don't know why. But as soon as I got in the lead, I thought I had a good chance. I was managing to hold back the guys behind, but honestly, Aiden was super quick. James was rapid too. Yeah, we had a good battle. I really enjoyed it. It was good. It's nice to get another podium, especially after the first race, because we kind of got fired off. So
I was going to bring up the race one, because I'll be honest, I didn't see. Was it you right at the final couple of laps or something? Did you have a little bit of a spin round? Was that yourself?
Yeah, it was. Well, I got nerfed off.
I didn't want to say that, but yeah.
on the last lap, and I was in third. So it was a little bit bitter about it, but it's fine. It is what it is. It's motorsport. We're all racing hard. It's a tough track to race at as well, and cleanly. And I think we've done a pretty good job this weekend. So I can be happy. I've got second, so it's pretty cool.
I was going to say, you must be very pleased with that one. A whole host of strong drivers. You're, of course, one of them. What's your plan for next year?
Probably be back to do this. Hoping Aiden's not. I might see if I can sponsor him in, I don't know, caterings or something, so that he'll go away. But yeah, back for another year. This should be good fun. I hope the grid continues to grow, and I hope you know, Aiden and his team bring a lot of cars and a lot of good drivers as they do at the moment. It's really good, and just, you know, kudos to Aiden for winning with a round to go. So it's a pretty good effort.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the second place. Right, I believe there are podiums to be had, photos to be taken. I do want to stick around for as long as we can to see the champagne get sprayed. I'm just hoping that we are, yeah, I've just given the nod to Jack Wewell to shimmy them along. Let's get it going. Come on, let's get the celebrations, because sun is setting and our camera needs a battery. I'm kidding, we're all good, we'll be absolutely fine. But Aiden just having a bit of a debrief with everyone around him, trying to make sure that he's absorbing as much of this emotion as possible as well. Congratulations coming from all over the place. I have been told that one of these bottles has already been popped, but it looks like they've managed to fix it. There must be a new bottle.
In race number 2,
I'm going to move my mic away.
To the third step, please. Car number 24, James Cossins.
James Cossins, he congratulated Aidan very well. You could tell he wasn't entirely impressed with some of the racing that he was experiencing out there, but we'll leave that down to him, the stewards, and anybody else he wants to talk to about it.
Onto the second step of the podium, please. Car number 63 from AB Motorsport, Ollie Allwood.
And Ollie Allwood taking the second step here at Cadwell. The Cult Classic event has been absolutely mega, by the way. Second step of the podium, and onto the top step here. Jack Rowell giving him the big one.
Miata Trophy champion, Aidan Hills.
Aidan Hills, Miata Trophy champion, takes the plaudits, takes the top step along with it. And I'm sure there's going to be a mighty champagne spray at the end of this one as well. Surprised Jack Rowell hasn't. He gets wet. I know our camera's already, we're adding to this, but there's about 15 cameras from the people stood behind our camera, actually, all taking photos, all making sure they capture this moment. A big thank you to MSVT for having us along. Well done to the Miata Trophy, Trackday Trophy, Trackday Championship for giving us such a good show as well, of course. I sort of hope you guys couldn't hear that, actually. Such a good atmosphere in amongst this paddock as well. It's really nice to see. They all seem to get on quite well. Yeah, okay, they have, you know, a bit of bumping, a bit of barging out there on circuit, but overall they are really good mates. And as I said before, half the grid are ran by one particular team, and that team is headed by a champion now. Champagne gets sprayed, trophies get broken. Oliver Allwood, do not come near me with that champagne. Very well done all round. Right, now the emotions have come down. Hugs and congratulations can carry on. Somebody's trophy is broken. You can see there, John's getting a great angle of it, making sure you can keep up to date with all that sort of thing. I think it's about that time that we probably close out this stream. I want to say an absolute massive, don't get run over, John, don't get run over, John. I wasn't swearing at the camera there, I promise, I was just trying to stop in. A big thank you to MSVT, as I mentioned before, for having us along. The crew have done a brilliant job with the production. I do apologise about some of the comms problems we had at the beginning of the day, but we got over them, we got into it. Jack Rowell and Jack Mate were absolutely fantastic. I hope you can agree. My name's been Jack Oliphant, and I've been proud to be your host for this Saturday. Well done to the drivers, they make the show. The fans have come down in quite a big number, actually, here for a Saturday race day at Cadwell Park. The Cadwell Cult Classic, there we go, has been absolutely sensational. We'll see you next time. Please do subscribe and follow along to wherever you're watching this. You know the drill by now, it's 2025, and we'll see you at the next one.